has been possible because of people like you who believe in progress through knowledge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to Novacon 2026. On behalf of West Bengal Poultry Federation, it's my privilege and honor to welcome these distinguished gatherings of industry leaders, professionals, experts, and partners. We deeply appreciate your presence here today and sincerely thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be part of this important forum. Novacon stands as a platform where experience meet innovations and where practical challenges of Indian poultry productions are addressed through science-backed technology and global perspectives. At a time when our industry is evolving rapidly, driven by efficiency, sustainability, and animal welfare and food safety, such conversations become not just relevant, but it's essential. We are truly honored to have with us esteemed speakers from across the globe and from all over India who have traveled long distances to share their insights and expertise. Your global experiences enrich our understanding and help bridge the international best practices with Indian realities. We are grateful for your valuable contributions. I would also like to take a moment to wholeheartedly acknowledge and appreciate the entire Novacon organizing team, their dedication and thoughtful efforts in curating highly relevant, forward-looking topics, which has ensured that today's agenda aligns perfectly with the current needs and future directions of the poultry industry of India. Before we begin, a few housekeeping points I would like to reiterate to run the session smoothly. Kindly keep your mobile phone on the silent during the session. We request everyone to be seated on time so that we can adhere to the schedule. Tea and coffee will be served both sides of the hall outside, and please don't enter the hall with the coffee cups. Please feel free to raise your questions during the designated panel discussion, or you can write it and hand it over to our members. Please don't take picture during the presentations. It may distract the speakers. We will be sharing all the PPTs after the forum. Our team and volunteers are available throughout the session to assist you. As they said, when knowledge is shared, industry is evolved, and when mind comes together, the future is shaped. Having said that, once again, thank you for all being part of the Novacon 2026. We look forward to a day filled with meaningful discussion, valuable learning, and strong collaboration. Thank you very much. Now, to start the program, may I request everybody to please stand up for the national anthem.
জনগণ মনয় বিধাতা পঞ্জাব সিন্ধু গুজরাট মারাঠা দ্রাবিড় উৎকল বঙ্গ বিন্ধ্য হিমাচল যমুনা গঙ্গা উচ্ছল জলধি তরঙ্গ তব শুভ নামে জাগে তব শুভ আশিস মাগে গাহে তব জয় গাথা জনগণ মঙ্গলদায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ্য বিধাতা জয় হে জয় হে জয় হে জয় 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 হে
Thank you very much. You may have your seat, please. To start the program, may I request Dr. Banibrata Maiti, convener for Novacon Technical Committee, to have his brief speech, please. Dr. Maiti.
Very good morning. Warm welcome to the City of Joy. Respected ACS Sir, distinguished participants, speakers, moderators, officials from ARDD West Bengal, officials and students from WAPS Belgacia, special invitees, management committee members of all association, honorable GS and members of West Bengal Poultry Federation, honorable chairman of Novacon and dedicated team of Novacon, and staff of Bishwabangla Convention Center, press and media. It is our 4th Novacon conference and I warmly welcome as a member of Poultry Federation. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maiti. Now, may I request Professor Purnendu Biswas, who is the chairman for Novacon Technical Committee, if you can please come on the dais, sir.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, almost the opening of this poultry fair and Novacon and 12th edition of the poultry fair will start tomorrow. So, everybody of us, we know that for sustainability of poultry industry in the country, we are facing every day or the other various issues starting from the environment, the feed cost, the feed quality, the prices, so many issues, the management problem, disease. So I think all these things, the problems will be covered throughout the day by the different speakers. So I also welcome all the learned speakers in this Novacon, and we are waiting for their suggestion, presentation, and the advice for the advancement of the industry in the country. With these few words, I once again thank all of you for coming and joining with us in this Novacon. Thank you.
May I request Professor Biswas to please have seat, sir, here. Now, may I request our chief guest for today, Shri Vivek Kumar sir, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, ARD Department, Government of West Bengal. If you, sir, can please come on the dais. May I also request Dr. Abhijit Sevale sir, IAS, Special Secretary, ARD Department, Mr. Binoy Sikdar sir, WBCS Executive Special Secretary, ARD Department, Dr. Nikhil Kumar Seth, Honorable Director of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Sciences, Government of West Bengal, Professor Partho Das, Honorable Register, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, and Mr. Radhesham Rai, Executive Vice President, West Bengal Poultry Federation. If you can please come on the dais. May I request Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, General Secretary and the Chairman for 12th KIPA 2026 to please felicitate the guest, ACS sir, starting with ACS sir, Sri Vivek Kumar sir. Can I ask Mr. Maiti to please felicitate Dr. Abhijit Sevale, sir, Special Secretary at the department? May I request Mr. Radhesam Roy, sir, to please felicitate Mr. Binoy Sigdas, sir, WBCS Executive Special Secretary at the department? May I request Mr. Maiti to please felicitate Dr. Nikhil Kumar Seet, Honorable Director of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Sciences, Government of West Bengal. May I request to please felicitate Professor Pundendu Biswas, Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences and Chairman of the Novacon Technical Committee. And then may I request to please felicitate Professor Partho Das, Honorable Registrar, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. Now may I request Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, General Secretary, West Bengal Poultry Federation and Chairman of 12th KIPF to please have your brief speech.
Very good morning. West Bengal Poultry Federation has organized Kolkata International Poultry Fair 2026. And today is the first day of Novacon. Special thanks to the chief guest, Mr. Vivek Kaur sir. It is lots of help to the poultry industry in the last 4 or 5 years. We have grown and stand in the first position in every fair, eggs and chicken, in the high speed of growth in eastern India, especially center of the Calcutta. By his blessings, it is possible to done by our poultry farmers in these positions. My thanks to Abhijit sir, IAS, MD Milk Federation and the Assistant Secretary of the Government of West Bengal, ARD. A special thanks to Binoy Sigdas sir. Every time lots of help to the Federation for the regular activity as early. My special thanks to the Director Nikhil Kumar Seet sir, and also thanks to our Novacon Chairman, Professor Pundendu Biswas, former Vice Chancellor, University. His inspiration, very fast day, dedication of the Federation. And also Professor Partho Das, Registrar University, Veterinary University, Animal Sciences. He is also with us every time. My welcome to all the guests who are traveling for very long away, different parts of the country and different world. And my also special thanks to Sri Basant Kumar Sahab, the convener of the Pan India Boiler Coordination Committee. And this fair is also associated with the eastern region, all states, Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand, Assam, Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh. All members are attending this fair for 4 days. Today is the technical session. We all will be enjoy the technical seminar from our speaker, from like Government of India, P. Mohesh sir, like award speaker, so many award speakers is there. They will be help to gather knowledge to our poultry farmer for the development. Some days back, our poultry farmers are visit to the different area for viewing the good poultry farm or good management. Now I claim that we are in that position. Our people, other side people will be come in West Bengal for see the good poultry farm and good environment management of the poultry industry. Thank you to all, and I am request to the chief guest Vivek Kumar sir formally open this Novacon session. Sir.
I have great pleasure and honor in declaring Novacon Conference on Innovation open.
नायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्ड.
Thank you. So with this, we have come to the end of the inaugural part. Now we will be going to the main programs for the seminar. So let me introduce the first moderator for this, the moderator for the first session, Dr. P.K. Shukla, Professor and Head, Department of Poultry Science, College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, UP Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Pasu Chikitsa Vigyan Vishwavidyalay एवं गो अनुसंधान संस्था मथुरा. Professor Shukla, a distinguished poultry scientist, former senior advisor to the Government of India and a highly respected thought leader in Indian poultry development. With decades of experiences spanning academia, policy and industry, Dr. Shukla brings deep insight and balanced perspective to today's discussion. We are honored to have you in this session, sir. May I request Dr. Shukla if you can please come on the dais and take over for the first session.
Good morning, Honorable ACS of Government of West Bengal, the Special Secretary, all the government officials from West Bengal, my friends in the audience, Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, Professor Purnendu Vishwas, Professor Parthadas, Dr. Jitendra Verma, Dr. Punja, my ministry colleagues, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Jim Lee. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure to be in the city of joy to celebrate Novacon, that is Conference of Innovations. Innovation, which is the need of the hour, and time and again it is defined and redefined, and so is true for poultry also. West Bengal, which is said to be a traditional state in poultry production since ages. If I recall, since last 2 decades, the West Bengal ranked number 4 in the country so far poultry production is concerned. But yes, when I was in the ministry, always scared in the winter season with Bengal and the Assam for bird flu reasons. Poultry, which has given lot more to the country, still ranking second in world so far the total egg production is concerned. 4th to 5th with the help of this tool, not only we can alleviate the poverty in the country, but also we can address the serious issue of malnutrition. And as per 5 crore children are malnourished in our country. From backyard to highly sophisticated integrated operations, now poultry is also facing a lot of challenges. Challenges in terms of resources, whether it is feed, biologicals, pharmaceuticals, altogether a new term called circular economy, because lot more has been attributed to poultry, which of course is not correct. One, which is AMR, another, which is pollution. This is not true. To deliberate upon this, we have a galaxy of scientists, the thought provokers and the speakers on the occasion, wherein we are going to deliberate upon the recent vaccination policies, vaccination technologies, circular economy, of course marketing, which is very primitive still as on date, and seasonal fluctuation plays an important role so far the poultry business in our country is concerned. So we'll have a lot more deliberation, and before that, we do have a very experienced and seasoned bureaucrat who has handled such issues in the ARD department of Government of West Bengal. So let us have the keynote address from our very senior bureaucrat of the state, Mr. Vivek Kumar. Can I have his intro, please?
The first speaker for Novacon, Shri Vivek Kumar. Shri Vivek Kumar belongs to the 1990 batch of the Indian Administrative Service. In a career spanning 34 years, he has served in wide-ranging administrative assignments from the sub-district level to the national and international levels. In the state government, he has held 10 departments including higher education, health and family welfare, information and culture, environment, forests, animal resource development, minority affairs, land and land reforms, etc. He has been awarded the Chief Minister's Medal for outstanding public service. He is also a recipient of the state government's Rajya Sangeet Samman for his contribution in the field of music. Currently, he is serving as Additional Chief Secretary to the Department of ARD, Government of West Bengal. Please, with a round of applause, would you welcome Shri Vivek Kumar to deliver his speech.
So first requirement for effective communication, I need to look at you. So I welcome all the delegates, esteemed guests, participants, business persons, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. On stage with me are my senior esteemed colleagues from the Department of Animal Resources Development, Government of West Bengal, Dr. Professor Purnendu Vishwas, the chairman of Novacon, and Mr. Madan Maiti, who is the chairman of the Kolkata International Poultry Fair and the General Secretary of the West Bengal Poultry Federation, my officers from the department, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to be with you. The Kolkata International Poultry Fair has now become a very prominent event on the national map, on the national poultry map of India. It has become an event that is genuinely looked forward to by all stakeholders. But I have always told Mr. Madan Maiti and all my my colleagues that the most important part of this fair is Novacon. We are all aware that technology today is moving at a fast pace, and those who keep abreast with the latest technologies in any sector will be the ones that lead the world. Poultry, animal husbandry, I mean, these are professions or these are livelihood options that go back thousands of years. But those who master the latest technological developments will be the leaders of animal husbandry. So, thank you very much for continuously improving Novacon. I was seeing the list of speakers today, and I'm very happy that some very distinguished people have joined us today to share with us their knowledge, their skills, their expertise on where this poultry sector is headed now and what the opportunities and challenges are. I was seeing Dr. Stephanie Lemaire is going to speak on science behind the shield, vaccination strategy and serological evaluation in poultry. Mr. T. Srinithi will be speaking on turning waste into worth, circular solutions in poultry farming. Dr. Shukla was just talking about the circular economy. Dr. Mahesh P.S. will be talking, he's of course the Joint Commissioner and Director, Center of Excellence for Animal Husbandry, Government of India, located in Bengaluru. He will be speaking on poultry marketing in transition, eggs, live birds, processed products in the new era. Mr. Tommy Lim, who's from Big Dutchman. Big Dutchman has set up some plants for us. I thank you. So this is another success story I want to share with you, that our tendering process and our procurement processes are so clean that even a government department like us can have Big Dutchman as a successful tenderer, and they have set up the poultry farms for us. We have the best of European technology set up in West Bengal, thanks to the clean business models and procedures that we are following. Dr. S.S. Nadgowda will be speaking Feeding for Finesse, the Science of Precision Nutrition in Layers, in layer farms. Professor Manik Chandra Pakhira, who's from our own University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, will speak on hatchability under the lens, science-driven strategies for better chicks. This is the happening place in the International Poultry Fair. And why I say this again and again, in fact, I have been attending this Novacon session because I firmly believe that West Bengal must be in the forefront of research and development, and forefront in the development and adoption of the latest global best practices so that we can lead and continue to improve the poultry sector in West Bengal. The poultry sector in West Bengal has been a success story. You will read about it and hear about it in the coming few days. We were an egg importing state just 4 years ago. There has been a massive infusion of funding in public sector, private sector, social sector, backyard sector, such that today we are not only the 4th largest producer of eggs, and we are very close to being the number 2, in fact. I hope that in the next survey of Government of India, we should be able to achieve the 2nd position. And all that has been possible because of the political vision, political leadership shown by the government, state government, and as a teamwork that we all have put together. So West Bengal is the largest producer of meat products in the country. We are the largest producer of meat products in the country. We contribute 12.46% of all meat produced in India. We contribute 10.7% of all eggs produced in India. We have the fastest growth rate in egg and chicken production in India. Broiler production surplus has been nearly 40%. In fact, now we export nearly 40% of chicken produced in our state. The per capita egg consumption is 124 eggs per year, which is above the national average of 106. Our per capita meat consumption is 9.71 kgs per year, much above the national average of 7.51. About 70% of the poultry consumption comes from rural areas of the state. This is significant. We have about 491 large poultry establishments across poultry, layer and breeder segments. Our poultry feed production is continuously increasing and we produce 9.65 million metric tons annually, with surplus being exported to other states now. The poultry sector now provides employment to about 16 lakh people. Small and marginal farmers form the backbone of the backyard sector. As we look into the future, our poultry sector will remain a key driver of nutrition security, employment, and economic growth. How have we made this possible? Unlike some other states where the bulk of the investment came from the private sector, in West Bengal, we have a very interesting model where the public sector and the social sector is as important as the private sector. So in the last 4 years, we have pumped in about 800 crore rupees under the RIDF scheme in the poultry sector. We have set up state-of-the-art, Big Dutchman has set up one of them, we have set up state-of-the-art environmentally controlled commercial layer farms, and each one of these farms has a capacity of 240,000 birds. Now this is something, this capital infusion has transformed the sector. Private sector alongside has played a very important role, and there the West Bengal Poultry Federation plays a very important role. So there are about 170 units poultry farms which have come up in the state in the last few years, and the state government has provided financial incentives and subsidies amounting to 34 crore rupees in the last few years. The backyard sector, which is essentially rural women and self-help groups, produce 56% of all eggs produced in the state. And this is where we think we are proud of our model, where not just the private sector in a mechanized mode produce large-scale eggs, but it is the backyard sector where rural women are seeing this activity improve them economically, and their economic empowerment is taking place. Self-help groups have been chosen to be the egg brooders and the brooders for supply of chicks and ducklings to the rural areas. All our brooding is done by self-help groups of women. And of course, the private sector knows better than me the integration model, where we supply a chick, we supply the medicines, we supply the feed to a farmer, and 30 days later we collect it from his doorstep and take it to our factories. This has now spread into 17 districts of the state and is a model that is bringing rural prosperity on a new level. Now, the first question that people ask me is, why is the public sector investing? Why, as state government, we have invested in some very, very state-of-the-art infrastructure? A lot of people ask me, this is something that could best be left to the private sector. Why should these scarce resources of the government be put into poultry farms? Question, good question. My answer to that is that sometimes the state has to become a technology demonstrator. To take poultry to the next level, as I was just saying, where we adopt the latest technologies of Europe, we need to demonstrate technology to the private sector. Before the private sector builds the first rocket or the first dam they must be able to see that a dam or a private or a rocket has been built by the state and that it is possible. So that is the first reason why we have invested 800 crores in state-of-the-art commercial layer farms. 2, we also want to be part of the pricing signaling mechanism in the state. So there is this question issued or asked, does the state intervene in the pricing of eggs? And our answer is no. We don't interfere in the pricing of eggs. But what we do want to do is to keep sending a small signal to the private sector or to the market at large that there is a normative price for egg for each season. And when the West Bengal Livestock Development Corporation, which produces these eggs from the state sector, when it fixes the price of its egg produced in one of our farms, we are indirectly sending a signal to the market that this ought to be the price in the market. That is all. We just send a signal through the egg produced in our farms. And the private sector knows that there is nothing to worry because the state's contribution, the state sector's contribution to the production of eggs in the state is less than 5%. So we don't control the market. We don't intend to control the market. We are very happy with the private sector taking the lead and the backyard sector taking the lead, but we do need to be a player in the market to take care of contingencies and to be also sending pricing signals to the private sector. One interesting thing that we have been able to do in the last 4 years is that you must have all heard of KCC. And this KCC is a scheme where the agriculturist is given some financial subsidies or financial assistance through schemes of Government of India, state government, under the overall mandate provided by the Reserve Bank of India. In the last 4 years, under the KCC animal husbandry sector, in fact, it has been started in the last 4 years only. Earlier on, we didn't have this scheme. So KCC-AH, animal husbandry, we have been able to provide working capital to small and marginal farmers in the poultry sector. My emphasis is that in the state, while the private sector has set up the large farms, where the state has set up the large technology demonstrator farms, the small and marginal farmer, the self-help group, the backyard sector is also robust, and a total of 1,100 crores have been disbursed to this sector in the last 4 years. 1,100 crore, where the scheme size is very small. These schemes are so small that the average packet size is just 45,000 rupees. The working capital requirement of poultry is very small. And if they can get about 45,000 rupees on an average, it helps them to sustain their business. And if one cycle they can do well, then as we said, circular economy, the whole cycle, business cycle sets into motion. So 1,100 crores of financial support through KCC-AH to marginal and small farmers. I will now try to just highlight some of the challenges that we are facing. And I am really at the macro level. As an administrator, I see and I deal with some challenges. You being part of the industry, I'm sure you are more aware of these, so I will not take much time on them. First is bird health. I think the first challenge that this industry faces is bird health. We have seen avian influenza in different parts of the world, in different parts of the country. Just 2 days ago, there was an outbreak of avian influenza in Andhra Pradesh. Every time even a single bird dies from avian influenza in any part of the country, it sets alarm bells across the country and across the world. It spreads very fast, and we know that there is no solution. Once it spreads, culling is the only solution. And for us to lose millions of birds over a period of few days is devastating, and for the small and marginal farmer, it is even more devastating. So as an industry, as a sector, I think the first thing that we need to talk about is bird health. And last year, in fact, there were many outbreaks of avian influenza in the US and in Europe. And we know what happened to the price of eggs internationally. We are aware of what happened. The eggs became 10 times their price in some markets. That will happen if avian influenza is not checked, and therefore breakthroughs in scientific studies, research and development such that our birds can be made more robust and more immune to the various strains of the virus. Enhanced biosecurity. As we move up in scale, you can have a farm of 10 birds, not a farm, you can have a backyard sort of facility of 10 to 100 birds. You can have small farms, you can have large farms, and like I just said, we have mega farms where we have 250,000 birds under a single shed. That opens our eyes and tells us of the importance of biosecurity. Now, I am the head of the department, and I am well aware that I just can't walk into the farm simply because I want to, or the way I am. There is a very strong laid down protocol which I have to follow before I can even enter the outer gates of the farm. This education among administrators, among farm managers, among the other stakeholders, farm owners, especially the small farmer, this public awareness, this continuous education, conscientization of the sector about the importance of biosecurity measures. Food safety, of course, comes immediately after that, but it starts with biosecurity. So as a department and as a sector, I think we have a challenge in front of us. Our education of the small farmer regarding biosecurity needs to be continuously done over the coming few years. Antibiotics in the food chain. Don't want to talk much about it. You will talk more about it a little later. I just want to say that I consume 2 eggs every day, and I've been doing that for the last 10 years. Some doctors used to say, or some still say that, avoid cholesterol, etc. But I am a living example standing in front of you. I have consumed 2 eggs every day, 365 days of a year for the last 10 years. And my question every day when I have my egg in the morning is, isme antibiotics to nahi hai? So my question to my West Bengal Livestock Development Corporation was very simple. I said the private sector will follow, they will come. The public sector has to demonstrate that we use no antibiotics, repeat, no antibiotics on our farms. And I can say with guarantee, I can invite any one of you to any one of my state-of-the-art farms. We do not, repeat, do not use any antibiotic whatsoever on our farms. And I was telling them that now, because there is a premium on organic or antibiotic-free eggs, as a consumer, people are prepared to pay even twice the cost of an egg if you can certify with credibility that this is antibiotic-free. So there is a niche, there is a segment in the market which wants quality and is prepared to pay higher. In fact, Livestock Development Corporation has brought out a new range of eggs which they certify to be antibiotic free, and they go slightly more expensive than the other eggs. We practice very high standards, and so I don't believe my own labs. We ensure that the eggs produced in our farms are tested by a third party in Bengaluru, and when we get those reports, we satisfy ourselves that there is no strain, there is no residue of any antibiotic anywhere in the egg that we produce. Mr. Madan Maiti and the Poultry Federation of West Bengal have taken great steps over the last few years in educating the farmers and in telling them that if we don't attend to this challenge, ultimately egg consumption may suffer. And if egg consumption suffers, the entire sector will suffer. Eggs are a cheap source of protein. We are continuously encouraging people to move to this affordable source of protein, but their health concerns, including the most important question of antibiotic residues, is something that all of us, particularly the farmers and particularly the investors, have to really address on a very, very serious footing. Waste to wealth. I'm talking about the macro schemes that I deal with as an administrator. Now, when we set up these large farms, where each farm is having some 250,000 birds, and there are 5 such farms, in addition to many, many other farms in the state, we are now being confronted with the challenge of waste disposal. So 250,000 birds in a farm, and you have bird litter coming out on conveyor belts. Initially, we tried to dispose it off the traditional way, which is dig up a pit and put it in the earth. But West Bengal has the second highest population density in the country, and we are running out of land. There is no land on which we can just dig empty pits to put litter into it. So we have learned that this waste is actually wealth, and that it can be produced into wealth. It can generate revenue streams that we have not imagined. So what we have started doing is, in all these 5 commercial layer farms, state of the art, we are setting up, in fact, already set up biomethanation plants. And these biomethanation plants are today, each one of them, processing 175 tons of organic litter into either gas, methane, which is saleable, or into compost, which is fertilizer, which is now going to the farmers' fields for improving productivity in the agriculture. In fact, the West Bengal University has helped us. We have requested the Agriculture University. They have done a clinical examination and given us a certification about this compost that we are producing. And I'm very happy to say that something that was being wasted is now going to the research farms of the Agriculture Department of the Government of West Bengal. So compost is now being utilized on the farms, and we have also called tenders recently for commercial utilization of both this biomethane, the gas that is being produced, and the compost fertilizer, because the quantities are increasing. And these quantities then can be monetized. So if we can sell it in the market, it will only improve and be a win-win situation for all of us. Offals. What do we do with offals? Every time you slaughter a chicken, there are offals. There is a waste product that you have to deal with. There have been issues around the plants because after a point, the noxious odor, the bad smell that comes out of these plants, because offals are not being scientifically disposed of, causes public commotion. You know, people in the localities come out and challenge you. Something about it. It creates environment. So offals also, we are setting up 4 pilot plants in 4 districts of the state, where as a technology demonstrate to the private sector that any large scale this is the new technology available. This is how it performs. To face environmental norms more and more strict. So, board which sits in Delhi, and there is board which sits in standards, and they are becoming stricter and stricter. So on the one hand, there people see the moment you impose this or that burden on me for pollution reduction. But I think today where we say that instead of looking it as a compliance cost, we should look at it as income generation. That is something that's being discussed today, I'm very happy to note. And carbon credits. Every time that we turn even a kilogram of litter into either gas, biomethane, or into compost, or into other products, we are actually saving or earning the country carbon credits. One of the experts today will talk about climate financing, change mitigation financing. There is a whole component in climate financing which talks about our sector and how carbon credits can be monetized and how these waste products being turned into wealth can actually help India's report card on global house or greenhouse emissions. So these are the broad themes that confront us as a sector. I am very happy to be here because, you know, it's good to see that West Bengal is emerging, has emerged on the national scale in the poultry sector as a major player. I'm aware of the National Egg Coordination Committee, I'm aware of the national developments, and I'm very happy to note that West Bengal today plays a very important part in the national level policy making and in the national level decision making, including the pricing of eggs on a daily or a weekly basis. So, congratulations to the West Bengal Poultry Federation, to all the other sectors, to all the other stakeholders of the sector. One suggestion I would like to make, since the esteemed registrar of the West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences is here, that while obviously we don't expect a house full of people in a session like this, because this is really a technical session and we are discussing science here, we are talking management here, we are talking finance here. It would make a very good sort of value addition if some willing students from the university are given the option of joining this session. You know, serious students who really want to take to this sector, research scholars, other academicians from your faculty, who will not only learn but will also enrich deliberations here through the question and answers. And I'm sure that in a group of 100, at least 18 to 20 students are there who, if they spend maybe the whole day in this hall, they will emerge richer and they will be able to contribute more to the poultry sector. So I welcome all of you. I welcome all of you who have come here today. Again, I thank the department, all the officers and the staff who work for this sector, and I wish the deliberations success. I'm sure what emerges out from this deliberation today will be the guiding light for us in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Elaborate keynote. Indeed, I am really impressed with your deep understanding of the sector, because a bureaucrat sitting at a policy level, if he's having such a deep understanding, definitely will prove some milestones in the poultry development of this state. Sir, your keynote highlighted very many things which are really appreciable. As you said, you are relying on research and innovation and also the technology transfusion to the public sector. That is really appreciable. Yes, West Bengal is #1 in backyard poultry production. When we are talking about backyard poultry production, it means empowerment of the poorer, not only generating a supplementary income, but also giving a substantial protein, good quality protein to their family to alleviate the cause of malnutrition. The consumption pattern is really heartwarming, which is above the national average, and that sets the scope for further development of poultry sector in this state, and also a huge investment ranging around rupees 800 crores in public sector will really be a game changer in a time to come. I also believe seeing is believing. If you are setting up some demonstrating units, definitely it serves a purpose for showing them, even for hands-on training, or transfusing this technology for others to adopt. Sir, you have very well said there are two big challenges which also burdens the mind of every citizen in this country. One, AMR, antimicrobial resistance, and the other is, which is a pollution or resource utilization or optimization of resources, whatever is available with us. On AMR, there are different views, and off and on this poultry sector is being blamed for it. But of course, this is not true. I tell you one statistics. Altogether, what India produces in terms of food items from livestock sector contributes to 20% of the global production. But we, as uses only 2% of the total antibiotic produced in the world. So this says we are conscious in using the antibiotic, but further a judicious and responsible uses of antibiotic is very much required. And you also mentioned about the biosecurity. So biosecurity, if it is in place, definitely is going to reduce the use of microbes. In a time to come, this zero surveillance, that will also be effective in the country, and that's the way where we can control or monitor the presence of antibiotics in the food items or also in the animals or in the birds. As chairman of scientific panel on meat and meat products including poultry of FSSAI, we are also looking at setting up the standards for eggs and also for meat in terms of antimicrobial residues. And I am glad that since last 2 years, whatever surveillance has been there in the market is encouraging. Only 2 submissions, as sir you are steering the department in the state. One, in West Bengal, the egg have been introduced in the midday meal, hats on to the ministry, but only once or twice in a week. My humble submission is, can we increase it to 4 to 5 like Tamil Nadu has done? So this not only increases the scope for producers of the state in combating with their fluctuating market prices, but will also ensure the healthy next generation in the college, in the school. In second, can we have LIT birds strengthening in our state government poultry farm? Long back, Government of India has given the assistance just to have multiplication of low input technology birds in the state government poultry farms, just to have maintaining a supply chain to the backyard. So these two, thank you very much, sir, for your kind presence, for your kind words, and I really compliment Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti for bringing him here, who is always fighting for the farmers, keeping everybody in loop. Thank you so much. Now, we start with our technical session, and as already our ACS Saab has highlighted the importance of biosecurity, and when this is clubbed with vaccination programs, there is a little scope for infection ingress to the farms. And this vaccination technology, serosurveillance, and also a very strong biosecurity in the farm sets a tone for today's deliberation. And I invite Dr. Stephen Lemray, who is Head of Global Technical Services GSM Poultry.
The next speaker for Novacon is Dr. Stephen Lemray. Dr. Stephen Lemray is doctorate in veterinary medicine, graduated from the Veterinary College of Lyon, France. He is a diplomat of the European College of Poultry Veterinary Specialists. He is heading the Global Avian Veterinary Group of Beringa in Goab since 2007, after having overseen various managerial functions within Medial's SAS in RD, marketing and commercial operations. Please, with a round of applause, would you welcome Dr. Stephen Lemray to deliver his speech.
And he is going to speak on Science Beyond the Shield, Vaccination Strategy and Serological Evaluation in Poultry. Dr. Stephen.
No, it's all right. Can you hear me all right? Looks a little. Looks like. Okay, welcome everyone. Before starting, I really want to acknowledge, I can say, the organizers of the Novacon conference and all the officials of West Bengal. So I learned a lot from the poultry industry here. It looks really impressive. And I really like to be a small contributor of your innovation conference. Innovation is really what really is needed to become leaders in our world. It was quoted before. So that will be my milestone, to say something like my contribution here to help you better understand how vaccination works and what you can expect from vaccines. And in the title, there is something related to what we call serology. That may be interesting. We are all here scientists, maybe not really working in that field. And serology is a way really to monitor vaccination, to monitor disease prevalence. So that way, again, we have to link the two. I mean, vaccination development, how to bring innovation in vaccines, and how will be, what will be the consequences on serology. So that means, like I said, the tool that you may use for disease prevalence or vaccine take. So this is overall the topic of today. Are you ready? Okay, good. Let me move. The slide doesn't move forward. I need some help. Please on, yes. Before we start, I think this topic in this presentation today, can you help me? That doesn't really move forward. I'm going to explain you how and what are the different platforms, what we call platform, the different technologies to develop vaccines. And we'll review everything related to the monitoring. But before we get started, so you had a hint, it's a very, very short view on my next slide. We'll explain you a little bit on what is the vaccination strategy. What is vaccination? So let's wait for the next slide. I'll let you think about it. Vaccination. We are talking about microorganisms. So you know we are talking about poultry, vertebrates, and birds. But here, this is a different world. We are here in a microorganism world. We're dealing with viruses, with bacteria, and mostly we may even fungi. All these tiny organisms are really causing disease, as you know. And we need vaccines. It's obvious. It has been really more than half a century we've been developing vaccines. It has been really becoming one of the, what they even call sometimes a commodity, or at least now, what we can consider as well, because the technology moves forward so fast, that is also innovation brought to the farms. And the vaccine will prepare, as quoted here, the immune system, I don't know if it shows, okay, the immune system here for contact with real pathogens. Ideally without causing harm. So the vaccine is here to stimulate the immunity, the immune system. And it is what we show in the bottom slide of this slide. We've got here what we call the stimulation of the immune system. The immune system of the bird sounds a little bit similar to the human immune system. There are slight differences, but overall, I think it works more or less the same way. We've got here very important cells called white blood cells, and they are here coded as B or T cells. They are what we call lymphocytes. And these mechanisms, without giving you all the details of the immunology, immunology, the science is dealing with all these mechanisms here. What is really important to take away, to understand, is that your tiny green things with what we call antigen presentation, all the proteins that are above the surface of these viruses, these bacteria, will help produce antibodies, for example, or what we call an immune response. And when you use vaccines, the idea is to stimulate this immunity and those pathways. So this is the overall strategy. Important here, I can say among us, we need to differentiate what is mucosal and systemic immunity. It's a lot of definition here. I make it really simple, catchy. Systemic immunity, pretty easy to monitor. Seric antibodies, you know you do, and we do in chickens as well. Maybe some of you are not really aware of that one, but we do serology. We take blood and we go, process these blood samples in the lab. And we've got antibody profiles against various diseases. You've heard about Newcastle disease, you heard about Gumboro disease, you've heard about Marex. Marex is not a good example because the antibodies are not really there, or not detectable by the current technology. We've got here, though, this is what we call systemic immunity. We can really monitor it out of the blood. So that means that it will protect the whole, viremia, the whole multiplication, replication of the virus, for example, in the body. And what the mucosa? We all understand what is a mucosa. This is a local layer, you know, of cells. It could be the respiratory mucosa, it could be enteric mucosa, everything that is in contact with the outside environment. And this mucosa is pretty important because it's a kind of barrier. So I can say it's a border between, the body, the inside, and the outside. What is typical from the mucosa is the respiratory. It could be trachea, it could be our lungs, and so on. So this is where we have another type of immunity that is called mucosal. Your vaccination will help stimulate the immunity, and you've got mostly two main types of immunity: systemic, the blood, and the mucosa. What are the main vaccine types? You've got the kill vaccines, you've got the live vaccines, easy. And we've got a little bit more complicated, let's say the new technology. It could be the subunit. That means that you don't have the full pathogen, the whole virus, for example, but you take only one single piece. That will stimulate the immunity. That will be enough. You have the vector vaccine. That's a different approach. You've got a carrier. You've got here a safe virus, for example. You just insert the gene that will code for another antigen, another protein from another virus and stimulate against two diseases. But we'll review it one by one. When we work with live vaccines, in fact, all these live vaccines, so this is the first platform. We'll check one by one. So live, killed, remember, subunit, and vector. Coming back to the live vaccines, these live vaccines are what we call attenuated. That means you don't take a plain E. coli, for example, and just inject as it is. No way. You need to attenuate. Same with the viruses. You take Gumboro virus, IBD virus, you remember, will induce immunosuppression, bursa lesion. This is this tiny organ that is related to the immunity. But if the virus is not attenuated enough, it will be inducing lesions, and even sometimes it could be a disease by itself. So attenuation is pretty important. This is what we see here. And say on this diagram, we can have, for example, serial passages. What good example? H120. I'm pretty sure you've heard about that one. Infectious bronchitis live vaccine. H120, for example. 120 is about the number of what we call here serial passage of the virus. It's a lot of work. And how to monitor vaccine take. Remember, a live vaccine will replicate mostly in the mucosa. Infection localistis is a very good one. It will replicate mostly in the respiratory tract. Not only, but mostly. And this is interesting. Newcastle disease live vaccine will be the same. And what we show here, because we've got different types of monitoring here. We can monitor, and this is what we see on the right-hand side of the screen. This is interesting to see. This is the serological monitoring, the blood, systemic immunity, because any type of vaccine will stimulate the systemic immunity. You can monitor with the blood. But maybe not enough. We also can monitor with what we call the mucosal immunity. It's not very common, methodology we may use in India, even worldwide. But this is more on the science side to explain, to drag your attention. What is really important with the live vaccines, it may be not what you really monitor. We all like to monitor the blood antibodies. Of course, it is much easier. But we may also show you that we have some, and this is what we see, on the left-hand side, we have some other monitoring using different methods. Two of them are listed here, because the HI test, inhibition of hemagglutination, and ELISA. And these are here local mucosal antibodies. And what is really important to tell, I wanted to conclude on that one, is that the two segments of immunity, systemic and mucosal, are linked together. That was explained in my former slide, and this is really important for you to know. I mean that this is not disconnected. I mean once, you've got some immunity, local mucosal, I mean you may have systemic immunity as well, but not as sustained and not as high as with other platforms, especially here the killed vaccine. The killed vaccines are totally different. It's a different approach. So you remember, we go one by one here with the different, what we call, technology platforms for vaccine development. So I was speaking about the live vaccines. Now we call on the next one, that is the kill vaccine technology. What do we do? And this is not specific to poultry. I mean, we've got human vaccines as well. These kill vaccines usually use the full microorganism. Not pretty common here in India. Other countries, it could be the Newcastle, more popular virus known here within the poultry industry. It could be the IBD, infection localistis. Infection localistis, it's a big one in India, for sure. And all these microorganisms, as we can see, they have a step of what we call inactivation. So this is what we see here. I mean, we show here more a bacteria, but same with the virus. We inactivate them, we kill them. That means that we have the whole virus or the whole bacteria shown to the immune system, but usually it doesn't work on its own. You need what we call an adjuvant. So this is what is shown here, adjuvant. And this is another part of it. This is really part of what I call, basic vaccinology. When you have a kill vaccine, what we call an antigen, so you can read it and some of the formula of the vaccines. What is called antigen, like I said, this is really this part that is prepared for immune stimulation. You got the adjuvant, that is an additional content that is not intended to immunity specifically, but it will stimulate the immunity. And this adjuvant is very important. And for poultry, and some of you have seen these inactivated vaccines, most of the time it's an oil immersion. And this is really specific to poultry. If you are familiar with other mammal species, it's not that common to use those oil immersions, but the birds are taking it pretty well, and it stimulates very strongly the immune system. how. I still have a problem with the, no, it's all right. Sorry about that. Okay, so that will be totally different. Remember what I was telling about the live vaccines. So we've got mostly mucosal local immunity, antibodies more locally, somehow, some systemic immunity, but not really long-term and sustained. The inactivated kill vaccine, that's the same, inactivated or killed, will, total opposite, induce a long, sustained seroconversion. And this is interesting, and systemic immunity. This is exactly what we see here. These are really simplified diagrams. Say above my above curve, that is a blue one, it's just what we call prime boost protocol. We've got the live vaccine, and we've got here this Newcastle disease, pretty common, because everybody is vaccinating against Newcastle in India. And we see that when we have a kill vaccine, as compared to the below curve, that is a red one is only live vaccines. When you got a blue above curve, this is here the, can say live plus kill vaccine. So this is really a way to have a sustained, continuous, high-level immunity that will protect here, especially against virus circulation, contact with the Newcastle disease, velogenic one, and in layers, if some of you, I can say, have laying birds, I can say they will also protect against egg drops induced by Newcastle disease virus. And meanwhile, this is what we saw, I can say in the below graph, and meanwhile, this sustained antibody response with protection against challenge. So it was lab challenge here, using a velogenic Newcastle strain. Subunit vaccines, little by little, are making their way to India. I'm not sure that we have plain registration yet for such vaccines, but this is important to anticipate, and this is Innovation Conference. So we have different ways now to, I can say, to better target what is really needed in a microorganism, to simplify the process of production, for example, and even target the immune system, if I can say a better target of the immune system against really a proper protein of a virus or a bacterium, for example. And here's what we call subunit vaccine. So that means, I take an example that, talk about it, even if we don't vaccinate here in India. Even influenza, it's a very good example, and it's really, you can say, explaining that type of technology. You have different antigens on the surface of the virus. One is called hemagglutinin, the H5. Everybody knows about the H5. You've heard about it. This H5 is the main protein, the main antigen, as we call. Use here what we call expression system, a system here to produce this H5 antigen and formulate it with an adjuvant to produce what we call vaccine. It will not be full virus, but will be targeted antigen. And the main advantage, if you do the monitoring by serology, is that you can differentiate the infected birds from the vaccinated birds. The vaccinated birds will show antibodies against H5. The infected birds, infected or vaccinated or not vaccinated, all positive for H5. But we can use another protein for the monitoring, it's for example the NP, and if you have infected birds, vaccinated or not vaccinated, it will be NP positive. If it's vaccinated and infected, you can say, it will be H5 and NP. If it's vaccinated, if it's non-vaccinated and infected, it will be NP. So there is a way really to differentiate infected, vaccinated. The vector vaccine are very interesting, and I would say really, I can say this is the technology. Obviously, this technology is not new. I started specific platform that is here detecting fusion protein, that is really the insert of the vector vaccine. And you can monitor meanwhile using another test. This is what we can see with the NP, same principle as the avian influenza. So you can detect the whole virus. So it could be an infected field infection, for example, but it also could be a live vaccine. Interesting, even not present here in India, but pretty interesting more for the science background. We launched that vaccine in different geographies, especially across Asia. And what is interesting with the laryngotracheitis, this is an herpes virus with different glycoproteins outside. And I would say each vaccine, vector vaccine, has a different insert from different glycoprotein. And what is interesting with this specific virus is that you can monitor strictly, let's say, the vector vaccine with the proper insert. So the proper insert here, for example, in the example I'm providing, is the GD, is one of these, as you can see, glycoproteins. And all these Gs, as you can see on my slide, are, again, more than 12 of them. And this is what we call the ultimate way to say, and we try hard, again, to deliver these kind of technologies with our partners, because here we're working as vaccine producers, developers, and in diagnostic lab kit producers. Together, really, this is a teamwork. And the teamwork is really to help define the genetic markers of these vector vaccines to bring specific monitoring systems to help monitor vaccine take. This is really a breakthrough. When you work with live or kill vaccines, there's no way that you really do that. And this is what we see here, for example, with the ELISA based on GD, so this insert or glycoprotein specific to the vector vaccine. So, I'm almost at the end of this presentation, so I hope you can say you had some understanding of what we try to do, linking vaccine technologies, vaccine development, and what is really required from the field use, and especially what can we do with the tools we have. I mean, the tools we have are diagnostic kits we use in labs for monitoring. We see here that when we have the in vivo presentation of the antigen, we've got here the full inactivated vaccine. It could be, and not very familiar yet here in India with this technology, the reverse genetics. Very short word on that one. Reverse genetics is a way, remember, to take a whole virus and just, even influenza, for example, and just swap some of the genes. It's kind of what I call chimera type. Overall, you can have a full virus presentation, but the backbone of the virus will be a mild, can say, low pathogenic one. So this is really a trick to allow a full virus presentation. And this one, again, we see seroconversion linked to contact with the presented antigen. And these antibodies will be detectable if no disease challenge and imperfectly detected with disease challenge. The big challenge we have with a full virus is that it's very difficult, as worded here, to make the difference between your vaccine take and your infection. And maybe some of you are veterinarians, poultry vets, so they are probably familiar with the art of interpreting the serologies. Most of you rely on what those guys are doing. And overall, believe me, it's not that easy. You need to work with baselines and have a very, very long experience of interpreting those results. The subunit vaccines can say that's really a big advantage because it simplifies the overall interpretation of your serologies. It's a little bit complicated, it's a little bit because you may use two types of ELISA kits, for example, but overall, you may differentiate, again, that's pretty interesting, I can say the vaccinated birds infected or not infected. Remember, if they are infected, you use another test to say this is a full virus presentation. If it's only vaccinated, it will remain. Remember my example with the H5 positive in any case, but no NP, no other test positive. And for the in vivo expression of the antigens, this is interesting here. Remember what I was showing before? The in vivo presentation of the antigens. You just inject, and the immune system is just processing what you inject. So these mostly kill vaccines, subunit vaccines. Everything killed. When we speak about in vivo expression of the antigen, we talked about the viral vectors. Remember, by HVT, for example, it could be another virus, could be fowlpox, for example. There are different platforms. And when we say in vivo expression, they mean that these viruses will replicate, will multiply in the birds. So the poultry, the poultry vector vaccines, are strong replicating viruses. So they are there to replicate and to be a little bit of everyday vaccinators inside the bird. So that's really a very, very powerful way to vaccinate. And it can be used in a hatchery. So that's very interesting because that's really the way, I can say, we've got a breakthrough technology here. And the monitoring is specific because it's just like the subunit, same principle. You've got here one single antigen you can monitor. And I'm giving here, I can say for the very last comment here, I can say some, I would say, tips of what is happening now, I can say among all the technologies. This is becoming wild. We'll have a lot of different platforms. Remember all the COVID. We all suffered from COVID. Remember the RNA vaccines, humans vaccinated with them. And the poultry vaccine technologies, we try to learn, to catch up on everything that was already on the market, especially for humans. So RNA vaccines is one of the approaches for the future. And that will be my conclusive remark here for this Novacon conference. So again, I'm really a fan of your initiative. I can say to focus so much on innovation. This is really the future of the poultry industry. And with that, I just want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Stephen. Already we are running short of time. I think we'll take the questions during the panel discussion. Nicely, Dr. Stephen elaborated the vaccination strategies and also the significance of serological evaluation after vaccination. Thank you, Dr. Stephen. Thank you so much. Now I invite Mr. T. Srinidhi, Executive Director, Shiv Shakti Agro India Private Limited, to have his talk on turning waste into wealth, circular solutions in poultry farming. Intro, please.
The next speaker for Novacon, Mr. T. Srinidhi. Mr. T. Srinidhi is having over 36 years of experience in the electronics industry, automobile, printing, engineering, boiler, textile, and finally in the poultry industry since 2000 in the areas of breeder, hatchery, broiler, feed mill and processing. Presently working as an executive director for MS Amrit Breeder Farms Private Limited, a Shiv Shakti Agro Group since 2007. He has vast experience in establishing biogas systems using the poultry litter to produce electricity and the byproduct being organic manure. He was the charter president of the Rotary Club of Calcutta, South City Towers. He was also coordinator of the Art of Living Foundation Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Ji from 1994 to 2000. Please, with a round of applause, would you welcome Mr. T. Srinidhi to deliver his speech.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I thank Professor Dr. Prananda Biswas, Chairman, Convener Banipura Tumaiti, Dr. Kaushik and Madanda for giving me this opportunity to share my experience with you with respect to waste management. Friends, as we heard from all the renowned speakers, poultry industry is far ahead in terms of quality, quantity, numbers, exports, everything. But we still lag behind in waste management. We have a lot of scopes and we have very good opportunities to convert our waste into wealth. In my last 20 years of poultry experience, I don't consider waste as waste. It's really a wealth. So we've been doing a lot of activities. I'll share a few of my activities over here. At the outset, I thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Vivek Kumar. He has already set the note, what we are facing, the bird health, biosecurity, and the waste management. Friends, manure is money. All of you know this waste what available from our poultry activities. Basically, I take it into two areas. One is the biodegradable waste and the other one is the solid waste. Biodegradable waste from our broiler farms, breeder farms, layer farms, hatcheries are all the carcass waste, the litter, the solid waste in the hatchery and the water waste in the hatchery. The processing house and retail, we have the waste of the birds, parts, feathers, blood, skin, and intestine, etc. This already care is being taken and it is being rendered and it's been taken care of. Of course, feed mill have a little bit of floor sweepings, dust, corn dust, etc. When it comes to solid waste, all of you are aware that central government and the state governments and the municipal departments are already driving us to segregate the waste even from our house, which we are all already started or we have been forced to start. Same way, my personal suggestion to all of you, please focus on waste management to segregate at the source so that we can separate the waste and get better realization for this. So these, what are the wastes available, all of you are very well aware. I'll proceed to the next slide. And as Mr. Vivek Kumar told, we are at East India, especially in West Bengal and other states, we are having huge problems. Basically, our broiler mortalities are beyond 12% on an average. And we have frequent disease outbreaks. If you ask any broiler manager, he will say, March, this problem will come. June, this problem will come. So we are continuously having problems after problems every once in 3 months. Be it liver issues or kidney issues or whatever mixed infection. So until and otherwise, we take care of our waste, we will not be able to come out of this. And the likely reasons are purely negligence of waste, improper disposal, dead bird disposal, litter disposal, and biosecurity, whatever we are having. Honestly, we are having for the sake of it. We are not really having to the core of it. We have to work on this as well. And day by day, industry is growing, farms are growing, and density is also growing. So with added to this, last couple of years, we have been seeing high fluctuation in temperatures, high fluctuation in the weather. This also adds issues to the birds. And last, we all have to accept, we have the pressure of placements. The farmer is at ease to take his own wish and will, which we need to focus and avoid it. So presently, we are disposing our waste in simpler forms like mortality pits, or burying, or throwing away to the nearby areas, or dumping it elsewhere. All this really creates big problem in terms of disease spread, in terms of soil contamination, in terms of water contaminations. So we have to work on this, and certain areas people burn this. This is again giving a lot of bad odor and air pollution. So friends, now high time we have to focus on taking care of all these types of waste. I'm not going into detail because all of you are very much aware because I'm addressing a poultry crowd. Now, these are the issues when we openly throw our waste or dispose without treating. Carcass and other biological waste have high microbial pathogens which dispose openly as huge hazards. It has huge health risks because all the dogs, flies, rodents spread and transmit the diseases. Seepage pollutes the soil and the water. Security hazards results in high cost of production and flock health and results in poor efficiency. Rampant spread of diseases. Fly and other insect menace is a very big issue affecting our human as well as animal population in and around. And we have huge environment impacts as well for the air and water. This results in waste of our hard work, time, labor. And as the keynote speaker was saying that already issues have started by people are aware about what the issues from the poultry. Today they have a lot of media through which contacts spread fastly, and in and around the farms and other operational areas, we have issues of protests in terms of farms which are not properly done. Even wherever new farms are being constructed, farmers are not accepting to construct poultry farms. So to come out of all this, already regulation compliances also has been started. If you see in the health department and the pollution control department, they have been insisting to follow certain mandatories, and further new compliances are supposed to come. So, of course, there are areas where we need to create awareness to the people, lack of cost effectiveness in implementing these managements, and its investment also is slightly high. So, now a lot of result-oriented technology has come in the last 4 or 5 years, and people have started following it. Friends, waste is really wealth. Waste is money. It is not waste, it's a resource. And our poultry waste has got highest nutrition for enriching the soil. The report what you see is from the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, where the poultry waste has got highest nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, which will enrich our soil if properly treated and disposed, and it can be sold as organic manure as well, which we are going to see in the coming slides. The opportunities what we have. Poultry waste can be converted using various biological, biochemical, physical and thermal methods. The choice purely depends on us based on the type of waste, scale of operation and desired end product what we are looking at. Organic fertilizer and soil amendment, poultry litter manure are rich in nutrient. Proper composting, drying transform this into high quality saleable organic fertilizer and it gets paid. Aerobic digestion, through which we can convert it into methane gas and convert into energy for our bigger size farms, or we can supply it to the grid, which already various companies are doing in and around the country. There are new continuous composters, wherein which you dump your bird in one end, after 7 or 8 days on the other end, the organic litter comes out. I'll show you a few of this in my further slides. And anaerobic reactor technology is also used by certain farmers, wherein which the smaller farmers' mortality birds or hatchery wastewater is being properly treated, and the wastewater is being used for agriculture purpose. Composting manure is aerobically decomposed into stable compound with high temperatures. It kills harmful pathogens. It results in compost which is very light, less smelly and easier for the agriculture used in their fields. Rendering and feather conversion, poultry feathers has high keratin and offal. This can be hydrolyzed to treat enzymes to produce protein-rich feed additives, which already the few companies have started on this. Poultry processing waste as well hatchery waste can be converted into feed additive for poultry and pet feed through rendering, which bigger processing plants have already started, but all the hatcheries and other areas also need to look at this. Poultry processing waste also can be converted into blood meal, feather meal, which are rich in high proteins, and biodegradable materials such as bioplastics, which reduce the environmental impact of plastic waste. Chicken feathers are also used in manufacturing of shuttlecocks for the last over 4 decades. A new recent is the black soldier fly larvae, which consumes this waste manure and it kills the pathogens and it turns into nutrient protein rich insect biomass for the poultry and the fish, which already has been implemented in various states for the past couple of years. Value added fuel. The poultry waste can be converted into briquettes and it can be used in poultry and other places. Vermicomposting is a very old technology where small stakeholder farmers are doing through worms. This is also an opportunity. The benefits of waste management. It is an insurance to us. To come out of the current scenarios of mortalities and the issues we have, it is an insurance to us. It enhances our biosecurity. Compared to the biosecurity measures what we have, this will be a real biosecurity. Economic benefits will be lower waste management costs, create new avenues for the revenues, reduces groundwater pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and it helps in enhancing the environmental protection. It moves towards circular biosecurity where nothing is wasted and every output becomes an input to another process, which enhances the sustainability. Compost manure increases organic matter and microbial activity in soil and it enhances soil health, and thereby once we start using this, the chemical fertilizers would come down. Selling surplus fertilizer or larvae-based food creates new income avenues to the poultry industry. Reduced pollution and greenhouse gases converts methane-producing waste into renewable energy, reducing environmental impact. Farmers can reduce their expenses by generating their own energy and producing their own organic fertilizer. I am just about to share our experience, what in the last 5 years we have been having. The company where I am working, we are having breeder operations. We started with the normal open house operations, then we were forced to go for environmental control houses because of the weather, the fly issues and other local problems. So all our houses are environmentally controlled houses. So once we did that, the fly problem was over. Then how to overcome and dispose this litter? So that's how we went into biogas operations. We started our first operation in the year 2020. And initially, first 6 months, we had a lot of teething problems and troubles, but we have overcome that very successfully. And we are producing biogas, which converts into electricity, and it also gives us organic manure. So the capacities what we have is around 500 cubic meters, and it's for a bird capacity of 50,000 birds. The problem what we have in the poultry litter is basically heavy shell grits and as well as the very light material of the feathers. So this particular system what we are having takes care of both these issues, which you will see in my subsequent slides. And the organic manure is in the form of both liquid and powder, which we are selling it off. So the process is like this. We collect the litter through conveyor belts. It falls in the collection tank, where water addition is made 1:1.5, and it's homogeneously mixed with the agitator, and the overflow of this falls to your next tank. Why overflow? Because all the sediments, heavy particles, like your shell grits, get accumulated in the bottom of the tank, and then the slurry is pumped to a sedimentation tank, wherein which again further sedimentation of the heavy materials as well as the light feathers will float on the top, and the slurry goes to a next tank where it is treated with air to remove the ammonia because of the high nitrogen concentration, and the ammonia-free slurry is pumped into the digester. When you start the initial operation of this, minimum it takes 50 to 60 days for the digester to get filled, which means the process is 50 to 60 days, so that whatever you input today, it comes after 50 to 60 days. So the material, the slurry what you are giving is fully digested, and whatever after the 50th or 60th day, depending on the capacity, whatever you give input, that much will come as output and fall in a slurry tank. And that slurry we keep on agitating, and then from there we pump it to a screw press where the powder, the dry manure, of course it has a bit of moisture, So we take it out, we sun dry it, and then from there we sell it in, to farmers. Initially it was very difficult, we were giving it free of cost, but seeing the performance, now we are able to sell at 3 rupees 50 paise per kg. And we have other side is the liquid manure. It was very big headache for this. Initially we were transporting this liquid to all the nearby farmers and giving it free of cost. Farmers have seen this benefit. Now farmers themselves come and book with us and take in queues. Now initially we were spending almost around 2,000 rupees per truck to an average of 8,000 liters. But today they are taken free of cost. When we started this project, when I went to Maharashtra and saw similar projects, those time 5 years before, farmers were selling at 30 paise per liter. So this is an opportunity, and I am also confident in the coming years we will also able to sell this liquid as well. Now coming back, the methane gas produced is a raw gas which has got both sulfur and carbon dioxide contents, which definitely will not be a good one to our engines. So we remove this through a process, and then from there the gas is stored in clean gas balloons, and it's then blown to the generators. The generators produce the power. Being environmental control houses, the power consumption is almost double compared to the open houses. I am talking breeder perspective, broiler breeder perspective in our experience. Normally if you see, it is around 18 to 20 paise per egg in an open house. Whereas in an environmental control house, it's almost double, it's around 40 paise per egg. But this particular biogas, we are able to produce on average around 500 to 600 units every day, and it takes care of almost 60 to 70% of our power needs. So meaning to say, we save similar 18 to 20 paise per egg. So the power cost is almost similar to the open house. So these are the benefits we have been seeing for the last 5 years. Initially we started for one farm, now all our 4 layer farms we have this. Seeing us, many of the farmers, these farms are in Tamil Nadu, in Udmalpet. Almost till now more than 20 farmers have already gone in for this biogas. These are few pictures. The top left one is the collection tank from the shed. The next one is the slurry. The tall metal tank is the sedimentation tank, and you can see the digester. It's a total solid steel digester. And these are the separators where we remove sulfur and carbon dioxide. On the top you see the balloons. There are 2 types in different forms. We have vertical balloons as well as the horizontal balloons, and those are the blowers on your right hand side. So the 2 tanks on the top one is the slurry tank, the other one is separator tank, the liquid manure tank. On the right hand side what you see is the screw press, and the material which falls out of the screw press is sun dried and packed for sale. This is another farm, top view of another farm. The bottom what you see is the generator room and the balloon rooms. On a synopsis, how do we work on this? On a normal, a bird generates around 100 to 120 grams of litter per day. 1 ton of fresh litter can generate 100 cubic meters of biogas. 1 cubic meter of biogas will generate around 1 kilowatt hour power. 1 bird generates around 250 ml of liquid manure and 30 grams of solid manure. For average of 50,000 birds, if you go for a 5 ton or 500 m³ project, we require around 5,000 square feet on thumb rule. Basically, 60% of will be on a constructed area. Out of that, 2 will be sheds. One is for the covered balloons and generator, and the other one is for the balloons, and the other one for the generator room. Balance everything is all RCC tanks. Operation maintenance cost, mainly the operational maintenance cost is only the maintenance of the generators, like what you maintain all your diesel generators. These engines are also need to be periodically serviced. That cost maximum comes to around 1 rupee 25 paise compared to our electricity board cost of 10 rupee 10 paise per unit. So the balance around 9 rupees is a saving for us. And manpower required is only one unskilled manpower. We can train them and he can operate it. And of course, every day for packing of this litter and removing the waste, 2 laborers evening in the same who are working in the farm can work for a couple of hours to do that as well. So there is not required to take any permission or for this and this comes under the green category of the Pollution Control Board norms. The investment for this 500 m3 what we have done comes to around 125 lakhs, and Government of India under MNRA scheme gives a subsidy, and we got around 25 lakhs. The total cost of the project was around 100 lakhs. The biogas generation at the rate of what we have seen over the years, we are getting a revenue of around 20 lakhs in terms of power. Dry organic manure and liquid slurry manure, we are getting around 5 lakhs. Friends, all of you are aware, fly control is the biggest problem. So before this environmental control house and biogas, we used to spend every batch around 15 to 18 to 20 lakhs. So that is again a hidden saving. In net, if you see, ROI would be around 4 to 5 years. But again, to me, as a management thing in operation, for me the ROI starts from day one, because you are free of headaches, you are free of problems, you have time to focus on your performance. So you are free from flies, you can focus on bird management, electricity generation is done, and added to this, every farm has a minimum of 40 people staying over there in terms of staff and standard of workers, etc. Earlier we used to give them gas cylinders. Now we have established from this biogas pipelines to their house. So they get piped gas lines, gas for cooking. And then we sell powder, organic manure, liquid organic manure, and it helps in environmental protection. And of course, I forgot to add here, the mortality birds also can be disposed in the same system. You just have to grind it and put it inside. This is a certificate from the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University where giving our manure, and we have tested, and they have proved that it is good to use for the which will enrich the soil which has got NPK, good potential of NPK. Take home from my point of view, I request everybody to consider who are all having bigger breeder or layer farms to go for biogas. It will be a total solution for you. Even the farmers, layer farmers, we have huge sum of layer farmers. We are having open house, breeder farmers open house. You can also convert your, after every batch, the mud floor to a cement floor where you can collect your slurry, and that can be pumped to your biogas. And mortality birds in bigger farms, you can go for continuous composter. I'll show you a picture about this composter. And then small farmers can go for bioseptic tank type aerobic reactors, which are very cheap. Instead of constructing a mortality pit, this is much cheaper. And then hatchery liquid waste can go for the same way with anaerobic reactors. And hatchery waste and the bigger hatcheries can think of going in for rendering plant as well. And a lot of new technologies been coming, all of you would have seen in the last 3-4 years in all the poultry fairs, etc., with aerobic composters, organic digesters, which are having using thermophilic bacteria. There are litter drying systems which has come, few of our companies have imported also, the erections are going on down south. And this can be converted into pellets to use both in agriculture and as well as for burning. Biodegradation. This is an example of a continuous composter. I'm not pushing any company here. I'm just sharing what I have seen and discussed. This already is there in the market for the last 4 years. I've spoken to 2 of big farmers, who is a 7 lakh layer farmer. He is having 8 machines. There is a big breeder farmer. Both of them are from Karnataka. He is using 8 machines. They are all very happy. In fact, I am about to order 1 machine for my brooding and growing house. This is from a Karnataka-based company. This I saw recently in Hyderabad. They are using a thermophilic bacterial decomposing waste. Few of poultry companies, including Venkateswara Hatchery, started using in their hatchery and breeder premises. This is also an opportunity. But there are many. I'm just sharing few of the things which I have seen. Friends, finally, to conclude, waste is wealth. It's worth to act immediately. Your manure is money. Your trash is treasure. droppings are dollars, feathers are fortunes. Environment challenges can be converted into economic opportunities. Your excellent way to loop waste to wealth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Srinithi. Indeed, very valuable insights on circular economy, how to convert the waste into worth or wealth. Thank you so much. And now we'll continue with the session till panel discussion. And in the next, I would like to invite Dr. P.S. Mahesh, who is Joint Director Director, Center of Excellence for Animal Husbandry, Government of India. He is a vibrant speaker, he is a good orator, and at the same time he can give new insights to you. Nowadays the dilemma is marketing in poultry sector, particularly of poultry and poultry products. The weakness, how it can be converted into your strength, let us listen it from Dr. P.S. Mahesh. Intro, please.
The next speaker for Novacon is Dr. Mahesh Subhash Patlapati. Dr. Mahesh Subhash Patlapati hails from Chitradurga, graduated in Bengaluru as postgraduate in veterinary virology, management graduate from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Worked in various capacities in private sector, autonomous institutions, state and central animal husbandry sectors of India. Dr. Mahesh is an advisory member to various veterinary universities of Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka. Expert member of various committees, Bureau of Indian Standards, FAD 18, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, Agricultural Skill Council of India, and Institution of Veterinarians of Poultry Industry. Presently serving as Joint Commissioner and Director of Center of Excellence for Animal Husbandry, Government of India, a premier academy for animal husbandry in India since 1st April 2023. Dr. Mahesh has received various awards on national and international repute and conducts podcasts of heroes of animal husbandry sector at SIA Bengaluru Academy. Please, with a round of applause, would you welcome Dr. Mahesh Subhash Patlapati to deliver his speech.
Thank you. Namaste, Kolkata. I don't know Bengali में क्या बोलना है. Namaste, Namaskar, Namaskar, Kolkata. Thank you so much. I think energy थोड़ा हाल में कम है. थोड़ा आप मोबाइल बाजू में रख दीजिए. थोड़ा मोबाइल बाजू में रखिए. अभी ये टाइटल पढ़ी है. सर ने तो मेरे को इंट्रोड्यूस किया दैट मार्केटिंग वर्सेस क्या करना है. मार्केटिंग नहीं करूँगा मैं. पीछे दी whole idea of our dynamic dimension of you have no control or you are controlling now. I know that now whatever is happening in the industry, you are tweaking it. Tweaking ज़्यादा दिन नहीं चलेगा. वजन बढ़ाओ, वजन घटाओ, नहीं तो वजन कम बेचना है, ज़्यादा बेचना है. वो डिबेट में चलने से आपका मार्केटिंग नहीं बनेगा. मार्केटिंग तब बनेगा, तब आप बोलना है भैया आलू पूरी. मतलब क्या है? In India only we are eating carb with carb. In India only, please observe, carb with carb. But in all other countries, carb with protein or protein with protein. वो हमारा पहला मंत्र होना चाहिए. We have to move away from only carbs to protein mission. Mission for protein for life. ये जारी होना चाहिए. So, this is a statement I think I got the attention of the audience in the hall. Let me drive you through the presentation agenda. The agenda is very simple. मैं कौन हूँ, भारत कैसा है, भारत का एनिमल हस्बेंड्री सेक्टर कैसा है, पोल्ट्री कैसा है, हमारा रोलर कोस्टर कैसा बनता है, ऊपर नीचे. इधर मदन मैती को जानता है, हमारा शालीमार मैत्री भी जानता है कैसे हम लोग रोलर कोस्टर राइड करता है. Arindam also knows that how difficult it is to set up an entrepreneurship or a startup. Then comes the leaders. लीडर कौन कौन है, उनको हम फॉलो कर सकते, कैसे करेंगे? अगर इतना प्रॉब्लम तो दिखाती है तो लीडर तो दिखाना पड़ेगा. Finally, technology to focus. Today, India is in the cusp of producing 2 nanometer chips. हम सोचते थे केवल TSMC कर सकते. इस हाल में raise the hands who knows TSMC. Please raise your hands who knows the company TSMC. देखो ये 1-2 मिल रहे मेरे को. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company from South Korea. छोटा सा कंट्री है, आधा वेस्ट बंगाल होगा. Ruling the world. Why? They decided to produce for the world the chips of 2 nanometers, which are used in your Samsung, your iPhone, etc., etc., etc. So India is now catching up with that trend. We are the nation of the technology today. Finally, जो है वो हासिल करेगा. इधर मेरा दोस्त लोग पुंजा जी और नलापा बैठा है. जोश में काम करता है वो लोग. Passion takes you places. So this is me receiving my MBA from the richest person of India. 9.5 lakh crore, 10 lakh crore का वर्थ है. जिन्होंने भी मेरे को हैंडशेक किया है, इंक्लूडिंग वसंत कुमार जी, उनका एनर्जी बढ़ गया आज 10 लाख करोड़ का. सो सब लोग वसंत कुमार का हैंडशेक करिए. 3 बार हैंडशेक किया हूं सुबह से. वो एनर्जी उनका हाथ में पहुंच रही है अभी 10 लाख करोड़ का. ये मैं अमेरिका में जाके भाषण दिया था यूएसडी का इन्विटेशन में, भारत के बारे में. भारत का कितना जोश से हमारा एनिमल हस्बेंड्री सेक्टर जा रहे हैं. जो भी कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स एंड प्रोफेसर्स हियर, वी हैव टू स्पीक अबाउट आवर सेक्टर. बजाना है बैंड. हमको क्या होता है कॉलेज में, केवल ओटीसी, बेलामिल, सीपीएम ऐसा हो जाते हैं हम लोग. नहीं, आज हम बदलना है. हमारा इंडस्ट्री को ऊपर से बोलना है. जितना बड़ा है विश्व बंगला कन्वेंशन सेंटर का, ऊपर से जाके बोलना है, भैया हमारा सेक्टर 20 लाख करोड़ का है एनिमल हस्बेंड्री. If I convert that, $200 billion, my dear friends. 200 unicorns are in animal husbandry sector. Poultry is TCS of livestock. Poultry जो हमारा है, टाटा कंसल्टेंसी का इक्वलेंट है. 3 लाख करोड़ का मालिक है हम लोग. लगभग 6 मिलियन लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट दे रहे हैं. ये सब हम बोलना पड़ेगा. ये मैं जाके यूरोप में भाषण दिया था. फॉर 140 कंट्रीज वी हैव यूरोप. उधर भी ऐसे ही है. सब हमारा जैसा जाके बाहर बोलना पड़ेगा. वी हैव टू टॉक मोर. पीपल इन जर्मनी आर कमिंग इनटू बैंगलोर. डू यू नो व्हाई? They want to sell pork. Whoever went to Berlin, be careful in any buffet. The bakery product जैसे जो दिखता है वो pork है. गलती से भी मफिन करके हाथ मत लगाइए. इतना सुंदर buffet में लगाता है German people. They produce 3 times the quantity they require in their country. This was my role as a drought assessment leader, central team leader for drought assessment in Karnataka. Why I am showcasing is, as a veterinarian, I am feeling proud and lucky, blessed by Shukla sir, etc., where I have a lot of roles to play. 7 collectors were with me for 3 days. मेरे को 3 दिन का जैसा CM बन गया था मैं. 21 vehicle caravan. You can see this is Belgaum collector showing me the drought assessment. Roles are different for a veterinarian and an entrepreneur today. So this is my role. I'm a freelance speaker. You can type my name, Dr. Mahesh PS, in YouTube. You can watch me in various forms. अभी मैं डिग्री नहीं ले रहा हूँ. 3 डिग्री ले लिया, डिग्री दे रहा हूँ. ये बिजनेस स्कूल बेंगलोर में जाके डिग्री देने का काम कर रहा हूँ. ये मेरा फैमिली है. लगभग 100 एम्प्लॉइज परमानेंट, 200 एम्प्लॉइज ऑफ आउटसोर्सिंग, 300 का ग्रुप में लीड कर रहा हूँ. आप सबको निमंत्रण है. 646 एकड़ इज आवर प्रॉपर्टी, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का. एंड उसका कैसे है सर? देखिए, फैसिलिटी ऐसा होना चाहिए जैसा विश्व बंगला कन्वेंशन सेंटर है. हम भारत सरकार में ऐसा एक ट्रेनिंग फैसिलिटी बना के रखा है. दिस शुड बी बेटर देन एनी IAS academy, IPS academy. Why can't we at the forefront? I would welcome all the audience here who is watching online. Please visit Hasargata facility. So now I am shifting gear. Sir, आपने तो बोल दिया एनिमल हस्बेंड्री सेक्टर इतना अच्छा है. What is India today? What these numbers? Today India is 400 lakh crore, $4.2 trillion. Agriculture is 15%. 60 lakh crores. But where are we? We are 31% of the agriculture. That means we are almost 20 lakh crore. हम पोल्ट्री का मालिक है, इधर डेयरी का भी सुनना पड़ेगा, बड़े बड़े भाई और बड़े सिस्टर का साइज कितना है सर? 15 लाख करोड़, हमसे 5 गुना. वो कैसे एडवर्टाइजमेंट करता है? यस्टरडे आपने देखा होगा अमूल का फुल पेज थैंकिंग ऑनरेबल मोदी जी, फुल पेज. मैं आता हूं उदय और जो भी लीडर्स इधर बैठा है उनको मैं बार बार बोलता हूं कैसे आप कैंपेन करना है. इधर देखिए पोल्ट्री इज 3 लाख करोड़. व्हाट इज अवर टारगेट नाउ? टारगेट इज $1 ट्रिलियन. भारत जो अभी $4 ट्रिलियन है, उसका 1/4 in 2047 will be contributed from animal husbandry sector. We are in a now a jet engine जैसा काम करना पड़ेगा, जोर पकड़ना पड़ेगा. Then only we will be able to balance the sector. ये देखिए, how is that our states are doing? This is Government of India data from Economic Survey. भारत सरकार का बजट है 53 लाख करोड़ for a GDP of 400 lakh crores. Maharashtra is very, very fast growing it. You can see there Maharashtra का GDP है 42 lakh crores, budget is 7 lakh crores. इधर हमारा शुक्ला सर बोलेगा महेश उत्तर प्रदेश का बजट कितना है देखो, 8 लाख करोड़. उत्तर प्रदेश leads 8.5 lakh budget. I was studying about West Bengal. West Bengal 4.5 lakh crore budget, GDP is around 18 lakh crore. West Bengal. Similarly, catch up with Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is becoming like a Detroit of America. Why I am telling all this? This is where our Shalimar, Madan Mehti, everybody has to focus. These are the states which are functioning heavily. Purchasing power is increasing. Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh. ये देखिए सर, पैसा कैसा आता है, पैसा कैसा हम स्पेंड करते हैं, ये थोड़ा पढ़िए. इंडिया का जो जीडीपी आ रहा है, आई कॉल इट अ सप्लाई साइड, 51% इज फ्रॉम सर्विसेज, 24.3% इज फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री, 15.2 is from livestock. But the advantage is, see the words, whoever has done MBA will understand, private consumption. ज़्यादा बड़ी बात नहीं है. मैं जो प्रोड्यूस करता हूँ नल्लाप्पा खरीदेगा, नल्लाप्पा जो प्रोड्यूस करता है पुंजा जी खरीदेगा. इसलिए भारत प्रोटेक्टेड है. जो भी होने दीजिए, प्राइवेट कंजम्पशन इज 61.5. वी आर नॉट डिपेंडिंग ऑन एक्सपोर्ट. एक्सपोर्ट चाहिए, but we are a well protected economy because our private consumption is 61.5. Government expenditure, including all the budgets, only 10%. Last one क्या है? Gross fixed capital, which is saving. मैं सुबह बोल रहा था, हमारा कल्चर ही सेविंग है. 30% जनरली वी सेव. 100 रुपए कमाने से 30 रुपीज माँ जी भी सेव करते थे. दिस इज व्हाट इज मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट इज 30%. नाउ कम्स, we have to show this slide to everybody, because agriculture is this year is growing only 3.1% or 4% max. 6.1% is our livestock growth on an average. Poultry may be around 10%. See the fisheries, which is going fantastically well. Now this is the document straight print from Economic Survey. See where is the pedestal of animal husbandry. ये सब सबको बताइए भैया. अच्छे दिन आ गया, हमारा दिन भी आ गया. देखो भैया, animal husbandry is at the pedestal of highest, whichever is the state. The focus is, जैसे सर ने बता रहा था, 800 crore investment. Watch it there. Supporting entrepreneurship for setting up veterinary colleges like National Livestock Mission. This is the budget announcement. उधर से मैं शिफ्ट हो रहा हूं. ये सैटेलाइट क्यों पढ़ना है सर? देखिए, दिस इज ए लाइट रडार मैप. सैटेलाइट जो नाइट में लेता है, उसमें क्या दिख रहा है? ऊपर का दिल्ली है, सेंटर वाला मुंबई है, नीचे वाला पूना है. 10 साल के बाद वो येलो पार्ट इज एक्सपेंडिंग सो मच. दैट इज योर अपॉर्चुनिटी. दैट इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर अ प्रोटीन सेक्टर, पोल्ट्री, वेदर इट इज दूध, मिल्क, अंडा. Cities are growing. 70% of our consumption of chicken is happening in 7 or 8 cities. Please focus, startups. डिमांड ड्राइव करो. ये कलकत्ता आपका देखिए, 10 साल का पहले कैसा था, अभी कैसा है. सो दीज आर द एरियाज यू नीड टू फोकस. नाउ आई एम कमिंग इनटू पीपल हु आर डूइंग टेक ड्रिवन. Bangalore has become a hub of Shanghai, hub of San Francisco. Those of you who have not studied, please study GCC, Global Capability Centers.
मतलब क्या है? Google company can set up a place in Bangalore. It is like you can get salaries in dollars. It is country inside the country. So these are happening in Bangalore. And see the Gen AI startups. Today in this hall, everybody uses ChatGPT. I was searching in the morning when I came for a walk here, what is the capacity of this hall? Immediately I was with a speaker to ChatGPT, I asked, what is the capacity? Immediately it said 3,500 seats. So that means technology is so very much regenerative. You have got large language models built in India. This is what we should focus. So now comes for your thought. I'm taking a pause. Think about poultry companies. 25,000 crore, 15,000 crore, 10,000 crore. But where are our advertisements? And see the numbers of the dairy. They're not very, very big when you come to private corporations, private companies. Corporate world is very huge. Amul is 90,000 crores. Karnataka Milk Federation, which is number 2, which is 30,000 crores. Hudson Agro. I call always, he is the Nestle of India. How many of you know the Nestle name? Henry Nestle in 1888 started in a cycle in Switzerland. Today is operating in 160 countries with $152 billion. साइकिल में शुरुआत किया था, नल्लापा भी साइकिल में शुरुआत किया था. ये आदमी Chandramogan is from Chennai. He started in cycle, today is doing a turnover of 8,650 crores. How is their advertisement? Go to any airport, you will find Arun Ice Cream, Ibaco, etc., etc., etc. My request to the poultry companies is please compete with dairy sector. Please go out, drive the demand. Heritage everybody knows, Parag Dairy, Bhagyalakshmi Dairy Farm, 3,500 cows, oh my God, one person managing 3,500 cows, precision farming. The milk is sold at 200 rupees a litre to the luminaries of Mumbai. When they can do it, why can't we drive the demand? This is our numbers, courtesy to Harshakumar Shetty. See the numbers here. Those of you want, take a picture. See, total layer population in the country as of now is around 52 crores, that is 520 millions. The problem is not the production, problem is the caution. The caution is 5 rupees to 8 rupees. Today cost of production is 520, 530. How would I survive if it goes below 5? But now this year the prices were very good, people are enjoying, but taking an average of 10 years, it will be very difficult. See the numbers of the broiler. Every day, 1.5 crore broilers are placed. 30 crore eggs are produced. The issue is how to tweak the supply we know, but how to tweak the demand. How do we really predict the demand? Using technology, using AI. How can you work out? The problem is, again, cautioning. I was discussing with Vasant Kumar ji. Vasant Kumar ji said, sir, 7 months we have lost money. 3 months we are pumping up, but 3 months cannot match to 7 months. But go underline the real meaning of the numbers, see that predictable demand is driven. Coming to the total population, breeders, 5.5 crore breeders. Can we really have such huge population, or do we demand it? Or, okay sir, 5.5 crore is required, how do I manage the supply chain? So these are the numbers we should remember. Now comes the 70% of our sector. 70% of our sector, what is that? Feed. So almost 60 million metric tons is the total feed produced in India, 40 million metric tons is poultry requirement. Poultry requirement is 40 million metric tons. Where are we prepared for the growth? If you want to grow 10%, 5%, 6%, have you factored corn? Corn productivity in US is 12 tons per hectare. In India, 4 tons per hectare. So how do we match? Even though the irrigation can produce 10 tons per hectare, please prepare your back-end verticals. That is the need of the hour. See the projections. You will get a shock. विकसित भारत होना है तो मेज का रिक्वायरमेंट कितना चाहिए देखिए 144 million metric tons. Where are we now? 40. That means almost 4 times we need to grow in maize. Soya, we require 72. How do we, sorry, 26. Where are we right now? Around 7.5. Almost 4 times here. Have you thought over this? Please think about your kitchen before inviting the guests. We are inviting so many guests without preparing a kitchen. Prepare a kitchen for your requirement. Now comes the game of driving demand. How do I do it? What is consumer asking? Consumer wants transparency. Morning ACS sir was telling, when I put up my egg into my plate, I question, where is the egg coming from? Is Dinesh supplying egg? Dinesh, जो media gentleman is sitting in the front, he will want, sir, transparency कैसा है? Sir ने FSS से represent कर रहा है. FSS is proactive. Tomorrow the rule will come. Whatever we eat, drink, we should be having a proactive method. Sir, government क्या कर रहा है? Government देखिए ना क्या कर दिया? National Digital Livestock Mission. भैया जागरूक रहो. सारा फार्म्स इसमें आ जाएगा NDLM में. अभी पूरा गाय, देश का गाय जितना ही 30 करोड़ गाय है पूरा रजिस्टर हो गया. जब गाय हो गए तो मुर्गी होना मुश्किल नहीं है. And we have Bharat Pashudan app. Technology can drive everybody. India is the only country where we have 1.4 billion Aadhars. That is the base. So tomorrow Aadhar driven registration हो गया तो क्या करेंगे आप लोग? करना पड़ेगा. Be transparent, come open. Tell how many parents you have, tell how many broilers you have, tell how many layers you have for a mutual exchange. Don't be siloed. Don't be siloed. In America, shifting from one county to other county, you require a transit permit. But we don't know our own numbers. Unless you know your numbers perfectly, you'll not be able to help each other. Please be open, please be transparent. You can see there, blockchain technology, our Nandus, Naren and Naveen has implemented in Bangalore. They have now EBITDA positive. So that means please gear up for that. But what are the challenges for you? You require common standards. There cannot be standards one for West Bengal. There cannot be standard one for Karnataka, etc. पूरी इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी बोलता है. नो चिंता मत करो, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी तो अभी आ रहा है. What is that you need to adapt? This slide is very important. Start shifting to precision farming. I have got one gentleman in Bangalore who has developed a AI camera which floats on your farm, picks up a picture, gives you a body weight. So can you not think, young gentlemen sitting in this hall, in our universities, please do discovery of predictable model for disease, predictable model for eye color, body weight, egg color, egg shell thickness. So you can do all this in the coming year. So now, strategic outcome. How can you do? If you have a constraint, go for diversification and hedging, inventory management. You can go for pricing model, cluster integration, etc. So now this is another interesting slide, courtesy Dr. Narahari. You can see here, this is the status today. 90% of the broilers we are comfortably doing stable dominance because consumer wants fresh meat, but that is changing. 10% of the broilers are going into hygiene because consumer wants hygiene, QSR, online startups, etc. Egg grading is not to be seen. Please start grading your eggs. Consumer will definitely expect. That's why I put it as gradual growth is a driver. Liquid eggs तो दूध की बात है, दूर की बात है. मेरा ड्रीम है, जैसे शैम्पू का सैशे है, ऐसा हम पॉकेट में अंडा को पकड़ के जाना. This is for the challenge for the Shalimar, the mighty who is sitting here. Another challenge is, can you dream of 2 eggs for 10 rupees? Very quality eggs, neatly packed like a Parle G. Yesterday I was doing a research, what is the turnover of Parle G versus Britannia? Any guess? Parle G with one single brand of 5 rupees biscuit does 20,000 crore business. 20,000 crore. Britannia with all that so many does around 20,000 crore. Catch it to go to the rural market, especially in West Bengal, Northeast, etc. If a consumer starts buying 2 eggs in a pocket, and then in Poultry India, there is a statement given, chicken for kitchen, chicken for kitchen. हर घर में, हर गली में chicken देखना तो kitchen for chicken, etc. So you can go for liquid eggs, egg powder, etc. So this is the digital system we have to implement. Today you are having smartphones in your hand. Can you not scan an egg, tell the quality? Can you not scan a meat, tell the age of the meat? So these are the things which gives you confidence to the consumer. Suppose a chicken is opened, I scan it, I tell that chicken is 3 days old. Chicken color is not matching the general parameters. So that is how the consumer will come to more to you. That is what is required to be done. Last, image building. Image building is neglected. दूध वाले तो बहुत image building कर रहे हैं. I represent dairy, I represent poultry, I represent piggery, etc. Even though my 30 years was in poultry, now as a head of Center of Excellence for Animal Husbandry, I am understanding dairy also. For your surprise, one state, Punjab, has revolutionized. आज भी उधर IDF चल रहा है. Progressive Dairy Farmers Association, Daljit Singh, one gentleman has transformed Punjab. Today people from America and Canada are visiting Punjab because the HF cow there is giving 84 liters of milk. 84 liters of milk. And the silage turnover is 3,000 crores. Silage. ये सब हमको पोल्ट्री वालों को शॉक होता है, सर इतना बड़ा हो गया क्या? सच्ची में हो गया. Average production is 22 liters. 22 liters. So coming back, my message to all the association, including Methi ji, Uday ji, Gulati ji, etc., 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 one sector, one voice. This should be your mantra. Consistent ad on the national dailies. Every दिन हर एक Saturday, Sunday, full page अंडा का picture, अंडा का chicken का picture डाल दो, कुछ भी मत बताओ. Mission Protein for Life बताओ. Courtesy West Bengal Poultry Association 1 week, next week, PFI, etc., etc. All should join for the national campaign. Vice Chancellor conclaves are happening. We should drive the kids to get attracted into our smart animal agriculture. People want to practice, no problem. Practice sector is hardly $4 billion. $4 billion money, around 40,000 crore. But why can't you become so attracted for the 20 lakh crores? And what is the opinion makers? Housewife, kids and medical fraternity. जो भी आप बुखार लगते हो, डॉक्टर बोलता है अंडा मत खाओ, चिकन मत खाओ. डॉक्टर को सिखाओ. जैसे अभी ऐसे सर ने बताया, सुबह 2 अंडा रेगुलरली खा के. अभी मेरा स्टेटमेंट दिखाता हूं, मैं क्या कर रहा हूं. ये आपका सोचने की बात है. मैं अभी बता रहा था उदय को, कैन वी नॉट हायर अमिताभ बच्चन फॉर 8 crore or 10 crore or 20 crore, whatever. If you hire him to say दवा मत खाओ, अंडा खाओ, क्या हो जाएगा इंडस्ट्री का? सोचो इंडस्ट्री क्या हो. ये मैं हर एक फोरम में रखा बोला हूं. कैन यू नॉट हैव अ ब्रांड एम्बेसडर लाइक द बिग बी फॉर आवर पोल्ट्री सेक्टर? मेरा कंजम्पशन ये है, सुबह 2 अंडा, शाम को 2 अंडा, इसलिए इतना एनर्जी है. फिर भी मेरे को कितना मिल रहा है? 50% प्रोटीन. सुबह 2 अंडा, शाम को 2 अंडा, हफ्ते में 3 बार मुर्गी, फिर भी मिलेगा 50% प्रोटीन. So how do I guess my protein requirement? Height in centimeter minus 100. For example, Punjaji is now around 190 centimeter. Minus 100 is 90 grams of protein he should consume every day. But हम लोग क्या कर दिया? पूरा North India wheat, South India rice. We become a diabetes capital of the world, carbohydrate centric. But ये सब हम जागना है, जगाना है. Now I am showing you the leaders. Where is Abhay Anjura and Vivek has reached? Earlier they were only online. Now you see, they are also coming into omni-channel. 64 shops across the country they are going. Second, my friend Sean, fresh to home, going into 2 cities, 2 countries, 140 cities. So this is what is required for all of us to emulate. See, now they are telling 30 million orders. I'm just giving you 2 case study for you to understand. They were nothing in 2015. Now they are claiming they are almost getting 80,000+ orders per second. So this is what the achievement of our own youth startups which are happening in India. These are the guys, Abhay Anjura and Vivek. When they came to my room in 2015, their orders per month was only 1.5 per month. Today 3 million orders per month. Same way, Sean is game engineer. And my good friend Naren. Why I am showing this car? मुर्गी में आने से कार जरूर मिलेगा. जो भी watch कर रहे हैं, I think I will tell every student has to be shown this picture. Porsche or Benz or anything. The reason is, you know, all that depreciation, not that they are crazy to buy cars. You will get an IT depreciation. Please understand that also. Not that they are showcasing their wealth. And our poultry people are very, very conservative. Even chai bhi nahi pilayega. But this is the attraction we should sell. Zap Fresh, Captain Fresh. Egos. A company set up by IIT guys, Abhinav, Negi, Abhishek Negi, 4 people, invested very small, started 20,000 layabirds in Bihar, IIT Kharagpur, 396 crore funding, 396 crore funding. जो भी youth watch कर रहे हैं, पैसा बहुत है भैया, idea चाहिए. You have to put up an idea to make into विकसित भारत. 2047 में हम engine पूरा लगा के बनना है तो double engine jet जैसा आप काम करना है. ये आदमी देखिए, differently abled, set up a company called Happy Hen, funding 5 crores. He'll never move out of his Erode or Tamil Nadu. Happy Hens, selling his eggs at 25 rupees. These are the 2 guys, looking very simple. Shashi Kumar, left side, 20 years he worked in US for Wipro. Right side, Kishore Indukuri, 20 years worked with Intel. They have now set up with an investment of 300 crore funding in dairy sector. Their milk is sold at 80 rupees a litre. Operating in only 2 cities, turnover is for 450 crores. 450 crores. Investing only in 2 cities. This is the podcast we run from our academy. Please watch it to understand more heroes are available. Last technology to focus. Whoever is in your children IT, please adapt all this for poultry. Blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, metaverse, drones. This should be your mantra for the future. Passion takes you places. Have passion. I met Pulela Gopichand who trained Sena Nehwal and Sindhu. Be humble like this. Our Madam Sudha Murthy waiting for Terminal 3 for a taxi. She can fly in a jet. So a cloth bag, a simplicity, and she was waiting for a taxi. I took an opportunity to converse and took a picture. This is a precious moment of my life. Even I had a very great honor of being invited with 700 directors of central government with Honorable Prime Minister there. You can closely watch me when I'll share this entire presentation in LinkedIn and to everybody here. You can have it. So this is my mother contributing to the nature. I committed that I should plant 1 lakh trees in my life. 25,000 trees are planted in our Esragata campus. I want you all to commit for at least 1 year, 100 trees you should plant it. And we are now maintaining a trash-free zone. Public road is being maintained. Kindly adopt public road. हम अंदर कितना अच्छा रखते हैं, बाहर भी उतना अच्छा रहना जरूरी है. So you can see here, 8 o'clock I sent a team, trash is picked up, clean roads are maintained. It's a public road. This is my beautiful Hesargata lake. I would invite all of you to come to Hesargata. 15 kilometers of catchment area for water. Greater Hesargata grasslands of 5,000 acres. This is my LinkedIn page. This is our entire community of Hesargata. We started very, very small. Now you see, the community has grown so big. They were all shouting, Jai Hind there. That's why it was a recent picture of January 26. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would want you to become the fish which is flying. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kaushik, who kept me always, from locked in from October. Sir, aap aana hi hai. October se track kar raha tha. Thank you very much for Madan Mehti and entire Bengal community and the fraternity who watching online and
Bharat. So I would like to retain you on the stage. Let me invite 2 other speakers also on the stage. Dr. Stephen, please come on the stage. Mr. Srinithi, is he here? Yeah. A quick panel discussion if you have any questions in your mind, because at that point of time I restricted you to ask question in between the session. It's a time to open the house for questions if you have any questions in your mind about what they said or they explained. So quickly we can have 5 to 6 questions. Anybody? If not, then let me begin with. Dr. Stephen, you explained very well the strategic vaccination policies and also about the serological evaluation thereafter. What do you feel if we consider avian influenza and India as a country? Thank you.
Okay, it's a touchy topic, but I think we have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Of course. I'll remain on the science side, okay?
Yeah.
Because,
Exactly. We need to have the science behind it.
Exactly. So the science is telling you that, I explained that we have a virus. We've got, I can say, one main antigen that is called hemagglutinin. So that means that serological monitoring is possible. When I say serological monitoring, it means anything, vaccinated, non-vaccinated, and so on. So the science is telling that there are ways to monitor by serology avian influenza. So this is, I can say, state of the art. We even can go a little bit more into depth using, for example, say H5, that means specific to a subtype, type of serological monitoring. So this is what the science says today. You can monitor any kind of avian influenza A, or you can be more specific on one, I would say, specific antigen. So this is the monitoring by serology. If we go a little bit, say, a step further, it's possible as well to monitor avian influenza by PCR. We are all familiar with the COVID times, all these tracheal swabs, or I could say, the sinus ones for humans. We've got the same for poultry. So that one is kind of other type of monitoring, and it is detecting directly the virus RNA. That's part of the toolbox for the diagnostics and for the monitoring of avian influenza. These are reference methods that any government on earth has got. We've got guidelines from the WOA, the World Organization of Animal Health, and each country will implement, and say, a surveillance system according to these well-established methods that are used in many countries, by the way, with a lot of success. Final word on the PCR. The PCR will tell you avian influenza, will not tell you highly pathogenic avian influenza. You'll need further sequencing, and this is where the national reference lab, all over the country, will, help monitor, sequence, and classify the virus.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, again, coming to this question further, what kind of vaccine we should use? Because people say we should go for Diva vaccine so as to differentiate between the infected and the vaccinated one. And at the same time, what is your opinion about Bacter vaccine?
Okay. So when you use Diva vaccine, this is part of a registration process. So that means that we've been facing this question, having that question from various governments. So I make it a very general statement. The government say, okay, I need to study the, vaccine suppliers' vaccines. Some of them are showing these so-called differentiating DIVA system feature because, for example, there are subunit vaccines. So it may be a prerequisite from the government, really, to, because I need for my country to do a surveillance plan. I would like some serology to do it. The vector vaccine technology allows this approach because the vector vaccine is showing only one single gene of the avian influenza virus. And this is the H5. There are other H7 and so on. Everything is possible, but it's mostly the H5. And this is the same system. You can differentiate vaccinated birds vaccinated birds infected, that will display antibodies against another protein. Non-infected, that will display only H5 antibodies.
Thank you. Coming to Mr. Srinidhi, in fact, this technology, what you explained, is available with us. What's the problem in adopting it? Because many more farms, they are not adopting this technology. So what are the major problem in adopting this technology apart financial?
So basically, there are 2-3 problems because once the solid litter or the liquid slurry is there, it's very difficult to dispose it off.
Yes.
And so initially we found it very, very difficult. So we engaged a local truck fellow, and then we requested all our known friends, and then we requested them to take. A lot of resistance also. But we as a company, we had our own farm, so we used on our farms. We brought the people to show it there. And then we also burnt our fingers also. Like we didn't know before going to Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, we put the slurry in the coconut trees. The trees started drying off. So then they said that nitrogen is very high, you have to add 50% of water before using it. So with a lot of 6 months of trial and error study, now the local farmers, they started using in tomato, in the maize and various vegetables. They have seen the benefits. So after every crop, what they're doing, they're just putting this liquid and then they're plowing it and using it. So that is one difficulty which you will face. Still we are facing during rainy seasons. That particular 1.5 months is a bit difficult. We are working with a few people. Maybe if you have something you can tell us. Further, how we can separate the dry manure, that also trial is going on. I have spoken to somebody where they are saying that entire solids can be removed. This liquid can be made a concentrated liquid, which can be fixed in 20-liter cans, 30 liters, where further it can be taken to longer places. Because now we have a limitation. We cannot take it to longer places because of the cost factor of it. So there they are saying that we can use it through drip irrigations. So that is happening. It's still in the developing front. These are the major issues, especially to dispose of the wet litter, the slurry is a difficult problem. Otherwise, there is no issues.
So is there any technology to convert this slurry into the solid waste?
Yes, there are technologies.
How much it costs? Whether it is economic?
We have worked out with somebody from Maharashtra. They are saying that like volume what we have is not sufficient to invest in that project. If a collective of farmers in an area are there, then they take that, they can convert it into further value-added fertilizers and they are selling. They have already taken 2 trucks of load from here to Maharashtra to do the trial. So if a cluster of farms already, if many people are coming in, there will be more viable to do it.
How to make visibilities of such projects? Because this is what I feel, traveling across the country, that visibility is not there.
True.
For such projects. How to bring visibility to this?
So only what we can do is we can do real-time videos and circulate in all the media. In fact, we are very happy and proud to say that in and around Udmalpet, where we have our farms, more than 100 companies have seen, and more than 30-40 already is in pipeline, and 20 has already been commissioned. They're going on repeated also. Similarly, farmers from Karnataka also came and saw our farms. So that as of now, it's going that way. And here also in Bengal also 3-4 of farmers have done. Whatever from my end, if you want, I can make a video and share it with, we can put in West Bengal Poultry site also, and or Dr. Magesh can suggest how better we can do this.
I think we can do it with the government also. If we can establish some of the demonstration units in the centers like CAH or in the morning ACS was also saying about it, that he has invested a lot more in the public funding, public sector funding. So can we bring it as one of the demonstration center at different places?
Can, sir, definitely we can.
How much the cost will incur?
Sir, if for example, an average of, for example, government farm is there, they have 30,000 or 50,000 breeder farms. The investment will be around 1.3 to 1.4 crores. And MNRE subsidy will be around 40 lakhs. So net around 1.1 crore will be the investment.
Any small scale project?
Can be done, sir. Even 5,000 small, like in his campus, we can do a 3,000 or 5,000.
How much that will cost? Because people might have been interested to know that.
I can come back by evening, sir. I can speak to, because I don't have a first-hand idea. We should be around few 30, 40 lakhs. Basically, what happens if you go for RCC tanks and those kind of dooms, it will be costlier, it's sturdier. Same thing, instead of a solid metal dome, you can go for balloons also, it's cheaper. So we can work on those kind of, in the digester what I'm talking about. So we can work out on reduced costs as well. I can come back to you by evening, I can speak to the suppliers whether they're given for small farmers of 5,000 breeders or 1 lakh layers. I'll revert back to you on this. I don't have first hand information.
In fact, NDDB has started their project with, I think, 10 cows or so, small scale projects. Yes.
They have good volume, sir. They have, dairy people have already gone for the same
but
methane gas. They are
are-
converting into CNG, sir. That's in the bigger version.
In fact, they are trying to establish these alternate energy resources in the campus of farmers itself.
Okay.
So in the villages, they are funding this.
Thank you, sir.
Coming to Mahesh, what you foresee the poultry sector in Viksit Bharat? Say about in 2047, what we envisage?
Very quickly, sir, I think now we are 90% live birds, probably 50-50. 50% will be processing, 50% will be live birds still. But I think, we have to go for a volume game once it becomes processing and etc. I think protein as a mission, sir, people start consuming more chicken, more milk, more eggs. The future is bright. So I'm very, very optimistic about our sector. I think from 20 lakh crores, we'll be moving into 100 lakh crores. Thank you, sir.
Very ambitious, and I too look for, but how to embrace all these 4 factors, what our Prime Minister envisage? In fact, where we can put in to address all of them, like youth, poorer, farmers, women.
So then, you have to form a, what you call, sir, pyramid kind of thing. For example, you have visited NPDT, and there are like 18,000 women doing wonderful job in Madhya Pradesh. Their chicken are sold in premium because each lady is growing only 300 birds and never gets a dust. Never gets a dust. So they will be holding like this, like a baby. And it's a mission of 18,000 women. That is the bottom of the pyramid. Like milk cooperative sector, we have to go for that. Coming into mid segment, we have to go for more processing. The high segment, high value product. When are we matching Brazil? When are we matching Thailand? When are we matching, other countries where they're importing maize and soya and exporting chicken? So why can't we look at that as a high pyramid and high value product? So as I was dreaming, one day Pepsi should come out with a chips of chicken. Chips of chicken. So potato, I think West Bengal people will curse me.
Yeah.
Potato kidhar jayega?
We are on the way on getting
Thank
it.
you, sir.
Yes, I think within a year or so, we are likely to get across these products. Yeah, thank you very much. And now we come to an end to this panel discussion. I must thank all the panel members for coming over here, giving a nice talk, and also trying to resolve the queries raised by us. Thank you very much. I must thank the organizers, each and every person, especially Maiteji, Sulabh, and Desap, for helping me in conducting this session nicely. Thank you very much. And now hand it over the mic to Dr. De.
हेलो डॉक्टर महेश जी, आप सुन रहे हैं?
Is there any question?
एक हमारा सवाल है कि
Can you please stand up?
एक हम लोग के लिए पॉल्यूशन का जो गाइडलाइन था, छोटे छोटे फार्मर के लिए पहले 50,000 तक हम पॉल्यूशन नहीं लेने पड़ते थे, लेकिन अब वो 5,000 से कर दिया है और उसकी डिस्टेंस समथिंग 500 मीटर ही रखा गया है, जिसके कारण जो छोटे फार्मर हैं उनको काफ़ी तकलीफ़ होती है और वो सर्वाइवल नहीं है, वो पॉल्यूशन ले और फिर 2, 4, 5,000, 10,000 का फॉर्म चलाए। तो जो हमारा स्टूडेंट महेश से हमने बहुत सारी बात सुनी, तो क्या वो गवर्नमेंट के सामने इन बातों को रखेंगे कि जो छोटे फार्मर हैं वो सिमटते जा रहे हैं, उनको जिंदा रखना जरूरी है? तो उसके लिए इस गाइडलाइन के अगेंस्ट में या गाइडलाइन को सुधारने के लिए क्या गवर्नमेंट से हम अपील करेंगे, फेडरेशन हो चाहे डॉक्टर महेश के तरफ से?
If you want to resolve.
I think जैसे मैंने बताया ना अभी, NLM नेशनल लाइव स्टॉक मिशन है, हमारा छोटे छोटे किसानों को भी बहुत हमने फ़ायदेमंद कर रहे हैं। एनिमल हस्बेंड्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड गाइडलाइंस इज ओनली एन इंडिकेशन, इट इज़ नॉट मैंडेटरी। सपोज अब मैं क्या बोलता हूँ ना, हम कर्नाटक में ऐसे बोलते हैं, पहले बेचना सीखो, That means, my chicken, my shop, my price. My egg, my shop, my price. छोटे वाले दुकानों ने, they have done revolution. छोटे छोटे दुकान करते हैं, but back end they produce their product and they sell. The whole idea for a small farmer or an entrepreneur is he should have his own niche product. उसका खुद का छोटा सा product करके आगे बढ़ता है. That is my submission. You can add anything.
Yeah, in fact, he is worried about the new pollution norms. So what can be done? Yes, it can be represented, but it should be represented at a right forum with your logical support. Exactly what are the facts, why you need it, and how it can be done, right? Because in a time to come, these pollution norms will be more and more stringent. As already I talked in the morning, that I am also representing Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. I am chairman to meat and meat product, including poultry. So we are also coming up with the norms. In a time to come, we need to be prepared. Whatever is going to your food table should be safe. Likewise, in pollution norms, in a time to come, will be in the same society. But how we can counter this, how we can recycle our waste, how we can reduce our pollution norms, because there are certain pollution norms. All right? If you are tackling it, I think these things can be overcome. And we can discuss during the lunch hours also, if you want to have some clarity on this issue. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't take much time and stand between you and lunch. Let us quickly felicitate the speakers.
Hello.
May I request
I have
Mr.
one question.
Sanath Sarkar and Mr. Santanu Pal, if you can please come and felicitate. Maybe we can take it during the lunch time. It's already late.
Okay.
So definitely you can talk, no issue. So speaker will be there for throughout the day. May I request our representative to please bring the felicitation to felicitate Dr. Stephen. Can I have a big round of applause, please? May I request the audience if you can please sit for 2 more minutes. Now may I request to please felicitate Mr. T. Srinithi. Now Mr. T. Srinithi. And then to Dr. Mahesh PS. Please have a big round of applause for the speakers. And last but not the least, Dr. P.K. Shukla for moderating the first session very nicely. May I request team to please felicitate Dr. Shukla. Now, we'll take a group photo with the speaker and moderator just for a few. Thank you for your patience. Now we'll break for the lunch. So for all attendants, the lunch has been arranged at the hall number 3, 4, 5 in the ground floor. And for the speaker, VIP and VVIP and the press who are having pass, so they will be having lunch at the hall 2, which is at the level 2. So I will request the organizer or some of the members to please guide the speakers, VIP and the VVIP to hall number 2 at level 2. Good afternoon. We are going to start the second session for the Novacon 2026. To moderate the session, may I request our moderator for the second session, Dr. Arindam Chatterjee. Dr. Arindam Chatterjee is a veterinarian turned management professional with over 2 decades of experiences in animal agriculture, life sciences and biotechnology. A founder consultant at Sonari Consulting and a senior leader in Optima Life Sciences. He specializes in building and scaling businesses at the intersection of strategy, marketing, and technology. A management thinker and a researcher, he closely observes business ecosystem and translates on-ground realities into practical, people-centric management insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Arindam Chatterjee to moderate the second session.
Thank you, Dr. Kaushik, for these wonderful words. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? Good. Hope you had a good lunch. Looks like from Gautam Das words. Okay. So, since morning we have been in this innovation conference, Novacon, and the predominant conflicting priorities keep on guiding our day-to-day operations as well as long-term strategies. If I look at from a poultry entrepreneur's point of view, balancing continuous jugglery between climate priorities and cost is a very, very key parameter to look at any capex in terms of modern housing systems, modern climate. Every farmer wants a perfect climate and also wants a low operating cost, which is like, two sweet dreams to match. And there has to be a balance. So the real challenge is not about
Speech.
Okay. Very good afternoon, everyone. So, how are you today? I think you have a very good lunch. Thank you for Novacon to organize about this seminar. It's a fantastic lunch. I think everyone had a full lunch, but please don't fall in sleep later on.
So before I start my presentation, then to prevent everyone falling asleep, is that okay? Very good, very good. I like your feedback. That's good. Okay, so please continue about this interactive discussion. I would like to have a more discussion. Male, raise your hand, please. Everyone is male? Good, very good. Raise hands. Okay. Who is female? And girl, woman, please raise your hand. Very good. Exercise your hands. My next question, who raised your hands both? No. Okay. It's a good job. Okay. So let's start about my presentation. Okay. Poultry industry. Okay. I think in poultry industry we are very challenging. We face a lot of challenge. Our challenge is not just external challenge, we also face internal challenge on that. So to keep your company survive or continue process, all this topic we can talk further in the future, but today I would like to share with you my experience about the ventilations. So when we go to the ventilation, point number one, if you go to the management guideline, you can always see the first point is about the temperature. Here I show you a temperature. Over here you can see that. So in the day O, you can see that the room temperature that birds need to target is 35 degrees Celsius to 33 degrees Celsius. And continuously when the birds grow older, after 35 days, the birds need temperature is between 19 to 17 degrees Celsius. In this data, you can see that the management guideline tell us it's in the range basis, 35 to 33 degrees Celsius. And when the birds get older, 19 to 17 degrees Celsius. This is all in the range basis. Why is in the range? Because birds is not a machine. Birds is livestock. It's same like human. Some people will feel 21 degrees Celsius is cold. Some people feel I'm comfortable about it. And some people feel hot. So this is why it's in the range basis. And the second graph over here is show that is called thermal comfort zone in the yellow colors over there. So this is a range basis. When we monitor about the birds, we want to know about the range and then adjust the temperature accordingly. And studies show in the Poultry World magazine, it showed that when the birds is out of this range, it can cause the egg weight reduce, okay? 0.4 grams per degree Celsius. That's very important, which means if your birds get hotter, your egg size reduce. If the birds get colder, the egg size reduce as well. So when we know about the birds' temperature, let us compare with the Kolkata temperature over here. You can see from this graph over here, when the temperature, when the month is in April until August, the Kolkata average temperature is never lower than 21 degrees Celsius. Let's go back to the size over here. You can see that when the birds is above 35 degrees Celsius over here, all right? Okay, 35 degrees Celsius. The birds need 19 to 17 degrees Celsius. But in Kolkata, the temperature is never lower than 20 degrees Celsius. So that means birds always feel hot during that month. So what we got to do? Let the birds continue hot about it. It will impact to your performance, impact to your money over here. So what we can do over here is we can make the birds feel like 19 to 17 degrees Celsius. How do we do that? By using wind chill effect. So some people ask me, what is wind chill effect? Let me do an example over here. Okay. Next slide, please. Yes, okay. So, I think everyone have drive motorbike before, right? So before you start your motorbike, you're sitting in on a motorbike, you can take out a temperature sensor to measure your surrounding temperature. As an example, you will feel that the temperature sensor showed it to you, the temperature is in 25 degrees Celsius. Then next, when you start your motorbike, riding your motorbike, right, with 30 kilometers per hour over here, then your field temperature is different with your measurement temperature. In here, you can see that the measurement temperature is shown 25 degrees Celsius, but your personal feeling temperature over here, it dropped because the winds blow to you, let you feel colder. You can feel like 20 degrees Celsius. So, if you go further faster, drive faster with your motorbike, with 60 kilometers per hour, your personal feeling temperature, it drops further. It can drop to 15 degrees Celsius. However, if during that time you take out a temperature sensor to do the measurement, the temperature sensor still show you 25 degrees Celsius, and your personal feeling temperature, it dropped to 15 degrees Celsius. So with these experiments, what we can say? Point number one, measurement temperature, 25 degrees Celsius. Point number two, wind speed, speed of winds. And point number three, it results to your feeling temperature. Same as poultry. So in poultry, scientists has made a study on that with the wind chill effect impact to the birds. So in this data over here, you can see when a poultry house, I create a wind speed with 1 meter per second, for day-old chick, they will feel 7 degrees Celsius drop. Of course, when the birds get older, to 35 days, with 1 meter per second wind speed, the birds feel 3 degrees Celsius drop. Why? That is because the birds start have feathering, and then they start getting bigger, so they feel comfortable about the temperature. So that's why the feeling temperature impact to the wind speed, it get narrowed down over here. So from here, we can create a formula. Has a bit Dutchman, okay? We have this formula and put it in our controller and help you to understand the bird's felt temperature versus the wind speed. So let's do an exercise. You can see this formula, the experience temperature of the birds, it's equals to inside temperature minus wind speed times chill factor. Okay, so let's do some exercise. Exercise your brain, don't fall asleep. Okay, so let's see. If inside house temperature right now is 29 degrees Celsius, it's high temperature, all right? And the chill factor for a bird, and for 35-day birds, it's 3. Follow the data just now. If I create a layer easy house with the wind speed 3 meters per second, okay? Can you tell me what is the bird felt temperature? Excellent, very good. So it's about 20 degrees Celsius, which is same like the data over here. You can see that? The room temperature that we need is between 20 degrees Celsius. Even now, the inside house temperature is 29 degrees Celsius, but we can make the birds feel like 20 degrees Celsius. Simple mathematics. Let's go to question number 2. Okay, now the room house is extremely high, 33 degrees Celsius. Okay, so we know that for the birds 35-day layer, okay, the chill factor is 3. And we want the room temperature or the set point is in 21 degrees Celsius. This is what birds need, according to the management guideline. So may I know what is the wind speed that we want to create? 4. I can see someone raise hand say 4. Yes, you're absolutely right. Is that 4? I would like to tell you that the answer is no. Why? It's because 4 meters per second wind speed, it's like a typhoon. It's like a hurricane. So if too strong the wind speed for the birds will be sitting down there, don't eat and drink. So it's same like human as well. If you face a very strong wind speed to yourself, you won't feel wind chill effect anymore. You just feel strong wind speed. That's it. So in management over here, Big Dutchman have coming out study, wind chill effect, it works between 1 meter per second to 4 meter per second. If more than 4 meter per second, it's just a strong winds, all right? But if the wind speed is lower than 1 meter per second, it's just a slow air movement. There is no wind chill effect. So when Big Dutchman design a EC house ventilation, we always use 3.5 meter per second, the maximum airspeed, to design your house and put how many fans and others and cross-section and design the house for you. All right? So here I would like to put a simple summary over here to you. So first thing, when we design a house, a tunnel ventilation house, first thing first, we need to know about the different age. Different age of birds, they have a different temperature chill factor. And secondly, the chill factor, it works in 1 meter per second to 4 meter per second. So question number 3. Okay, now we know that when we design a house, it's 3 meter per second, all right? 3.5 meter per second. And the chill factor is about 3 over here. If I put all information in here, you can see that the maximum room temperature I can go with tunnel ventilation is 31.5 degrees Celsius. All right, it's here. Okay, so my question is, in Kolkata over here, is that possible our temperature is more than 31.5 degrees Celsius? Yes, it's possible. Sometimes it shoot up to 40 degrees Celsius in summertime. So after 31.5 degrees Celsius, what is our next step? Very good. I heard someone say tunnel cooling. Evaporative cooling is very important. So tunnel ventilation is not just have fan. You also have to have a tunnel cooling in front of that. We call it evaporative cooling. But the question is, when shall we use this tunnel cooling? All right? So first of all, before we use this tunnel cooling, we have to understand the birds, what they need, and what the birds do to release their heat over here. Point number 1, birds' body temperature is between 40 to 41 degrees Celsius. They need this heat to run daily activities such as digestion, okay, walk around, chit-chat with the other birds, you know, okay, and they have this daily activity to keep constant their body temperature, okay? So when the birds release the heat to the environment, this is what we call, in scientific terms, we call it sensible heat loss, okay? When the environment temperature is lower, it makes birds much easy to release the heat, okay? However, we have to understand, birds does not have sweat glands. So when birds is too hot, what they do panting. This is a very famous experiment done by University of Georgia in US. They put the birds in a controlled environment and they find out when the temperature is between 25 degrees Celsius and the humidity is 50% in this controlled environment, the birds able to release their heat 60 kilojoule, okay, per hour, okay? And you can see that there is sensible heat released is about 16 kilojoule, and the rest is about latent heat. What is latent heat means? Panting, all right? Birds can easily do panting released by using humidity. And when the temperature goes up to 30 degrees Celsius and 50% humidity, you can see that the sensible heat release is getting less because the environment temperature is going higher. But the birds still able to release heat by panting, the red color over there. When the temperature is stay in 30 degrees Celsius, the humidity shoot up to 90%. The birds not allowed to do panting anymore because the moisture in that environment is too much. So when the birds cannot do panting, what's happened? Birds die. So when you do the control about the ventilation, especially in cooling pads, we have to ensure the environment saturation of the moisture is still there. So birds can do normal panting and then release their heat over here. So how to study about it? This is one of the universities show us by like humans the heat index over here. You can see from here when the temperature is in 28 degrees Celsius and the humidity is 95%, the birds is fall under emergency zone. When the humidity is getting lower, it reduces to danger zone, alert zone, and comfort zone over here. This study is based on, we call it Mueller diagram or IX diagram. Engineering a little bit, I got to speed over there, okay? So, when we know about the heat index, we also can compare with your local climate. For your information, Big Dutchman have signed up with NASA, so we can access the global data. We can access about 5 climate satellites, and we can access about 8,650 plus weather stations to understand where the location and what kind of the climate it is. So this is the data that I pulled out. You can see the airflow in Kolkata by yesterday. I pulled out this data yesterday. And we also have the data over here to show the whole year temperature in Kolkata. Let me teach you how to read this. So as example, over here, you can see that when the temperature is between 38 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius, and the humidity fall under 55 to 60, okay? It's about 4 hours in a year. So if you combine over here, the temperature is between 28 to 40 degrees Celsius in a year, is about 42 hours in a year. So by this data, plus the heat index over there, we can easily to study what is the temperature and how the birds feel in your Kolkata area. So as example over here, the birds fall under comfort zone is 11% in a year. And you can see the birds fall under emergency zone over here is about 40%, more than 40% in a year. So that means you need to use evaporative cooling to cool down your birds in a year more than 40%. So that is very important, okay? So beside that, we know that if you use the EC house over here, right, you need to set up a fan. And fan is another cost because fan, it runs electricity. So in the traditional control way, as example over here, you can see that I have a switch 1, control 1 fan, switch 2, control 2 fan, and switch 3, I control 4 fan over here. This is the step it will go. Step 1 and 2 and 3. But with the better controller, with an AI controller, it will adjust accordingly. With every step, just increase 1 fan. It's a combination number. At the same time, we know that inverter, right? Now is a very common technology. We use that in washing machine and our cooling condition, air cons over there. So inverter also can use in our EC house to reduce your daily operating costs as well. So this is one of the example by using the inverter fans to reduce the electricity costs over here. All right, we can run it controlly, okay, to reduce the fans. And you can see that when the fan is running in 50%, okay, in the ramping method, your power consumption is only one of the eggs, okay? Power consumption per fan. It helps you reduce your electricity more than 50%. This is how the aircon works. This is the physics. Everyone's used the inverter fan, inverter aircon, inverter washing machine. Yes, you can reduce your power consumption over here. So, as a summary, point number one, wind chill effect. Point number two, evaporative cooling. You need to know how to control. Don't push up the humidity, all right? So, let's talk about the control. In here, I would like to share with you, over here, we also have a weather station to know about your local weathers over here. Before the weather's impact to your house, we already start the controlling. And this is a little bit self-learning AI controller, all right? So next thing, a lot of people say that, now you tell me tunnel ventilation. What about in the winter times? How do we should control? When the fan is run low, okay, you can see from here, when the wind speed is below 1 meter per second, if the house length is more than 120 meter, the fan is travel, the fresh air travel from the front to the end, it needs 240 seconds. So it's about 4 minutes. It takes a long time to travel over here. So this is where the accumulation of the outdoor air is getting better and better over here. Here it's become a huge CO2 ammonia at the end. So this is why you find out your performance, your bird performance at the end of the house and the front of the house is different. So tunnel ventilation is good in summertime, but when the winter time, we need to use a different ways to control. This is what we say, you need to use a side ventilation control, all right? So in side ventilation, there is a few ways. Let me tell you a little bit of history. This is the first generation of the combi tunnel. We use tunnel fan to control at the end of the house, okay? So the air is still moved from the front to the end, and then move to the end, all right? You can get an even temperature, but the outdoor air still accumulates to the front area, okay? Fan area over there. So this is why now the combi tunnel is coming out with the second generations. It used the side fan over here, side fan to control. And next, in Japan, some modern country, we use a chimney, has a tunnel ventilations. Once you have the equipment, there is some very important thing is you need to know how to use it. Okay, this is one of the video I would like to share with you to see how the ventilation control it is. Can you help me to play the video? Yes, thank you. Okay, so you can see this smoke test over here. This is a bad example. Let me show you. Can you tell me what's wrong about this smoke over here? Let's have a look. All right, you can see the smoke is going on. All right, the smoke is go further. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Can you help me to play that?
No.
Okay.
Start, Ryan.
Again, huh? Should start?
Yes.
Okay, you can see the smoke is coming up.
The meter you can see, it push the air down. Down. You see? Here it goes down, right? Here it goes down.
Yeah.
The most important is here. It goes down.
Do you see the air flow differently? This is the good way.
So if I avert, right?
This is how we let the air come, follow the ceiling and able to come down. Of course, we can do the same thing in a cage house, layer house. This is about 8 tier. Okay. You can see the smoke. It's able to bring the fresh air, go to the every cage system, and even to push the air, go down to the catwalk. So this is what I would like to say. When you purchase equipment is an equipment. But the most important is the technology and the skill and the knowledge transfer from Germany to India. All right? So a little bit summary, okay? So this is how the airflow grows. So when you do the site ventilation, I always say that you need to do a smoke test to make sure your air circulation, your airflow is in the right, proper way. So before I end my presentation slide, please, I still have one slide, okay. I would like to introduce about our controller, all right? Can you play that? Ladies and gentlemen, so B-Dutchman controller is launched, all right? This is an AI controller, so able to help you to learn and self-learning and help you to do the adjustment. Glass view, you can see all the control in one glass view, user friendliness. Okay, so this is my last slide. Okay, so I would like to say, you got to think about this. Where are your position right now? Are you still stay in open house, the tradition farming, or you already move to automation? You got to think about it. And when you move to automations, do you digitalize it? Because when you digitalize this, you can get the data. And when you get the data, you can do improvement. And think about it. When you collect so much of data, you don't have to analyze it by yourselves because right now we have AI in the world. So let AI analyze your data and help you to do the improvement. This is the future world. You purchase today the farm, you do the farm operation today, is not just for today, it's for the future. It's for next 5 years, 10 years, even 15 years. So think about it. If you have any question, please contact me, and you can contact my colleagues over here, Mr. Ranawat. Mr. Ranawat, please stand up, all right? So you can contact our Mr. Ranawat, okay? We have an office set up in Hyderabad. So if you have any question, please contact us and we can have a further discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Wonderful presentation indeed. And a special mention to your efforts for collating all the data regarding the atmospheric parameters of Kolkata until recently. That really shows that you have taken care of making this presentation completely tailored for this audience. Thank you, we really appreciate. I think this morning Dr. Mahesh told that AI says this hall has a capacity of 3,500 seats. And I still see a few people standing behind. Please give some rest to your knees. Why don't you sit down, please? People at the back, folks, can you please sit down? Can you please take your seat? If someone is stopping you, let me know. Thank you. See, until recently, layer nutrition was all about meeting averages. Average body weight, average egg mass, average feed intake. But birds, are they averages? Probably not. Birds are not averages because every flock has variations. Variations in terms of inputs, variation in terms of output. Every gram of feed that is wasted or misdirected is actually eroding our margins. And if you look at today, the most profitable farms, especially layer farms, are not the farm who feed their birds the most. Other farms who are more profitable are those who are feeding the birds smartly. Precision nutrition is a place where marriage happens between biology and economics. And I think very few people knows it better than our next speaker, Dr. S.S. Nadagoda, who is going to speak to us on feeding for finesse, the science of precision nutrition in layers. A big welcome to Dr. Nadagoda. Thank you very much for being over here. A big round of applause for Dr. Nadagoda. His intro follows.
The next speaker for Novacon is Dr. Sunil Nadgura. Dr. Sunil Nadgura is a highly experienced poultry nutritionist who has been working as the Deputy General Manager Technical at Venkateshwara BV Biocorp Private Limited since 1997. With a robust career spanning 28 years, he is proficient in preparing feed formulation for commercial broilers, layers, and broiler breeders. His diverse experience includes roles in contract broiler farming, animal health division, and layer technical services. He holds a postgraduate degree in poultry science from Mumbai Veterinary College, where he was an ICAR Junior Research Fellow and received a gold medal for his degree. Outside of his professional life, Dr. Nadgura enjoys reading and traveling. Please, with a round of applause, would you welcome Dr. Sunil Nadgura to deliver his speech.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me, and also thank you all of you for joining Novacon 2026 today. As in the introduction, myself is Dr. Sunil Nadgura. I am a nutritionist and working with Venkateshwara BV Biocorp Private Limited. Today, I will presenting on the topic feeding for finesse, the science of precision nutrition in commercial layers. And I am mainly focusing on precision nutrition as it is a tool to optimize the cost and productivity both. Over the next 30 minutes, I will cover 3 areas, mainly introduction and current status of Indian poultry industry. Then second will be feeding for finesse, and finally the precision nutrition of layers with some key takeaways. So as I think statistics has been told to you by all the dignitaries right from the morning. So our annual egg production as per the basic animal husbandry statistics 2025 is 149 billion. Then per capita consumption is 106 eggs, and we are ranking second globally. Whereas the scale of the layer industry is concerned, we are contributing significantly to India's livestock economy, along with dairy and fisheries. I think Dr. Mahesh has given in detail account of all this in the morning. And the factors or growth drivers for this growth are rising middle class demand for protein-rich food, then vertically integrated companies, and government support for supply of maize, soybean, and other raw material. Then, these are the targets for any layer farmers working in India. Mainly, nowadays we have to keep the layer birds up to 100 weeks minimum, or sometimes beyond 100 weeks also. And keeping birds for 100 weeks is not a question. Question is what about the egg cell quality and egg size. Then next important question is, or target is, to keep the feed cost control because of volatility in the prices of the raw materials, then quality and consistency of the feed ingredients, then alternative feed ingredient, their usage, inclusion, and the most important is how we can formulate a balanced diet for the hens. Then another important target is managing the daily operations. Even though we are moving towards the automated sheds and AI technology, but still we need some skilled as well as unskilled manpower, and getting manpower is not the job done. We need to train them, and the most crucial part is to retain them. I think many of you will agree with me that retaining the manpower is not as easy as earlier. And again, the most important thing which is happening or which is challenging, giving more challenges in the poultry industry is disease prevention and biosecurity. Because continuous disease threats, then vaccination protocols, disinfection, cleaning, water sanitation. So a layer farmer, he has to look after all these things to make his farming profitable. And these are the critical factors to be successful in commercial layer farming. One, the most important thing is that to produce or to prepare a robust pullet. At 15 weeks of age, the bird should be strong enough so that it can take the production to the 100 weeks. So all this, producing a robust pullet will consider brooding, growing, management, vaccination, everything. Then we need to have a check on weekly body weight and uniformity during rearing phase, and then weekly body weight and monthly body weight and egg weight for keeping the bird's weight under control, egg size under control. In rearing phase, we need to give proper attention towards the breast muscle development, where the additional energy can be stored in the form of glycogen, which can be utilized during the high requirements, especially during the first phase of the laying. Then early chick nutrition, medullary bone development, early laying performance, then feeding the birds according to the body weight, egg weight, performance, and climate. And first and the most important is gut health, because even though your formulation is good, bird is good, but if gut health is not proper, then everything will be futile. So all these are the critical factors. There are many more factors also, but I tried to list out some of the important out of these. So I say that pullet is the foundation for successful laying, and any good thing to be great, we need a great foundation. Without good foundation, we cannot run the show, or we cannot build or construct a big structure. Then these are the three important areas One is gut health, as I told, he needs to convert these feed into the nutrients provided to the birds for the performance, production. Then liver, playing many roles rather than detoxification, it is also playing a role in egg cell quality, metabolism of vitamin D3, then choline and all. And third one is immunity, because we need to keep the bird's immunity as high as possible so that the bird will be able to fight the bacterial, viral challenges at any time of its laying cycle. These are the critical periods in laying or rearing pullet, because majorly first few weeks, like 5-6 weeks, we need to give more concentration upon organ development, then muscle development, then skeletal development takes lot of time, and it is also lot of period is also there. And then after 16-17 weeks, there is a development of medullary bone and then reproductive tract. And this thing in yellow is very important. This is the deposition of the fat. My experience says, or the literature says, laying hen at the point of lay should have some fat deposition to sustain the egg production. How? Because there is a high demand for the nutrients during that period. So needs to have some fat deposition at the point of lay. So this is what I was talking. You can see that here 19 week and 30 week feed consumption typically changes from 80 gram per bird per day to 110 gram, which is almost 37-38% increase. Body weight from 1.3 kg to 1.49 kg, almost 15% growth is there in the body weight. And see here, egg production, here it is 25% as 19 weeks, whereas 30-week production is 98%. So more than 290% increase in the egg production happens from 19 weeks to 30 weeks. And egg weight from 42.5 grams to 56 grams. So there is also 30%, more than 30% growth in there. So what a commercial layer farmer has to keep in mind that as and when the bird starts egg production, our target should be the bird should reach to 100 gram feed consumption per bird per day to have all these parameters met. And most important is that the bird should get all the required nutrients with this consumption. Otherwise, what happens? Many times I have seen the layer farmers, 90 gram consumption is there, 95 gram consumption is there, bird is laying fantastically like 98-97%. That goes up to 32-33 weeks, and then sudden drop in production comes. And then all investigation starts, but basic thing which is important, that is whether the bird's feed consumption, nutrient intake is supporting that egg production or not. Then they will investigate for the ND titers, IB titers, LPAI, HPAI, so many things nowadays, EDS also, so many. But they will not look after that, whether the bird's consumption is 100 grams or not. And this is the main culprit, so that the bird's production in the peak, there is a drop in the production, and afterwards, even though you try anything, the production level will not reach to the normal from where it has dropped. So the main important aspect is the bird should eat 100 grams as early as possible when it starts laying. So that's why the main important is intake, and more intake is crucial till it reaches 100 grams, so that it will sustain the egg production in later laying cycle. Then nowadays we have seen that we all are talking about, or since morning, and our moderator also told that the precision nutrition is very important, because it is contributing more than 75% to the cost of production of the egg or broiler meat or breeder hatching eggs. So what I will say, nutrition is not just a technical term, or it is not just making the formulation and making the feed and giving to the bird. It is a foundation for performance, health, and it will also decide the farm profitability. Then these are the base, how we decide the formulation or how we decide the nutrient requirements of the birds. So important is, first we should know the nutrient requirements of the bird. Then we have to look for the alternative feed ingredients which are available locally. Then rational use of additives, keeping in mind health and immunity of the bird, we have to formulate or we have to decide the feed, how to feed our laying birds. Then after deciding how to feed the bird, we need to control that feed cost also. So that can be achieved by having consumption based formulations. See, all the nutrient requirements which are given in the manual, they are in the percent basis. So that much requirement bird need per day. Suppose your consumption is 110 gram and you are formulating on percent basis, then it may overfeed the bird. So we need to have consumption based formulations to provide more accurately the requirement of the birds for day's production. Then use of alternative feed ingredient. While using the alternative feed ingredient, because nowadays the DDGS and all other alternative raw materials are available in ample quantity, so we need to consider the maximum inclusion levels, and at the same time, why these maximum inclusion levels needs to be followed, because of anti-nutritional factors and their after effects on the production, health and performance of the bird. Then nowadays many additives, they are coming with the matrix values, nutrient matrix, say for example enzymes. So we need to be rational when we are applying the matrix values. Many times we all are dealing with the livestocks, and there 1 + 1 cannot be 2. It may be 11, it may be 0. So we need to be rational when applying the nutrient matrix. Then one of the major reason for high feed cost is also keeping the more safety margins, because we don't have confidence on our formulation rather, or on the quality of the raw material. So we keep very high safety margins, which ultimately results in the high cost of feed. Ultimately cost of production is also higher. Then phase feeding will help to optimize the cost also, because you see that the phase 1 feed, suppose it is suggested from 18 weeks to 25 weeks, then 26 weeks to 46 weeks, it is phase 2, afterwards phase 3. There almost phase 1 feed is 8 kg, then phase 2 is 8 kg. If you want to save it, your cost is 24 rupees for phase 1, and you are continuing the same feed in the phase 2 also, then your cost will be 1 rupee higher, means 8 rupees per bird cost will be higher throughout bird's life cycle. So phase wise feeding to provide the accurate nutrients required during that phase of production and as per the bird's requirement. Then monitoring egg weight and bird's weight is also important, because the bird is not eating only for the production. Bird is eating for the maintenance first, then production, then growth and then production. So we need to monitor the bird's weight also, because 1.6 kg laying hen and 1.45 or 1.5 kg laying hen will have different requirements of energy for the maintenance purpose. Then maintaining egg cell quality, very crucial when we are keeping the birds for 100 weeks. So, and if we can maintain or we can have better egg cell quality, then we will get more eggs per hen. I think Tommy has said that are you getting 400 eggs in 84 weeks? I will say yes, there are so many layer farmers in our country. They are definitely getting eggs, but that needs a planning right from the day one. That is producing the pullet, then managing the phase-wise feeding and all that. And most important, whether your formulation is balanced or not, bird is eating 100 gram or not, how we are managing the bird in the set. Because nowadays, with most of the automated sheds and silos and automatic feeding systems, you ask any layer customer in the country, many of them will answer you, we are not able to calculate the exact feed per bird per day. So that's why we are also unable to see whether there is a uniform distribution of the shade, a uniform distribution of the feed to all the birds, because each cage will have 7-8 laying hens. And suppose you are giving 100 gram, means 800 gram feed should be in front of all the in front of one cage. So you can we are not assured that all the birds are getting equal quantity of feed or not. So this is a main challenge. So we need more skilled and unskilled persons also there to look after these and ensure that every bird is getting same amount of feed which will fulfill its nutrient requirement for production and growth also. With this, I think something. This is approximate daily nutrient requirement of a commercial laying hen, with considering 110 and 115 gram average feed intake in our country, and crude protein ranging from 16 to 18% depending upon the phase of the bird in which it is producing. Then lysine, methionine, calcium, phosphorus, energy. In commercial laying hens, one most important factor needs to be taken into consideration while formulating the feed is the daily energy requirement. And according to the energy requirement, we have to formulate or we have to keep the levels of other nutrients in accordance with the energy requirement. So energy requirement is very crucial, as it is the energy which is driving the egg production and not the protein. Then these are some of the common feeding mistakes, like too frequent changes in the formulation. Today soya has gone to 50 rupees, then so reduce it to again further 5%, then add some rapeseed or DDGS. So these kind of frequent changes in the formulations are not also very beneficial for egg production. Then high calcium diets, because I may be wrong, if I am wrong please correct me, but my experience says that in our country, majority of the egg breakage is because of feeding excess calcium, and then irregular feeding schedules which are causing stress to the birds and also affecting the productivity. So what is the solution? The solution is feeding for finesse, the science of precision nutrition in commercial layers. So feeding for finesse is, in animal nutrition, is used as a general concept for precision feeding strategies. And also finesse is used as a precision feeding strategy because feeding for finesse refers to the art and science of precisely meeting an animal's daily nutrient needs to optimize the health, growth and productivity of the birds, while minimizing the wastage of the nutrients. And for this we need to have in-depth knowledge about the complex interplay of the ingredients, animal physiology, environmental factors and so many things. So in commercial layers, feeding for the finesse means we have to provide a balanced nutritional and nutrient-rich diet which will maximize the egg production, egg cell quality and hen health, while avoiding common mistakes like overfeeding or underfeeding, which we don't want. Because underfeeding will affect the performance, overfeeding will definitely reduce the bottom line of the farm. And that's why our goal is precision feeding, where we are meeting the nutritional needs of the birds without wastage or imbalance. Then these are the key aspects of feeding for finesse. One is balancing the nutrients, like avoid over excess or deficiencies. Then feed processing, because whether you are making a formulation and you are giving it to the for the feed mill for the production, and there needs to be all in precision also to have the same formulation on the paper to be translated to the feed production or feed mill. And then feed management to ensure consistent intake of the bird in the feed, then prevent wastage of the feed and maintain healthy gut environment. And supplement the strategic supplementation to enhance the nutrient requirement of the bird. So, and these are the essentials for feeding, how we can feed the bird with finesse. One is deep ingredient knowledge. We should have knowledge about the ingredients, their inclusion limits, their anti-nutritional factor status, their contributions in terms of which nutrient they are rich, which are they are deficient, then adaptive formulation scale, considering the field realities like ingredient shift, seasonal changes, birds' health challenges, without losing the balance between the performance and feeding or cost. Then integration of the additives, we have to use some functional additives to fine tune the performance under stress conditions, because stress is always there. Sometimes summer stress, then winter stress, vaccination stress, shifting, and many things. Then we should have, we have to consider economic sensitivity. So we have to balance the cost and benefit, and when to invest in higher value ingredients, like just soya went down to 33 rupees. That time majority of the nutritionist or the layer farmer, they have shifted towards the soybean as a sole source of protein in the feed. So likewise we have to do that. Then holistic approach, considering the gut health, water quality, management pack. I always say that formulation is not done by sitting in the AC room. Formulation is always done after visiting the farm, seeing the feed mill, observing the operation of the feed mill, and observing all the raw materials. Then only one can do the formulation, how to feed the bird. Then communication, translating technical nutrition into clear, actionable guidelines for the farmers. Only we know the precision feeding for how to feed for the finesse and all that, but that needs to be translated to the customer through one-to-one meeting or through small nukkad meetings or small meetings. And one more important thing is that a continuous feedback loop should be there, so that using trial farm data, field performance, and farmer observation to refine the strategies, so that we can make it much better. So feeding for finesse succeeds when science or precision or art adaptability are harmonized, guided by data, but responsive to the real world. Otherwise, these two things will go hand in hand, and it also captures the elegance of fine-tuned feeding while emphasizing rigor of precision nutrition. So, if feeding for finesse is the art of nutrition, then precision nutrition is the science behind that art. So all these things are, both these terms are linked to each other. So finesse and precision nutrition, when they are aligned, finesse provides adaptability and creativity to tailor feeding strategies, and precision nutrition brings rigor of science and measurement. So together they are creating a holistic approach which can maximize performance, efficiency, and profitability without compromising the animal health, wealth, and performance. And why this feeding or finesse needs precision? Because foundation of accuracy, without precision, finesse risk becoming guesswork. So we need to be precise when we are feeding the bird or formulating the bird for finesse. And precision nutrition also, it will provide a baseline data and nutrient targets that finesse can adapt to real world reality. Then it also needs consistency with adaptability, because precision will ensure that the diet will meet the physiological requirement consistently, whereas finesse will allow you to adjust the factors like ingredient variability, heat stress, and gut health challenges. The third one is performance and profitability, where precision nutrition drives efficiency and cost control, whereas finesse ensures those precise formulations translated into practical success in under diverse farm conditions or under different conditions. And lastly, the science and art synergy, because finesse makes nutrition strategies engaging and adaptable, but precision will only ensure that they remain scientifically valid and economically sound. Then only these both together are going to work together. Then coming to what is precision feeding? So precision feeding is simply about delivering right amount of nutrients at the right time to the bird. And it uses technology, data, and nutritional science to optimize the feed efficiency, to improve the bird's health, reduce the wastage, and minimize the environmental impact. So then only precision nutrition will be helpful to from the welfare point of the birds also. And what is the concept behind precision feeding is targeted nutrient delivery as per the bird's requirement for egg production or for body maintenance, growth, according to the climatic changes, temperature, and all that. Then we need to have dynamic adjustment, fine-tuning of nutrient levels based on age, health, production cycle, which can ensure the bird will receive the right amount of protein, energy, calcium, phosphorus, and trace minerals. And most importantly, reducing the feed wastage by minimizing excess nutrients, because as I said, underfeeding and overfeeding both are not beneficial. And precision feeding will lower the feed cost, environmental impact. At the same time, it will also help to maintain the productivity of the birds. And how it works? It mainly works through data collection about the performance, production of the bird, egg weight, body weight, feed consumption, mortality. Then feeding the bird, formulating the feed as per the exact nutrient requirements based on the data collected. Then after formulating the feed, we have to deliver the same feed formulation to the bird. After feeding that feed to the bird, we have to take the feedback by continuously monitoring the birds or the flock, and then we need to fine-tune the nutrient requirement based on the feedback. Suppose you have done some formulation and you experience some drop in production or drop in the egg weight or increase in the egg weight, then accordingly we need to fine-tune for the next time. And these are the benefits. It will improve the efficiency by reducing the feed wastage, and then it will also improve the bird's health, which is very crucial for maintaining the bird's health at highest possible level. Then it will also enhances the growth, egg size, persistency in the egg laying will be there. Sustainability, reduce nutrient excretions like phosphorus, and cost saving. Optimizes the feed usage, lowers the feed cost, less wastage. So these are the benefits of the feeding. And these are the benefits for excel quality and egg production. These are calcium optimization by according to the requirement of the birds for that particular egg laying stage, we can formulate based on the calcium required for the egg cell formation. Then stronger cells, and also we can adjust trace mineral support. Suppose you know that zinc and manganese, they are important for egg cell formation. So accordingly you can formulate your diet based on your data collected by. Then improved laying performance, better feed efficiency, and enhanced health. These will be from production point of view. And these are the comparison of the conventional feeding versus precision feeding. Mainly safety margins, we are keeping higher safety margins, and here they are lesser. So that cost of feed with the precision feeding will be less as compared to the traditional farming. And also it will result in higher cost, whereas it will optimize the cost of the egg production. And one such precision feeding practice, which is sometimes it can be adopted, but it requires lot of attention, is split feeding. And as we know that generally the bird in the morning bird need energy for egg production, and in the afternoon the bird need calcium for the egg cell formation. So accordingly we can design the split feeding schedule so to optimize the productivity, at the same time to reduce the egg breakage or to improve the egg cell quality. And what is the future scope for precision feeding? So more precise feed formulation as per exact nutrient needs of the bird, then use of AGP alternatives to fine tune the feeds for improving gut health, and greater focus on sustainable feed sources, then towards production of nutrient rich or value added eggs. So this will be the scope of or area of scope to work in future in precision feeding. And then again, precision feeding is a transforming animal nutrition into data driven science, because currently we are not much into the data driven data driven processes for formulating the feed or manufacturing the feed. So it is not just about feeding the animals, it is about feeding them with smarter, with sustainability and efficiency at the core. And in short, the precision feeding is improvement in productivity, health, internal egg quality, reduction in the cost of the feed, and at the same time reduction in the environmental impact also. So in conclusion, feeding for finesse and precision nutrition is learn what is precision feeding, how to precise the feed formulation, and then we have to practice, we have to keep that all the processes or all the formulations in practice. Then we have to evaluate them by continuously monitoring them and collecting the data, analyzing them, and then again we have to refine them, and again refining, then again we have to start from the learn, repractice, evaluate and refine. So this process will go continuously with precision feeding. So in conclusion, or in essence, feeding for finesse requires mastery of both science and subtlety, and precision provides numbers, but finesse ensures those numbers works in the real world. Otherwise, if they are not working in the real world, they don't make any sense. And in short, finesse without precision is fragile, and precision without finesse is rigid. So these two should go hand in hand, and together they can create a resilient, profitable and performance driven feeding strategies. So I always say that every gram of feed counts and every cell will tell you a different story. So it is not like that one precision formulation or one good formulation will work at every farm. Every farm, rather I will say every shed in the farm, even though with the similar age group, they will need the different feed formulations. So that's why every gram of feed counts, every cell tells a different story. And with this, I come to the conclusion of my presentation. So I leave this question up to you. What is your biggest challenge in layer nutrition? With this, I thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadagaura, for a wonderful and detailed presentations. The impact of your presentation is very much visible as I see quite a few questions pouring in my WhatsApp inbox. So at the end of this session, when we assemble for panel discussion, I would like to take on all those questions, and thank you everyone who started giving this. In our career in early 2000, there was a man called Professor Arindam Chaudhary. Yes, my namesake, I am Chatterjee, he was Chaudhary. He wrote a book called Count Your Chickens Before They Hatch. Yeah, we are talking something sensible and similar in today's context in our session on Novacon. See, hatchability is just not a number or just not a percentage. Every successful broiler or layer cycle starts much before the chicks actually reach the farm. It starts in the hatchery. Now, it begins with the hatchery with invisible decisions around handling temperature, around turning and timing. Hatchability is not just a percentage, rather, it's a predictor of lifetime performance in a broiler or layer farm. When science guides hatchery practices, chick mortality, chick quality improves. And when chick quality improves, everything downstream becomes easier because everything flows down in place. Our final speaker today, Dr. Manik Pakhira, brings science-first lens to one of the most critical starting points in poultry production at the hatchery level. So we welcome Dr. Manik Chandra Pakhira to speak on hatchability under the lens, science-driven strategies for better chicks. Let's see if we are able to really count our chickens before they hatch after this presentation. Over to you, Dr. Pakhira.
The next speaker for Novacon is Dr. Manik Chandra Pakhira. Dr. Manik Chandra Pakhira is a professor in the discipline of animal nutrition and is posted in the Department of Avian Sciences, Faculty of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, Kolkata since 2022. He obtained his PhD degree in 2009 from West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, Kolkata. Dr. Pakhira also served as head in the Department of Livestock Farm Complex and Avian Sciences for 7 years, 2016 to 2023. He has guided 20 students as major and minor advisor for the award of MVSE and PhD degree. He has published more than 50 research papers in different journals of national and international repute. Having experienced more than 25 years in the field of poultry, he is the author of one book entitled Dried Distillers Grain Rice Cake as an Alternative Feed Resource for Cattle and Commercial Broiler Chickens. Dr. Pakhira is the life member of more than 7 professional societies. Please, with a round of applause, would you welcome Dr. Manik Chandra Pakhira to deliver his speech.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks the Novacon team 2026 for giving me opportunity. And thanks to the audience and coming from the different part of the country for this session. Actually, I'm the subject specialist of animal nutrition. So far, I did my work last 20 years in poultry nutrition. Though the separate topics, as I have some breeder experience and hatchery experience, that's why I'm choosing this topic. The topic is hatchability under lens, the science-driven strategy for better chicks. Actually, good quality hatching eggs and good quality chicks that deeply rooted in combination with the biological, genetics and environmental sciences that span from starting from the breeding farm to the end of the hatchery. That needs scientific management of parent farm and transportation of egg as well as continuous monitoring of incubation point as precisely as scientifically. As you know that breeding farm management is an art rather than a science, starting from its chicks, grower, layer management, hatchability management, everything. This is an art, as because this breeder science that encompasses not only the nutrition management but encompasses other subject also that includes that physiology, genetics and biochemistry also. With this few, I just start my original topics. Now that poultry industry now is a major industry for demanding for make up the protein intake, protein demand of the human, and mainly broiler
breeder are maintained for quality chicks production and in layer for the commercial egg production only. For good quality chicks production, this is the utmost criteria to maintain the breeder farm at scientific way. So before that quality hatch production, some pre-incubation factors, the major factors that involve in that breeder farm affecting the hatchability, number one is breeder farm management. Number 2 point is egg transportation from point of production to the point of hatch. Number 3, hatchery management. And lastly, the management of health, nutrition and incubation practices. So before that, this is the pre-incubation factor that we consider during production of hatchable egg and quality chicks. That's starting from breeder farm. This is the breeder farm is the primary environment for egg production. And number 2, transportation. Transportation means the hatching egg transportation from the point of lay, that point of breeder farm to the reaching at the site of incubation, that is hatchery. So post-arrival storage and preparation is most vital. So at breeder farm, the key points are age and genetics. And age and genetics that comes, that flock age and body weight. It is well established that body weight is the key controlling factor for production of high quality egg. This body weight actually, it is in scientific feeding practices previously so many experiments noted that in unrestricted feeding there is high mortality and low egg production than restricted feeding. So in breeding farm, that restricted feeding should be practiced. Restricted feeding practice in chicks and growing stage, that may be done in 2 ways. Number 1 is qualitative restriction and quantitative restriction. In terms of quality chicks production and hatchability, actually it is qualitative feed restriction is followed, where there is practicing of low protein and high energy diet, so that genetic potentiality of the broiler, that is transfer from progeny to the parent to the progeny is better. And feed restriction always make a trace that can be prevented by many ways. Number 1 way is, you in deep litter condition, you put the mass feed so that feeding time will be extended. And feeding time, speed of feeding time. Speed of feeding time will be as much as possible, so that within the shortest possible period of time, bird can get or access it desired quantity of nutrient. In connection with that body weight, there is one point, that uniformity. In parent farm, actually more than 85% uniformity is considered the excellent egg production in terms of quality and quantity. So to get it 85% that uniformity, there should be 3 times 100% grading. Number 1 at 5th week, number 2 10 to 11 week, another 3 18th week. Later on, after production of 5%, we go for comb grading, so the optimum productivity. And during laying stage, actually we do follow that phase feeding. Phase feeding means phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. During phase 1 phase, not only that bird's growth and maintenance, but energy is expedited for production only, and phase 2 generally recommended for mild muscle development and maintenance of standard egg production. And phase 3, there is in reduced production, you have to control the egg cell quality. And fat deposition is one of the key factor, as earlier speaker told, that you have to minimize fat deposition should be there. So this fat deposition directly dependent with that the nutrition. Nutrition means if high protein nutrition with standard energy, that tend to develop more muscle deposition or protein deposition, and in case of low protein diet and standard or high energy diet, tend to more fat deposition. Actually in male bird and female bird actually always do prefer the 10% more body weight
than standard to get its optimum productivity. Sometimes it is regarded as during uniformity calculation, that 5% plus or minus. We do prefer always in higher side, not in negative side. This is one of the positive factor for positive egg production. And in semen quality concerned, actually in male, in the after egg production, actually male and female feed is separated. In male, it is always noticed that low protein diet with high energy diet always gives better result. Actually, although it is in breeder's practical manual in so many breeds, there it is depicted that protein content is always same. But after 40 weeks, second part of the lay, if the protein content reduced, generally in male, protein content required is 13% is sufficient with the energy of 2800 minimum. If we put the protein content 13% along with low lysine, that gives better result in terms of semen quality and hatchability and fertility. So this is the semen quality, and semen quality another thing we take care of, that disease control or disease management during semen collection, and particularly some ear infection may be there or foot pad lesion, that is due to E. coli or that staphylococcus infection. Actually this E. coli and staphylococcus infection that may cause bilateral or unilateral orchitis, that is tremendously reduce the hatchability of chicks. Now with the genetics and breeding and egg size, actually this is the controlling factor, that nutrient controlling factor that depend upon the protein and total sulfur containing amino acid linoleic acid. In breeder farm, particularly boiler breeder, initially 1.4 to 1.5% linoleic acid is required. Later on, that 1.2 or 1.25 is sufficient. And at the same time, that total sulfur containing amino acid, it is noted that lysine is to total sulfur containing amino acid is closer to each other, that is 1:1. If it is required in first page 0.5 through, this sulfur containing amino acid is 0.54. This closure, that you need to add low lysine diet in comparison to methionine. And genetics, actually boiler breeds, males are actually selected for boiler character and females are for productive purpose. If you not manage the males and females separately, you cannot get the optimum egg for further better hatchability. And in case of commercial breeder, layer breeder, actually different thing. Commercial layer breeder, male is selected for that hatchability purpose. Actually, although this hatchability is not heritable one, this is 10 to 15% is heritable one. So in layer breeder, in case of male, the semen quality must be improved. So health, trace and nutrition, actually disease some, actually in breeder farm, in case of both layer and broiler breeder, both immunization program actually taken as per the depicted schedule, particularly IB, AI and IBD and other diseases, and at the same time some vertically transmitted diseases, particularly Salmonella, IB, MG, MS, which are typically transmitted from that parent to progeny, that must be taken care of, so that you must be sure that before hatching, these hatching eggs are free from these diseases. And besides that health, biosecurity point of view is also taken into due course, as because in broiler breeder farm or layer breeder farm, not instead of commercial layer or broiler, in biosecurity point of view, there is a three clear zone. One is dirty zone, then is buffer zone and clean zone. Dirty zone on road, then buffer zone, there should be one office there, cleaning zone, that means vehicle disinfection, other and personal hygiene, etc. that should be done in the buffer zone. And clean zone must be allow the person, whenever after changing the dresses or proper disinfection, those who are they're working in the layer breeder or broiler breeder. And nutrition point of view, in case of both male and female, are discussed that in male, particularly high calcium diet is detrimental, as because this is cause some calcification in epididymis. There is less production of semen and quality of semen will be reduced.
and mating and insemination efficiency. And male activity actually, we have noted that mating tendency actually noted in the late afternoon, particularly after 4 p.m. Actually, one male can mate 10 to 15 times a day in up to 40 weeks of age. That is 3 to 5 times, that is 3 to 5 times in 1 hour. But actually mating is done, this is science behind this, after ovulation period, that after laying him. There is one question frequently asked, that's why that hatchability, why hatchability not 100% instead of 85 or 80% or 85%. This is the one reason that after mating, maybe, that there are some 15 or 20% birds may lay egg. This is same in case of AI also. Actually in AI, particularly that is done during after ovulation, particularly after 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. Actually within 2 p.m., most of the female breeders, they lay their egg within 12, 80% or 85%, and after that, up to 4 p.m., only 10 to 15% egg. That's why AI is done in afternoon. And AI timing, sometimes some problem may arise that during extreme weather condition, particularly during hot weather, due to some bindings, labor bindings, that their working hours is up to 5 p.m. This should not be happen, particularly during hot environmental condition. That AI should be during hot environmental condition, that AI should be started after 3 or after 4 p.m. when environment temperature goes down. Otherwise, that after collection semen, that sperm motility will be ensue. And semen collection, this is one of the criteria. You do collect the semen, maximum 3 to 4 male in a funnel, and inseminate the birds within shortest possible period of time, that means within 4 to 5 minutes. Otherwise, that motility of the sperm will be greatly reduced. That is that ensuing the infertile eggs. Then overall breeder management means that uniformity, as discussed, that uniformity, environment, lighting, and stocking density. Actually, that lighting period is a great concern. Actually, it is noted that during long day period and higher intensity of light, particularly during summer season, there is a tendency to lay egg, double egg. Generally, it is 4% is normal, but it is light intensity is more or duration of light is more, it goes to up beyond 6%. So, in such cases, beyond 16 hours of day and light management, it should be 16 hours, but light intensity will be reduced, particularly during summer season. Next. So during egg transportation, the key point that prevent cracks and rough handling. Actually, this should be taken care of during transportation, and maintaining proper temperature, humidity, particularly those hatching eggs coming from far long distance, that taken actually 8 to 10 hours. And in our state or short distance, so that vehicle should be start at the early morning or the late evening. That never allow the driver or labor or to transport the hatching eggs during the hot, humid period, so that the hatchability will be greatly reduced. And vehicle disinfection and washing is a great concern, because some farmers or associates, they are practicing delivery one vehicle in connection with the transportation of eggs, feed, and hatching egg transport. This is a common practice some of the breeders. This should not be happen. Actually, before transportation, the vehicle should be properly disinfected and dried. Then, if it is connected with egg transportation, feed transportation, said after transporting feed, you clean the vehicle and then keep for some time if it is weather is cool, then allow the driver to transport to its point at hatchery. And proper load driver and labor. It is the common tendency of the driver and labor, sometimes they are waiting or rest in the midway in dry or hot humid weather, keeping the vehicle in the sunny weather for 4 to 5 hours, they are taking rest. This should not be happen. So it greatly reduces the hatchability and chick quality. And documentation approval. Actually, some vehicles should have proper authentication or documentation that in proper licensing period. Otherwise, in traffic way, they can get stuck for few hours for the problem solved. And approval. Every transportation vehicle, there should be some proper approval. Next point, that is hatchery. Hatchery fumigation and storage. Actually, after receiving the eggs, fumigation sometimes may be done and hatchery sometimes not done. Actually, this fumigation is done at the point of breeding farm, and sometimes it is done at the hatchery point. So, after arriving at the hatchery, sometimes eggs are stored more than 7 days. In such cases, the hatchability greatly reduced by 5%. Beyond 7 days, hatchability reduced by 5% each 1 day addition, and due to reduced hog unit and specific gravity. That if the storage egg is more than 7 days, then incubation time will be lengthened to be more. And sometimes that not broad end, this is wrongly written, narrow end of sometimes storage, that may there is more dead in cell after hatching. So incubation factor, the critical control point are, number 1 is temperature, number 2 point is relative humidity, egg turning, ventilation and gas balance and airflow and altitude. At the same time, another factor is taken into consideration, water quality. So temperature management in setter hatcher, generally in setter, temperature is adjusted to 37.2 to 37.8 or sometimes 38.2, and in HR 37.2 to 37.5 maximum, and deviation actually results in early late embryo mortality. When the temperature in hatcher is more, there is quick embryonic development, early hatch. At the same time, disadvantage is more, that is late dead in cell is more, and dead in cell stuck in cell that coated with albumin. This is the typical features by seeing whatever the temperature is high or not. In low temperature, there is slow growth, uneven hatch, unhatched. Sometimes the chicks are stuck into the inner shell. And relative humidity, and another thing before that, in high temperature, it is noted that in high temperature, actually vital organ, particularly heart and gizzard development is less in comparison to low temperature. And in humidity, relative humidity in setter to be fixed at 55 to 60%, and in hatcher 65 to 70, sometimes 75%. But during hatch, this temperature relative humidity approaches up to 80 to 90%. And what is the consequence of too low relative humidity? That excess moisture loss, smaller chicks, longer incubation. This is one point that if low humidity is there, that cells, that embryo, that stuck into inner cells. This is a typical feature. And high humidity, there is reduced evaporation, that poor chick quality, and low hatchability. At the same time, in temperature, relative humidity is too high. This causes drowned chicks that cannot inflate the embryo to its lungs. That's after hatching. That means after hatching, there is a respiratory problem. This may happen during that rainy season, particularly from July to September. This is one of the reasons why sometimes the farmers, they are confused whether this problem may be some brooder's pneumonia or not. This is one of the reasons if relative humidity in hatcher is too high. This is the respiratory problem may occur, besides that brooder's pneumonia or any other diseases. This is the management point of view. And another point is incubation factor, that is egg turning, that we are considering angle versus, actually egg turning, the objective of egg turning to prevent the adhesion of embryo to the cell. And number 2, getting uniform nutrient, particularly getting from albumin and yolk for its proper development and hatch in due course. And angle is critical. Actually, turning is done actually initially setter in 24-hour basis, 24 times. Actually, if it turning 4 to 6 times a day, then hatchability greatly reduced by 20%. And angle, actually turning is generally done 40 to 45 degree angle to its vertical for optimum hatchability, as the data shows that in 20 degree angle to its vertical shows 68 maximum 70% hatchability, and 30 degree 78 to 80, and 40 degree 85 to 88% hatchability. That's optimum turning angle is 40, 45. And inadequate turning, that consequence is malposition, early death, and some other consequences that may arise in the post-hatch. Then next critical point of discussion is ventilation, oxygen and carbon dioxide balance. That developing embryo requires constant oxygen supply. In actually 21% oxygen demand is required for optimum hatchability. Sometimes if it is reduced to 17%, that hatchability greatly reduced by 10 to 20%. And hatchability actually in sometimes first 9 to 10 days, sometimes oxygen tension is reduced by 17% for augmentation of early development of the organs, particularly respiratory system and cardiovascular system. And oxygen demand during the hatching time, particularly after 19, this is more. And carbon dioxide tolerance is one of the key factors. Within the first 4 days, carbon dioxide concentration in the setter would be 0.3% or 3000 ppm, and 4 to 7 days, this concentration goes up to 0.5 or 5000 ppm. Beyond that level, that gradually reduces the hatchability. Sometimes that carbon dioxide stimulus is given first 9 days by strategic non-ventilation within the setter for augmenting the development of cardiovascular system as well as that respiratory system, that is for better organogenesis. And carbon dioxide above 5% level, this is lethal. And in carbon dioxide concentration in HR goes up to 0.7 to 0.8%, as because starting from hatching, the chicks respire as well as that carbon dioxide concentration goes up. Airflow and heat balance. Airflow actually required for maintaining the thermoregulation and oxygen exchange, oxygen and carbon dioxide action. Air speed actually does not matter, that affect the hatchability. First 13 days, that heat is required for proper development of the embryo. And next, after 13 days, that removal of heat is critical. And poor airflow, sometimes that cause overheating of that hatchery, that cause late embryo death or late dead cell. And what are the effect on altitude on hatchability? In altitude, higher altitude means there is low oxygen tension. That means their hatchability is greatly reduced. Up to 2,500 feet, their hatchability to some extent not reduced, statistically or significantly not reduced. But after 3,000 feet, that hatchability is greatly reduced. That can be managed by proper ventilation and temperature adjustment. So in hatchery, there is some embryonic mortality pattern. Actually, early, if it is early mortality within 7 days, that may be nest management, on-farm egg storage, egg transportation, holding of eggs. If it is holding of eggs more than 7 days, that greatly reduce the hatchability as well as early, early embryonic mortality. Mid death in particularly associated with breeder nutrition and deficiency, particularly vitamins. And late setter hatcher condition, transfer condition and pull time. Actually transfer condition, particularly during winter season, it is a common practice. After candling, they are directly shifting to the hatcher. But before the setting transfer to the hatcher, they make the environment of hatchery for ambient temperature that within 32 or minimum 34, 5, 6 degrees centigrade. But it is environmental temperature is 10 to 11, that hatcher temperature is 36 or 37, that may prone to cold shock. That is late dead cell will be more. Other influencing factor, that water quality, as discussed, the water quality actually in parent farm, if the water contains more chlorine, which prone to more CAC, which invites the bacterial infection, and nitrate content, nitrogen, it is more than 10 ppm, there is reduced hatchability due to impaired vitamin A metabolism. And length of incubation period is also taken as a point whether the hatchability effect. Whether actually in extreme weather condition, in hot and humid, their hatchability greatly reduced. Particularly, it has been noticed that July to September, there is hatchability 2 to 3% is reduced by that normal weather condition, then other situation that from October to February, March or April. Next, though, what are the chicks quality ideal? The chicks quality will be bright, alert, active, yellow, that should be dry and fluffy, clean, complete seal navel, and no deformity or red hawk, uniform size and well hydrated, healthy beak and open nostril. This ideal chick quality actually score by TONA score. TONA score that is depending by 0 to 100. Generally, greater than 100, 90 is considered as excellent chick quality. That is clean navel, dry and healthy beak, open nostrils, no red hawks, etc. These are the TONA scores. Another quality assessment is chick weight. Chick weight is considered as 42 to 44 grams, that 60 to 64 grams hatching egg. This is considered one of the ideal parameter for quality assessment of chicks. Another is if you quality of chicks is assessed by rectal temperature also. If it is rectal temperature is 103 to 105 degrees Fahrenheit, this is considered as this chicks is good and dry, optimum hydrated. And another point that is navel score. Navel score that if it is the navel score 1 to 4, it is 1, this is quality considered as excellent quality chicks. Then what are the factors affecting chick quality? That management already discussed, that egg size and storage, incubation condition, early or late, the time spent in hatcher. This is the most critical point. What is the time spent in hatcher for hatching? Actually, time spent in hatcher, that is minimum it should be 8 to 16 hours. And disease, Pullorum, E. coli, MG, MS, particularly that egg, that vertically transmitted disease, that should be taken care of in due course, and that should be immunized in breeder farm. And viral, IBND, ILT, AI, foulpox, etc. And fungals to some extent, that although it is not coming from directly from parent farm, it is coming from hatchery itself or during transportation in basket. And nutrition hatchability, that chicks hatchability, that is energy and protein. And some minerals, particularly zinc and selenium. And chick quality acts also directly associate some other factor, particularly addition of antioxidant vitamin E, selenium and PUFA, particularly arachidonic acid in milk diet, also directly that affect the chick quality. And vitamin concern A, D, E, K, particularly not B12, also B1 is also responsible for good quality in chicks and which prevent the early dead cell, particularly thiamine. Thiamine pyrophosphate is active form which is responsible for energy metabolism. This is the key factor. So main focus on breeder farm is consider our amino acid and ME requirement and epigenetic influence on progeny and health and nutritional programming during critical period. Amino acid ME requirement actually now the broader breeder nutrition is coming on low amino acid profile energy. Instead of we are putting more protein, we are focusing on amino acid, particularly low lysine and high energy diet is critical point of view, and this is the era of discussion. And epigenetic influence means whether the effect of parent transfer to the progeny. That epigenetic influence, particularly this is target specific oriented. Actually epigenetic influence that may be done by DNA methylation, histone acetylation and DNA then gene change without changing the DNA code. That actually simultaneously the transfer to the multi-translational phenotypic traits in terms of production, maturity and health. These are the table that shows that this is the previous data that lysine requirement actually, as discussed, the lysine and ME requirement is the point of discussion, whether for better chicks quality and breeder nutrition, that lysine from the beginning, this is total amino acid in lysine, they are digestible. That oil at all, that lysine requirement from the beginning, this is requirement is less, and this variation do exist from the beginning to till date, and this digestible lysine is far precision that total. And this is the amino acid ratio. These are the ratio that already discussed, particularly in association with total sulfur containing amino acid and lysine. These are the ratios actually closer to 1:1. This is the some previous study. And this is the ME requirement that can be calculated on the body weight, their production. And as discussed that in layer also, that not only the protein concentration, this should be, focus should be given on the energy as well as calcium. So upspring effect, that higher ME and lysine ratio should be breeder diet, that higher lysine ME ratio is there, lower feed intake. So they are lower crude intake that efficiently attain target body weight, as that directly affect the higher feed intake by the progeny or broiler or improved better FCR. That so maternal amino acid ME balance should be influence the progeny performance. So upstream that discussed that lower lysine and lower protein content is a area of discussion of future research that already discussed, not detailing more. So this is the epigenetic mechanism that already discussed, that DNA methylation, histone acetylation, and gene regulation influenced by maternal nutrition traits. And this is not translational, is multi-translation phenotypic traits that being expressed via parent to progeny. This is the current topics of discussion. And in layer breeder, actually they are hatching, hen house hatching than boiler breeder, and male is selected for fertility and hatchability. That's why, but in hatchability is not a heritable trait. This is 10 to 15% heritable. So focus should be on semen quality, as discussed semen quality, how it is influenced by. So feed and conclusion, that incubation period, that feed quality is already discussed that. And conclusion, that hatchability and progeny performance require holistic management, and nutrition, genetics and incubation are interconnected. And lysine ME ratio impacts the breeder and offspring performance. That epigenetic approach that already discussed, how epigenetic performance influences progeny. This is hot topic for future opportunity, and these are the some scientific approaches that mitigate the modern hatchery and current boiler situation and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big thank you to Dr. Pakira. May I request Dr. Pakira to stay back, please? I would like to also call upon the dais, Mr. Tommy Lim and Dr. S.S. Naragoda, please. Now we are getting ahead for the panel discussion. May I request you to become on the stage, sir? Dr. Pakira, can you please be here? We are now going to have the panel discussion. Can I have a loudspeaker? Yeah. Hi, sir. One more. Please be comfortable. We have two microphones, so share. For any moderator or speaker, if you ask him or her to lift a mountain, it would be easier than to have a session after lunch. Because post-lunch sessions are almost, it's a criminally impossible job to keep people awake. So now to prove that people were not sleeping and they are actually awake, I think we can expect some questions. Already questions have started pouring in, but I would expect far more questions from the audience. Thank you very much, these three gentlemen. We have questions. The first question that came to me is for Dr. Naragoda. I'm just quote unquote. Dr. Naragoda mentioned eggshell quality at the later stage of laying cycle. My question to him is, what are your rules of thumb for balancing egg size versus shell quality in the late laying phase?
Thank you. Basically, egg size in commercial layers or in broiler breeders, we need to manage it right from the beginning, and it's not like that. कि once egg size increases and then we can bring down it with ease. Because I always say that कि increasing the egg size is a very easy task, but reducing the egg size is a very difficult task. So right whenever you are reaching the desired egg size like 58, 60 grams, then you need to manage your nutrient intake of the bird, especially the protein and the sulfur amino acids. So you have to maintain that, and then one more important thing is that also look towards the energy also, because high energy diets also tend to increase the egg size. So if you maintain that egg size right from the, generally when it slips out of your hand, when the bird crosses the 45 weeks, that time it slips out of your hand, and then it becomes difficult to control, because once it reaches or it goes 62, 63 grams and you want to bring it down, then the first and foremost thing happens is drop in the egg production, which is not acceptable to the customer or to us also. So that's why we have to start right whenever you reach your marketable egg size like 58, 60 gram, you start controlling the egg size by reducing the protein intake, amino acid intake, especially methionine. You can bring down it to 0.28%, and total means 280 milligrams of methionine per day consumption. So from there, and maintain the energy requirement between 265 to 70 kilocalorie per day per bird. So you need to start right from the 40-45 weeks. It's not easy to manage it at the later laying stage, like 75, 80 weeks or something.
So doctor, a top-up question to this, again to you. So this observation and recommendation about the rule of thumb, is it based on research, observation and validation, or from your undocumented anecdotal experience?
Sir, this is undocumented and this is based on my experience. So accordingly, we see, I said during the presentation also that the formulations and strategy for the formulations are not, should be done in the field. So many times
makes a lot of sense.
The things which look very good in the paper, on the paper, they may not fit to your at the farm level. So this is based on my experience, sir.
Thank you very much. We have received one more question from Tommy Lin. I am quoting, in West Bengal during monsoon season, generally we experience 40 degrees Celsius temperature, sometimes above, with more than 80% relative humidity. In such situations, what will be our plan in EC farms, especially in reference to broiler?
Wow, it's a very good question. Yes, that is happened also, but it's in a very weird period, I would say that. Okay, so when the temperature, actually the atmosphere, there is a rules, we call it 80-80 rules of thumb, okay. So 80-80 rules means 80 degrees Fahrenheit. This rule is come from US, okay. 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the humidity, maximum humidity is 80%. So if the humidity is more than 80% or the temperature is more than 80 Fahrenheit, that means the atmosphere pressure is increased. Think about it. There's so many molecules move in this area. The pressure is increased. That is where the taifun or the hurricanes coming in. So in such a situation, yes, there is a solution, which is your EC house. In your EC house, with such a big molecule inside the house volume, same volume, your house never expand once you construct it, okay? But the inside air molecule is so much of this, you need to have a good fan. So that's why a good house fan with the high pressure sustainable fan, it's very important. So when we design a house, the EC house, we have to understand how much the pressure in the house. So as you understand, the house design is like a long house. It's like a tube. Think about it. A small straw, if you want to drink the water, it's very easy. You just drink it. But if you have a house very long, 500 feet, 600 feet, 800 feet, okay, it's like a straw, very long straw. Very long straw. Okay, if you want to drink a water with long straw, you need a very big pressure lung to suck it up, the water.
Good example.
Yeah, so find out a tunnel fan with high pressure sustainability is very good solution to solve this problem.
There is a top-up question, like, always there are conflicts. A beautiful wife may not be always so silent. So it's not a very converging combination. Similarly, all, precisions you are talking about in EC farm will come at a cost. One of my friends asked a question, what is the most economical way to increase temperature in EC farms during winter?
Most economical ways
So,
to increase.
yeah, I want to have a climate control by increasing temperature in winter, and I don't want to spend money much on that. How do you balance on that? Where is the
Wow.
sweet spot?
Wow, okay. Okay, I would say that you buy cheap, you buy twice, which means you will drop your performance. Okay, so if in the winter times, right, we have one of the solution, especially in Kolkata. Kolkata is not a very winter of the winter, I would say that. If you compare with North India, okay, so like Delhi and above, over that side. So in here, we do have a solutions that just adding a little bit extra cost without using heater. I would say without using heater. In the winter time, you don't have to heat up, but you can use the heat produced by birds. Recirculate the heat inside the house and without impact the air quality. That is possible. We have the technology on that.
Thank you. You nicely explained, and especially the examples are very much relating and resonating. Thank you. The next question is for Dr. Pakhira. When it comes to peak egg production in breeding hens, how much low lysine level can be suggested?
Actually, in peak production, in case of male or female feed is separate. So it is in case of total lysine, maximum 0.8%, and in case of digestible, maximum 0.65% sufficient. And in case of male diet so far that lysine requirement at this moment, digestible lysine requirement 0.5 which is sufficient. And total, that already discussed that lysine and methionine, total sulfur amino acid, that should be closer to each other.
Thank you. On top of this, there is one more question, a little debatable topic. What's your take, your personal take as an academician and also a practitioner, on inclusion of phytase in breeder diet?
Actually, this is the question, big question and debatable question. Actually, phytase that already sometimes we are considering the matrix value. This matrix value in whatever it may be, phytase or any cocktail enzyme, this is a shadow value, I think. Shadow value in case of breeder, sometimes if so many phytases are available, there are 3 phytases, 6 phytases are available. But in point of view, as per my opinion, you should not take the matrix value in breeder ration, rather you can take it into the layer, sometimes in boiler. As per my opinion, this should be on top basis. Rather, you by decreasing the DCP, sometimes it is not a true. With matrix value 0.15 that dictate that 7 to 8 kg DCP reduction, this critically that shows the picture in production. Not only that phosphorus is not in the egg bone and egg that skeletal element. This phosphorus is phosphate molecule for helps in utilization of energy utilization. Phosphate molecule, mind it.
So, just to conclude on this, is it again, I'm saying, is it based on research validation or your anecdotal experience?
Actually, the research validation and farm data is separate. If you are going to conduct the research, sometimes we are taking the data in small numbers. And sometimes we intend to bias those companies which we are supplying or providing the project, that there we have to prove that project that positive result. Sometimes not.
Yeah, the reason I ask, because on this topic there is also a lot of
Breeder,
subjectivity.
that should be taken care of in consideration of matrix value, I think.
Well, I take your point. Thank you very much to all the three eminent speakers for helping us address all the questions for the panelists. We will not take any more questions further. Now I would like to call upon for felicitation of the speakers, Mr. Partho Sur, over the dais, please. Parthoda, please. First felicitation to Mr. Tommy Lim by
Mr. Partho Sur, felicitating Mr. Tommy Lim. Can you have a round of applause? After all the felicitation, I will request all the Novacon members to be present here. We will have a group photo with all speakers and moderators. So all the Novacon members, group members who are there, please be here. Next, Dr. Nadgowda. I will request Mr. Partho Sur to please felicitate Dr. S. Nadgowda. Can you have a round of applause, please? Now, may I request Mr. Partho Sur again to please felicitate Dr. Manik Chandra Pakira. I would request Mr. Partho Sur again to felicitate a moderator for the second session, Dr. Arindam Chatterjee, for his wonderful moderation. Dr. Arindam Chatterjee. I would request now Dr. Shukla, if you can please come on the dais for the closing remarks, and after that we will have a group photo with all the speakers and moderators.
Dr. Shukla. I think the most dangerously handsome senior citizen is eligible to close the session.
Thank you, Dr. Arindam, Dr. De. A very good evening. Indeed, since morning we are listening to our esteemed guests, the keynote speakers, various speakers on different topics. While summing up, I would like to highlight a few of the take-home messages and at the same time just try to have a look to the future of the Indian poultry sector in a time to come to have a great role towards Viksit Bharat. Dear friends, it was a marvelous journey for this tiny bird which has started the venture from backyard to produce few eggs to a highly sophisticated industry where now it is being known as the most efficient biological converter. The great thing, from where we started, the first census available towards the total egg production in the country way back in 1950 is around 2 billion. where we have reached today almost equating to 150 billion, ranking second in the world. It's a journey which is not less than a revolution. No such agri sector has this much growth, almost more than 70 folds. But never we talked about this revolution. Hope in a time to come will raise our voice for this tiny bird to be considered in bringing a different kind of protein revolution in this country. In the morning itself, during the keynote, the ACS has categorically pointed out the strength of this state for the productivity, production statistics, and the role of poultry sector in the state economics. The statistics, which is a bit different from that of national figures, particularly the consumption pattern, are eye-opening, and it should be taken as a strength. And second, the investment in public sector enterprises from the government side, which is again a very heartwarming step, which other government can also follow to bring this sector in a demonstrative way. Yes, we do agree that in few more technologies, we don't have demonstrative units which ultimately restrict the transformation and transfusion of technological innovations to the grassroots level. Is effective, or how we can monitor the protectivity or protection to the flock against the vaccine. Very apt, very important, because nowadays we are coming across very many problems, and one of that is AMR. Once flock has an ingress of microorganisms, then without knowing the cause, we started treating and putting antibiotic to the flock. Vaccination together with biosecurity and a cautious, apt use of antibiotic certainly can alleviate this problem. Of course, this AMR has also been figured out in one of the Prime Minister's speech, and also the Home Minister's speech. That certainly gives an alarming situation not only to the agri sector or animal husbandry sector, but always in altogether one health concept, the environmentalist, the human doctors, the human health protectors, and also to the animal husbandry practices. Circular economy is a buzzword nowadays. To me, it has a win-win situation when we have to fight it together with our new pollution norms. On one hand, this can be converted, the waste, it can be converted into a worth, into a wealth, and at the same time, we can address the environmental pollution issues to some extent. So Mr. Srinithi has demonstrated how it can be done, and perhaps if various models which can be practiced, if these can be visualized and can be presented, had a scope to have a ready adaptation in the field. Poultry, since ages, I must say since last 4 decades, 5 decades, is struggling with market fluctuations off and on, and also season-wise. Sometimes the products are in demand, and sometimes because of festive seasons, because of other things, the prices go down. Dr. P.S. Mahesh has given a new insight to the marketability and market access, particularly for poultry and poultry products. And in a time to come, if we can brand our product, if we may have some USP for our products, or even induction of some brand ambassadors, perhaps we may have a bit control over marketing strategies and have a new avenues how better we can market our product with a better profit margin. Dr. Lim has given a beautiful insight, the climate versus cost, how we can balance it. Because whenever we are trying to control the climate in a micro environment, definitely it costs. But cost has to be weighed against the productivity of the bird, ultimately the margin of profit to our entrepreneur or to the farmer, and I think these are the investment which is going to pay in a long term. Dr. Nadgoda, he has given a beautiful insight about the precision poultry farming, wherein we need to learn, we need to practice, we need to evaluate, and ultimately we need to correct. And always the cycle is dynamic. Learning from step 1 can become the step 2 for the next cycle. And nowadays, whenever we are talking in terms of efficient biological converter, we are also bothering about whatever nutrients are being offered to the bird, and even sometimes the environmental pollution can also be controlled with the precision nutrition. Every single penny matters a lot when we have the production in mass. Dr. Pakharia, he talked in terms of the hatching operations, beautifully narrated the factors that affects the hatchability, and overall given an insight about how to take care and management of hatching eggs, and also to have a better hatchability with good quality chicks. And this is also a key point when we need to have a successful operations in the field. Because hatchery, which of course is a starting point for the chick's life, and if you have a good quality hatch, good quality chicks, definitely we can expect a better productivity in the future. So while summing up, already in the morning, I tried to express the vision of Viksit Bharat of our Prime Minister, targeting 4 pillars. Those are the youth, the women, the farmer, and the poorer. From the poultry sector, we can also target these 4 pillars to have an active contribution towards Viksit Bharat. And I am quite hopeful and confident that in a time to come, we'll show our strength. While summing up, it is needless to mention that our growing population, which is a matter of great concern world over, but to me, it appears a strength for us, so far the poultry sector is concerned. Because in a time to come, we need to feed this growing population. And the poultry and poultry product will ultimately appear as a cheapest and purest form of balanced nutrition to our population to protect them to be very healthy. Ultimately, one more strength, the recent this national sample survey data also says that the youth of this country ranging between 18 to 27 years of age, almost 70% of them are non-vegetarian. So this trend is likely to grow, and in a time to come, when we'll enter in a Viksit Bharat, I think these strengths will work for the poultry sector to contribute more and more, not only towards the health of the country, but also the economics and taking them forward to hold position first in the world. Let me thank the organizers, those who had the spark today as a knowledge, for having a demonstrable things to be observed tomorrow when they are going to visit the fair, and to take the technologies at their home to have more and more productivity and more profitability in their pocket. Let me thank the organizers, especially Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, the entire team of Novacon, especially Dr. Day, Dr. Sulabh, and my co-panel moderator, Dr. Arindam Chatterjee, for carrying out today's session successfully with lot of take-home messages, lot of take-home technologies, and lot of insights to have a different kind of look to the Indian poultry sector. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now, may I request all the earlier speaker also, Dr. Stephanie, Mr. Srinithi, if you are here, to please come on the dais along with the all Novacon committee member, including Professor Biswas, Mr. Maiti. Please all come on the dais. We will have a group photo. And after this session, we will have tea and coffee, which is outside, and the inaugural program will start by 6:30 in this hall. Okay, and also. We also feel very proud and thanks to all our sponsors who have helped us to conduct this show, particularly this Novacon. So please have our congratulations and regards for all the sponsors who has helped us. Can I have all the Novacon members, Novacon committee members to please come on the dais?
Guidance to them to hold this.
All the Novacon committee members, if you are here, please come on the dais. Thank you very much. So with this, we have come to the end for the Novacon 2026, and we will expect all gatherings by 6:30 p.m. in this hall for the inaugural program. Thank you very much. Please have tea, coffee outside the hall. In both the sides, there are tea and coffee. Thank you very much. Can I request Professor Purnendu Viswas, Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, if you can please come on the dais. Professor Purnendu Viswas, Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. May I request Mr. Tapos Bhattacharya to please felicitate Professor Purnendu Viswas. May I request Professor Partho Das, Honorable Registrar, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, to please come on the dais. May I request Mr. Samir Agarwal, Executive Vice President, West Bengal Poultry Federation, if you can please come on the dais. Mr. Samir Agarwal. May I request Mr. Radhesam Roy, Executive Vice President, West Bengal Poultry Federation, if you can please come on the dais. May I request Mr. Sumit Surekha, Vice President, West Bengal Poultry Federation, if you can please come on the dais. Mr. Sumit Surekha. May I request Mr. Sumit Ghosh, Vice President, West Bengal Poultry Federation, if you can please come on the dais. Mr. Samir Agarwal, Mr. Radhesam Roy, Mr. Sumit Surekha, Mr. Sumit Ghosh. May I request Mr. Partho Sur, Vice President, if you can please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Sanat Kumar Sarkar, Vice President, if you can please come on the dais. May I request Mr. Tapos Bhattacharya, Subrojit Nandi, Mr. Subhamoy Bhattacharya, if you can please felicitate the guest, along with Mr. Gautam Ghatak, Mr. Sunil Ghosh, and Mr. Samuel Bose. Anyone can please felicitate. Now, may I request Dr. Jimli Sharma, Deputy Commissioner, AQCS, Kolkata, Ministry of Fishery, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. If you are there, please come on the dais. Dr. Jimli Sharma. May I request Dr. P.K. Shukla, President, Indian Poultry Science Association, to please come on the dais. Dr. P.K. Shukla. May I request Sri C. Vasant Kumar Sir, Convener, Pan India Broiler Coordination Committee, to please come on the dais. May I request Sri Dibya Kumar Gulati, Chairman CLAFMA of India, to please come on the dais. May I request Sri Ranpal Dandaji, President Poultry Federation of India, to please come on the dais. May I request Mr. Uday Singh Vyas, President Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturer Association, to please come on the dais. May I request Dr. Jitendra Verma, President World Veterinary Poultry Association Indian Chapter, to please come on the dais. May I request Dr. Ajay Deshpande, President Vets in Poultry, if you are there, to please come on the dais. Dr. Ajay Deshpande. May I request Sri Anup Narayan, Senior Trade Advisor, British Deputy High Commission, India, Kolkata, if you are there, please come on the dais, Sri Anup Narayanan. May I request Dr. Vidyasagar Punja, if you are there, to please come on the dais. May I request Dr. Daisy Saha, Technical Officer, Farm Sector, State Bank of India, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Dinesh Bharadwaj, AGM, State Bank of India, if you are there, to please come on the dais. Dr. Daisy Saha and Mr. Dinesh Bharadwaj. Since Dr. Ajay Deshpande is not here, may I request Dr. Santosh Ire, if you can please come on the dais.
আমি লিখে দিচ্ছি ঠিক আছে আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে যারা যারা আছে বাংলা লিখতে হবে নাম ঠিক আছে দেখে মিনিস্টাররা আবার কিছু এখানে তো লেখা আছে না বাংলায় লিখে এখানে বুঝলি বাংলা হাতে লেখা যদি থাকতেন কারা কারা আছে বাংলায় লিখে পিছনে পিছনে ছিটে লিখতে দেয় না অন্যটা খাওয়া যদি পিছনে শুধু লিখলেও আপনার তার ডেজিগনেশন মন্ত্রী বাংলা লিখে দেবে ওইখানে ওইখানে ভালো লিখতে পারি আবার পেপারে ভালো বলতে বলে দাও পিছনে ডেজিকে দিয়ে দিস ডেজি আর এদিকার বাকি না এদিকার বাকি সমীরবাবুর হয়েছে সমীরবাবুর হ্যাঁ হয়েছে 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 আসাম গভর্নমেন্টের এখানে সিটটাই হতো না আচ্ছা তারপরে তো পলিটিক্যাল শুনলে এদিকে
May I request Mrs. Sangeeta Das, who is from Government of Assam Institute of Veterinary Biologicals, if you are there, if you can please come on the dais.
ম্যাডাম সামনে এখানে একটা এখানে আরেকটা বাকি আছে হ্যাঁ ফুল ফুল বিসমিল্লাহ না না পিছনে রাখুন না উদ্ধব আচ্ছা ওখানে একটা বাকি আছে
Now I would announce the name from the members from the Eastern India Poultry Development Forum. So please come on the dais from the left side. Mr. Niren Das from Assam. Mr. Niren Das from Assam. Then from Tripura, Mr. Amal Banik, who is the president, and Mr. Ajay Chakraborty, who is the secretary. Please come from that side, sir. From that side. Mr. Niren Das, Mr. Amal Banik, Mr. Ajay Chakraborty. From Bihar, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Singh. From Sikkim, Mr. D.B. Pradhan, who is the president, and Mr. Sunil Gupta Chetri, who is the secretary. Then from Meghalaya, Mr. Donovan, who is the president, and Mr. Bansan Borlang, who is the secretary. Mr. Amol Banik, Mr. Ajay Chakraborty, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Singh, Mr. D.B. Pradhan, Mr. Sunil Gupta Chetri, Mr. Donevan Karomlang, Mr. Bansan Borlang, Mr. Kuru Tai from Arunachal Pradesh. If you are there, please. Then from Nagaland, Mr. Andrew Aroho, who is the president, Mr. S.B. Nayabazar, who is the secretary. If you are there, Mr. Andrew Ahoro and Mr. S.B. Nayabazar. From Nagaland, Mr. Vanaijuala Kawalim and Mr. Michael Darlong. If you are there, please come on the dais from the left side. Mr. Vanaijuala Kawalim and Mr. Michael Darlong. Mr. Pradeep from Jharkhand. May I request the additional directors from government, Mr. Dr. Praveer Kumar Pathak, administration from ARD, Dr. Animesh Sikdar, health, department of ARD, Dr. Rupam Badua, Haringata farm, ARD, and Dr. Sumit Jana, if you are there, please come on the dais from the left side. Dr. Praveer Kumar Pathak, Dr. Animesh Sikdar, Dr. Rupam Badua, Dr. Sumit Kumar Jana. Anyone from the Eastern India Poultry Development Forum? Our Honorable Minister has just arrived, so he will be here in 2 minutes' time. May I request the audience who have seat on the back, if you can please come on the front side. যারা পিছনে বসে আছেন একটুখানি কাইন্ডলি সামনে চলে আসুন। যারা পিছনের দিকে বসে আছেন কাইন্ডলি একটু সামনের দিকে চলে আসুন। এখন এসে পৌঁছয়নি, 30-35 মিনিট লাগবে। Dr. P. Mahesh, if you are here, can you please come on the dais, sir? So we have our Honorable Minister, Sri Sapan Devnath Masai, Honorable Minister in charge, Animal Resource Development Department, Government of West Bengal, and the President for this KIPF is here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to welcome Sri Sapan Devnath, sir. May I request Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, Chairman for the KIPF 2026, to please felicitate Sri Sapan Devnath, sir. Can we have a round of applause? Now may I request Mr. Tapas Bhattacharya to please felicitate Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti. Mr. Tapas Bhattacharya to felicitate Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti. May I request to felicitate Mr. Jayant Kumar Mollik. Dr. Uddhav, please felicitate Mr. Jayant Kumar Mollik. Thank you very much. May I request all the audience to please stand up for the national anthem once again.
জনগণ মন অধিনায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ্য বিধাতা পঞ্জাব সিন্ধু গুজরাট মারাঠা দ্রাবিড় উৎকল বঙ্গ বিন্ধ্য হিমাচল যমুনা গঙ্গা উচ্ছল জলধি তরঙ্গ তব শুভ নামে জাগে তব শুভ আশিস মাগে গাহে তব জয় গাথা জনগণ মঙ্গলদায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ্য বিধাতা জয় হে জয় হে জয় হে।
Thank you. You may now please take your seat. Now we'll start the program. I will request Sri Sapan Devnath sir, Honorable Minister in charge, Department of ARD, Government of West Bengal, to please start the program by lightening the lamp, and I will request all the dignitaries in the dais to please join.
नायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you all. So now we have a special speech by Madam Anuradha Desai, who is the chairperson of NECC and Venkateswara Hatchery Private Limited. So unfortunately she could not make it, but she sent her wishes and speech. So we'll just read that particular speech for our audience.
I am extremely pleased to note that the West Bengal Poultry Federation is organizing the International Poultry Exhibition in association with the Animal Resources Development Department, Government of West Bengal. I'm very happy that the poultry industry in West Bengal and Orissa in particular is growing very fast. I take this opportunity to convey my best wishes to all the farmers, breeders, integrators, all the members of the poultry industry, and to all the attending poultry show and the exhibition. I appeal to the West Bengal government to kindly include eggs in the midday meal programs in schools and Anganwadis, so that the consumption of eggs increases and the nutritional deficiency is addressed. Attendance of children in the school has gone up in the states where the state government has adopted the midday meal program, and also the parents are very happy. I take this opportunity to wish all the attendees the very best.
Thank you. So now may I request Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, Chairman for this organizing committee, to have his welcome address to the audience.
Respected Shri Sapan Devnath sir, Honorable MIC, Animal Resource Development Department, Government of West Bengal, our Vice President, Somir Agarwal, Radhesham Rai, Sumit Sureka, Sumit Ghosh, Partho Sur, Sanat Sarkar, and Honorable Professor Purnendu Biswas. He is closely associated with us from first day of the Federation. Professor Partho Das, Honorable Registrar, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. Dr. Jimli Sharma, Deputy Commissioner, AQCS, Government of India. Dr. P.K. Shukla, President, Indian Poultry Science Association. Sir Sri Basant Kumar, Convener Pan India Boiler Coordination Committee. Sri Dibba Kumar Gulati, Chairman Clubma of India. Sri Ronpal Danda, President Poultry Federation of India. Mr. Uday Singh Vais, President Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturer Association. Dr. Jitendra Verma, President World Poultry Science Association. Dr. Ajay Deshpande, President Vets in Poultry. Probably is not here. And also the Dr. Deji Shah, Technical SBI Officer from Bank, and Dinesh Bharadwaj, AGM Sir. Dr. Vidyasagar Punja, and all of my colleagues and friends from all over the country and northeastern India and East India. That is from Assam, Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Sikkim, Tripura, and Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar. And also my friend from the other state of the India and from other part of the country. May I request to you give a small video, please.
India, particularly West Bengal, is witnessing a steady industrial progress with the poultry industry playing a crucial role.
শ্রেষ্ঠ ন্যাচারাল প্রাকৃতিক প্রোটিন এবং আমরা জানি যে আমাদের শরীরের বিকাশের জন্য মানসিক বিকাশের জন্য আমাদের এই হাই কোয়ালিটি প্রোটিনের ভীষণভাবে দরকার এবং মুরগির মাংস এবং ডিম সেক্ষেত্রে অতুলনীয়।
The rising demand for chicken meat and eggs is driven by increasing awareness of animal-based nutrition and its health benefits.
মানুষ এখন অনেক বেশি ডিম খাচ্ছে এবং অনেক বেশি করে মাংস খাচ্ছে।
India has a huge population and the consumption of chicken is growing every day.
Today, 96% of West Bengal's population depends on poultry products, making it a key sector for economic growth and employment. To meet this growing demand, the West Bengal government is actively supporting poultry farming through loan policies and various schemes. These initiatives aim to expand the industry, ensuring a steady supply of quality poultry products. Additionally, the West Bengal Poultry Federation is collaborating with the government to strengthen the sector.
West Bengal Poultry Federation, poultry farmerদের একটি সংস্থা যা পশ্চিমবঙ্গের পোল্ট্রি ডেভেলপমেন্ট, পোল্ট্রির উন্নয়ন ও পশ্চিমবঙ্গের প্রয়োজনীয় পোল্ট্রি প্রোডাক্ট উৎপাদনে নিয়োজিত আছে।
Their efforts include organizing expert discussions and training programs for poultry farmers, hosting annual poultry fairs to promote industry best practices, encouraging investment in feed production to improve the quality of poultry products.
It is a major industry and one of the most trending and most happening and the most modern industries now in India and across the world.
West Bengal's climate, soil and environment are highly suitable for poultry farming. The state is also focusing on high-quality poultry feed production, which is essential for maintaining superior quality chicken and eggs. As a result, investors in poultry farming and feed production are seeing significant financial gains.
পোল্ট্রি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি যেভাবে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে আমি আশা করব পরের প্রজন্ম নিজস্ব প্রফেশন হিসেবে পোল্ট্রি ইন্ডাস্ট্রিকে বেছে নেবে।
The poultry industry is a major source of employment in West Bengal. It has opened up new career opportunities for young professionals while also providing livelihoods to millions of workers. With the increasing demand for poultry products, there is a parallel rise in job creation across the state.
আমাদের ইয়ং ছেলেমেয়েরা যারা এখন পড়াশোনা করছে তারা এখন থেকেই ভাবনা চিন্তা করতে পারে পোল্ট্রি দিয়ে আমাদের জীবিকা নির্বাহ করতে পারে।
Despite its rapid growth, the industry must expand further to meet the rising demand for meat and eggs.
এখানে জব অপরচুনিটি এত স্ট্রং লেভেলে যে লাস্ট 5 বছরে আমাদের রাজ্যে পোলট্রিতে job opportunity বেড়েছে 4 লক্ষের বেশি।
As a pillar of economic development, the poultry sector has the potential to drive significant revenue generation and rural employment.
Poultry is a very good option to explore for a good future and for a better future.
আদার ইন্ডাস্ট্রির বাড়ির ছেলেমেয়েরা যারা আছেন তারাও আমাদের পোলট্রি ফার্মিং পোলট্রি করতে আসতে পারেন বা পোলট্রি প্রোডাক্ট উৎপাদনের সঙ্গে নিয়োজিত হতে পারেন, তাদের ওয়েলকাম করছি এবং তাদের সব রকম সাহায্য করার প্রতিশ্রুতি দিচ্ছি।
Looking ahead, industry leaders and stakeholders are committed to strengthening and modernizing the poultry industry, ensuring its long-term sustainability and contribution to West Bengal's economy.
Today was in morning, we have started the Novacon. Honorable Vivek Kumar sir is present here and give his fantastic deliberation. They give a message to the Indian poultry industry for development in future. I also thanks to the esteemed scientists, industry leaders, stakeholders, international delegates, representative for the different poultry association of the country and farmers also. You all are well aware. Now we have a theme, Look East. Now poultry in the Look East on the center of Calcutta, the West Bengal. In our country, now we have is a speed gap, high graph. You will see the graph. Dr. P. Moyes, Government of India is present here. Please come in this. And my sincere thanks to all of present here. You are all well aware. Tomorrow will be the student zone. What to be educating student for the poultry near future joining to the poultry. And tomorrow we have a pan-India poultry meeting where the attend all over across the country. All the poultry leaders will be joining for the development of the broiler sector, chicken meat sector. And next day, the 12th, we have a Eastern India Poultry Forum meeting. That is a forum for the development of the Eastern India poultry. All 12 states joined together, think about the development of the poultry. And this year we also, in 13 morning, we have a next generation conclave where we think what think by the new generation for the poultry. I am not lingering my speech because we have already late. Thank you to all those who are attend today and still will be waiting for 13 and enjoying the poultry fair. That the poultry fair in West Bengal, just like a festivals of poultry, and in Bengal, for the Bengali, it is a Bengali Durga Puja. The Durgotsav, poultry Durgotsav of the Bengali. So I am enjoying to all of you and all thanks to all the present here and audience and outsides and those who will be joined tomorrow and day after tomorrow and up to closing ceremony. Thanks to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiration speech. Now, since we are already late, I will request Professor Purnendu Viswas, Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. Sir, if you can have your brief speech.
So on the dais, Honorable Minister, Charge Animal Resources Development Department, Sri Shapon Debnath, all the honorable dignitaries on the stage and of the stage, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that all of you attending this 12th edition of International Poultry Fair organized by West Bengal Poultry Federation, and I'm very much proud of this occasion because it is our responsibility to build the nation with good quality protein. So with these few words and because of paucity of time, I like to conclude here. So thank you all for your participation. Thank you.
We have Dr. Mahesh with us. May I request Mr. Parthu Sood to please felicitate Dr. Mahesh. Now, may I request Dr. Jimli Sharma, Deputy Commissioner, AQCS, Kolkata, if you can have your brief speech, madam.
A very good evening. Respected Honorable Minister Devnath sir and all the distinguished guests present on as well as off the dais and all the stakeholders of the poultry industry. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this event which is hosted by West Bengal Poultry Federation. Mr. Maiti sir, he is the man behind with his strong team. So all like-minded people related to the industry are present here to discuss. Today was a very good day where we all gathered all the knowledges relating to the industry, what are the latest developments and all. I believe we all could gather a lot of takeaway from this, and we look forward for the next 3 days where we all will be present and share our ideas, whatever is going on, which will take us farther ahead. And it gives me immense pleasure to say that West Bengal is leading and, you know, the second largest producer in our country. I look forward for exports also from this state because as we grow producing more and more, we will also be able to export whatever we are producing surplus, which will benefit everyone. I mean, we are already producer of the protein, which is, you know, egg as well as meat. With these few words, I would like to end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I request Professor Partho Das, Honorable Registrar, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, if you can have your brief speech, sir.
A very good evening to all of you. Respected dignitaries sitting on the dais, Honorable Sri Shapun Devnath, sir, MIC, Department of Animal Resource Development Department, Government of West Bengal, Professor Purnindu Bishwas, Honorable former Vice Chancellor of our university, and other dignitaries, respectable dignitaries sitting on the dais, delegates who came from all over the India to participate in this 12th Poultry Mela at Kolkata, ladies and gentlemen, press and media. So on behalf of my university, I extend greetings to all of you. My Vice Chancellor was supposed to present over here in this function. Because of his preoccupation, he could not able to come and join with you people. So he has conveyed his best wishes to this Mela. So in brief, what I can say, our agriculture university, particularly the veterinary university, we offer 3 subjects: dairy, veterinary, and fisheries. And agriculture, if you compare with the veterinary and fisheries, now investment in 1 rupee in 3 sectors, it is well established that animal husbandry is far performing branch where we can contribute more return by rearing the animal components. If we invest 1 rupees in agriculture, return is about 0.70 paisa, where in veterinary sector it is 5.50, and in fishery sector it is 6.5. And out of this 5.5 contributions, the most of the profitable part is the poultry industry. So it is the you people who are contributed a lot in the development of the animal husbandry sector and creating a lot of job opportunity, particularly in the rural part of the India and West Bengal in particular. And West Bengal government and West Bengal poultry farmers, they are performing well to establish this sector in a high mode. So I am not lengthy my lecture because we are out of time. So again I am thankful to the organizer for inviting me in this auspicious occasion and extend my heartfelt congratulations and thanks for this successful conductions of Novacon and Poultry Fair at Kolkata. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Utpal Karmakar, Managing Director, West Bengal Livestock Development Corporation Limited, if you can please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Partha Sood to felicitate Dr. Utpal Karmakar. May I request Dr. P.K. Shukla, President, Indian Poultry Science Association, if you can please, sir, have your brief speech.
Honorable Minister Shri Sapan Devnath ji, Professor Purnendu Vishwas, Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti ji, all dignitaries present on the dais of the dais. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure to be here. Particularly, I must compliment, because Minister Sir is here, I must compliment the government of West Bengal for having a wholehearted support towards poultry entrepreneurs and poultry farmers. And also compliment Professor Purnendu Vishwas and Mr. Sapan Maiti and Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti for connecting the missing dots between the farmers, poultry entrepreneurs, and the government. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much. My best wishes on behalf of my association for a grand success of today's and tomorrow's function. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Sri Divya Kumar Gulati, Chairman, CLOPMA of India, if you can have your brief speech, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Minister Saab, dignitaries on the dais, also my friends on the dais. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm very, very happy to see that all the other associations are also sitting on the dais. So it shows the unity now, which we have in our industry. And I would also like to wish Madan Mohan Saab all the best and best wishes for conducting this event and today and tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. Now, may I request Sri Ranpal Dhandaji, President, Poultry Federation of India, to have his brief speech.
गुड इवनिंग मिनिस्टर साहब एंड सम्मानित मंच और उपस्थित मेरे पोल्ट्री के सभी साथी, मैं सबको नमस्कार करता हूं और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि ये जो हमारा आज का इवेंट है और आने वाले जो 3 दिन हैं वो बहुत ही सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न हो। इसके लिए मैं बधाई देता हूं पूरी टीम को और मैती साहब को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Uday Singh Vyas, President, Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturer Association, to have his brief speech.
Respected Minister, industry friends, colleagues, professors and students, I would like to congratulate Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti sir for his tremendous hard work. We do understand from Poultry India what kind of efforts are being taken, how it is to organize such a big show. And in spite of his busy schedule, I've been seeing sir today working round the clock. So we from Poultry India, we congratulate sir for such a wonderful event which he has created, which has been taken up by the Poultry Association, West Bengal Poultry Association. And it was a very wonderful event today. In the morning, we had Novacon, wherein eminent speakers from the world over were here. We had a very good interactive section. And I thank once and all for everybody. And with this, I will not leave an opportunity to invite you to my 18th edition of Poultry India, because I thank Mr. Madan Maiti sir, who has always was a support to Poultry India, and he continues to be, along with all my association friends on this dais. I thank you one and all for giving all Poultry India this wonderful chance. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Vyas. May I request Dr. Jitendra Verma, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association Indian Chapter, to have his brief speech. Dr. Jitendra Verma.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Minister, sir, respected dignitaries on the dais, industry colleagues, friends, and all the people, those who have come from all over the country. I'm extremely happy to see all of you here. And on behalf of World Veterinary Poultry Association, I congratulate the organizing team, Mr. Maiti, and the team for hosting such a wonderful NOCOM in the morning and the 3-day exhibition. We are attending this for last so many years, and every year we see that there is increase in the standard and there is the increase in the popularity of this event. I wish a great success to this West Bengal Poultry Federation exhibition and NOCOM for coming futures also. And I will also like to invite all of you to be my special guest for the international event which we will have, which is the 7th World Veterinary Poultry Association Asia meeting, which is happening in Delhi in October, 9th and 10th of October 2026. So you all are invited there. Please register for it, and you will see what innovation and what new technology and what new things happening in the field of poultry science innovation in the scientific community. Thank you very much once again to the organizers and to the team for bringing up such a wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Now may I request Dr. Santosh Ire on behalf of Vets in Poultry, if you can have your brief speech. Dr. Santosh.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, respected Minister Ji, Madanda, and all of the respected dais, on dais and off dais, my friends and colleagues coming across the India. It's a really great pleasure to be here. Our President, beloved President Dr. Ajay Deshpande sir, he was supposed to be here, but because of his personal commitment, he could not attend. But we extend all of our full supports to this growing and the largest expo fair, we can say, in the Eastern India. Now it's becoming the pan-India. So close to the Madanda and the entire team and all the supporters of the event. We wish all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now may I request Sri Basant Kumar sir, convener Pan India Broiler Coordination Committee, to have his brief speech. Mr. C. Basant Kumar sir.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Minister sir. We are since last 12 years seeing this association, West Bengal Federation's activity, and they are day by day they are increasing and they are growing faster. And this is the one of
ডিসেম্বর উপভোক্তা 36,858 জন। প্রাণী চিকিৎসার ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের সরকার 24, 25 এবং 25, 26 ডিসেম্বর পর্যন্ত পোলট্রি প্রাণী এবং পোলট্রি পাখির টিকাকরণ লক্ষ্যে আমরা এখনও পর্যন্ত 104.49 লক্ষ টিকা তৈরি লাখ ডোজে 339.39 লক্ষ টিকাকরণ হয়েছে লাখে, তৈরি হয়েছে যেটা বললাম, আর টিকাকরণ হয়েছে 647.82 লক্ষ। প্রাণী চিকিৎসা শিবির এমভিসি এবং এমভিইউ 80.78 হাজার। প্রাণী চিকিৎসা এমভিসি এবং এমভিইউর মারফত 211.13 লক্ষ। মহিষ উৎপাদন উন্নয়ন, কৃত্রিম প্রজনন, মহিষ উন্নয়ন, কৃত্রিম প্রজনন করা হয়েছে 37.55 লক্ষ। জানুয়ারি 25 পর্যন্ত বাচ্চা উৎপাদন হয়েছে 12.39 লাখ। আইভিএফ পদ্ধতিতে 527টি ভ্রূণ মায়ের গর্ভ গর্ভে স্থাপন করা হয়েছে, বাচ্চা পাওয়া গেছে 63টি। প্রায় 13,000 প্রাণীমিত্রা, প্রাণীবন্ধু, প্রাণীসেবী মৈত্রী প্রজননকারী কৃষকের দুয়ারে এআই পরিষেবা দিয়ে চলেছে। পরিবর্তে সরকার থেকে প্রত্যেককে মাসে 550 টাকা করে ইনসেন্টিভ প্রদান করা হয়। এই খাতে মোট ব্যয় 406.15 কোটি। ফ্রোজেন সিমেন্ট স্ট্র উৎপাদিত হয়েছে 39.85 লক্ষ। 15টি জেলার সেক্স ট্রিটমেন্ট সিমেন্ট সেক্স শর্টেড সিমেন্ট দিয়ে বকনা বাছুর পাওয়ার জন্য ইনসেমিনেশন করা হয়েছে। আমাদের ভেড়া ছাগল পালন বেসিক অ্যানিমাল হাজবেন্ড্রি 400টি ছাগল 3,440টি এসএইচ গ্রুপকে বিতরণ করা হয়েছে। 30টি ফার্মার্স প্রডিউসার কোম্পানি, 588টি ক্লাস্টার গঠন করা হয়েছে, যার ফলে মোট 38,400 প্রান্তিক গ্রামীণ চাষি উপকৃত হয়েছেন। বকনা বাছুর বিতরণ 25-26 অর্থবর্ষে 5,154টি উন্নতমানের বকনা বাছুর বিতরণ করার পরিকল্পনা গ্রহণ করা হয়েছে ব্যক্তিগত উপভোক্তা ও ডেয়ারি সমবায় সমিতির সদস্যদের মধ্যে। কিষাণ কার্ড AH 2021-22 সাল পর্যন্ত 96,587টি কেসিসি বিতরণ করা হয়েছে। 1,333 কোটি টাকা প্রাণী পালকদের মধ্যে বিতরণ করা হয়েছে। এপ্রিল 2025 থেকে ডিসেম্বর 2025 পর্যন্ত সময়কালে আরও 11,280টি নতুন কেস অনুমোদিত হয়েছে। মোট ব্যয় 115.82 কোটি। বাংলা ডেয়ারি আউটলেট সংখ্যা 581টিতে বর্ধিত করা হয়ে গেছে। গড় দৈনিক দুধ বিক্রির পরিমাণ 1.10 লক্ষ লিটার। সাথে সাথে দুগ্ধজাত সামগ্রী যেমন পনির, ইয়োগার্ট, মিষ্টি, দই, টক দই, ঘি, পেয়ারা, আইসক্রিম বিক্রি করা হচ্ছে। 2023-25 সালে 2.55 কোটি কেজি দুগ্ধ চাষিদের মাধ্যমে ক্রয় করা হয়েছে। এর মূল্য বাবদ 96.23 কোটি টাকা প্রদান করা হয়েছে। তার মধ্যে 27.32 কোটি টাকা সরকারি ভর্তুকি। দুধের দাম 36 টাকা 50 থেকে বাড়িয়ে 40 টাকা 50 পয়সা করা হয়েছে, যার মধ্যে 11.40 টাকা ভর্তুকি প্রতি লিটারে। RIDF 28 প্রকল্পে নদিয়ার হরিণঘাটাতে 65.58 কোটি টাকা ব্যয়ে দৈনিক 1 লক্ষ লিটার দুধ প্রসেসিং করার পরিকল্পনা নেওয়া হয়েছে। কাজ ইতিমধ্যে শুরু হয়ে গেছে। হরিণঘাটা মিট রিটেল বিক্রি কেন্দ্রের সংখ্যা 780টিতে বৃদ্ধি করতে সক্ষম হয়েছে। ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল লাইভ স্টক ডেভেলপমেন্ট কর্পোরেশন ছাগল ও ভেড়ার মাংস রপ্তানি শুরু করেছে। EPIC প্রাণী খাদ্যের বাজার রাজ্যের 440টি কেন্দ্র পাওয়ার ব্যবস্থা হয়েছে। এপিকের বার্ষিক টার্নওভার 380 কোটি টাকা। দ্রুত জেনেটিক মান উন্নয়নের মাধ্যমে দুগ্ধ উৎপাদন বৃদ্ধির লক্ষ্যে পাইলট প্রজেক্ট সেক্স শর্টেড গো বীর্য 15টি জেলায় প্রয়োগ করা হয়েছে। নদিয়া জেলার হরিণঘাটাতে একটি ইন্ট্রো ফার্টিলাইজেশন এবং এমব্রয়ো ট্রান্সফার পরীক্ষাগার স্থাপন করা হয়েছে। স্মল অ্যানিমাল হাউস কাম কন্ট্রোল রিসার্চ অর্গানাইজেশন কল্যাণী সেন্টার ফর ল্যাবরেটরি প্রাণী রিসার্চ ও প্রশিক্ষণ কেন্দ্রে কাজ শুরু করেছে। প্রাণী পালন প্রকল্পে ক্ষুদ্র মাঝারি বড় উদ্যোগপতিরা যাতে অংশগ্রহণ করে রাজ্যের মাংস ডিম উৎপাদন বৃদ্ধির সাথে সাথে ব্যাপক কর্মসংস্থানের সুযোগ করতে পারেন, সেই উদ্যোগ নেওয়া হয়েছে। আমি মনে করি সরকারি বেসরকারি উদ্যোগপতি এবং পশ্চিমবঙ্গ পোলট্রি ফেডারেশনের যৌথ উদ্যোগে হাতে হাত মিলিয়ে কাজ করার ফলে আমরা মাংস ডিম উৎপাদনে স্বয়ংসম্পূর্ণ হতে চলেছি। সবশেষে উপস্থিত সকলকে পুনরায় শুভেচ্ছা জানিয়ে